recall correctly, is just silver, gold, then prismatic as that final augment. So the final prismatic augment obviously going to be pretty big. It was Crescendo that
Soalnya
got
tadi
chosen.
waktu dia masih di
Support
lobby,
Amble,
gue
I
lihat
think can spice up the
ada
lobbies a fair
spotnya,
bit
jadi
because there's certain
ada
support
itunya.
items that can really enable different compositions, pretty powerfully. So like when I see support Anvil, things like Banshee's Veil can really make some of the melee rerolls very, very powerful. But we are going to have more of kind of like a slower standard start that most people do like in pro play because we are going to be starting with a silver augment. So there's not going to be anything like too crazy, too high variance early on that I think is going to throw these players off kilter.
Yeah, pros will almost assuredly, 99% of the time, rather have the silver first than the prismatic, so they can kind of get their game going, play what they're used to, because, like you said, Azale, they've been practicing coming in here. They probably do have set plays, just like any person in an intense competition atmosphere. So really curious to see if we're going to get those set plays out for these players because of the order of this portal.
And Abby's got double Katarina, and so he is playing them both on board right now. It'll be interesting to see if he's actually going to try to see if he can pair that up. If he can get a Katarina 2 early on, would he be willing to play Grad Divers? Already had that Evelyn start as well. Over here on Robinsong's boards, he does have a Riven. And there is the possibility, of playing these melee lines with the items he has. Some people will play IE, some people from this spot will just like slam a Hodge and then the BF or something else. There's a lot of different options. Generally people consider BIS to be something with QSS, and then GS and BT usually. But I've seen Riven be successful with a lot of different itemizations. And we actually have the 5 items start here. And so this is actually really crazy items because he just got an even shroud as well. So he could go BT, he could go, but very likely I think it could be even shroud IE or even shroud Hodge, and then pretty much just commit to a melee line. Silver Veil also means that you wouldn't necessarily need QSS, but Latent Forge pretty popular, Iron Asset's pretty popular. Pumping up I wouldn't think would be the option, but he's definitely considering it. It is much more of that kind of scaling rune, but both Latent Forge and Iron Assets are pretty popular. Iron Asset obviously more powerful right away, gets you an additional item potentially that you can complete and really kind of have that powerful start. Latent Forge is obviously a lot more delayed power, so if you think that you can win streak now, I think going towards Iron Assets makes a lot more sense here. And he's going to go pump it up, so it is going to be more of that kind of delayed start. Getting a Garen is really nice because he can start to get those 8-bit stacks if he wants to commit to that line, but he's not playing the Riven just yet, so I think he's unsure if he wants to commit towards that sort of line, but definitely has a lot of options here. But most of them are leaning towards kind of AD options, I think.
Kayak aneh case-nya beda gitu kan, cuma
Hodge, Even Shroud, or Even Shroud IE,
ceritanya sih
those kind of
bagus.
things. But he's looking like he doesn't.
Tapi kayak lebih bagus kan karakter si case-nya dibandingkan yang dulu tuh yang the movie-nya kan.
Sell to make econ, or anything like that, or just kind of play like.
Ceritanya sih yang bagus.
For now.
Kayak jadi zaman dulu waktu gue SD nontonin di Global TV ya nih.
Decisions are right as we are going to get our steal, like you're saying. Everyone's got so many items, so we got a silver augment, but everyone is rich with items right now.
Selamat pagi nih, hard steal pagi-pagi tuh.
He's got a hard steal headliner, so now he actually has.
Lo dapat jadwal kes Valo kan? Kagak yang itu gua.
Angle obviously, if he gets the set, to be able to have 5 hard steal really early, which is incredibly strong. He is playing the lose streak.
Itu bingung tuh gue kayak gitu-gitu tuh. Dia tadi ambil Lokmannya pumping up buat rapid fire, tapi kayaknya emang buat lost streak dulu deh. Belum distabilin gitu boardnya. Kalah dulu aja.
Trying to keep his health up. You don't have to play to like fully commit to a full-on lose streak. He's playing 2.2 rapid fire with a 3 heart steal, and we'll see where he's going to go from there. If he's just trying to keep his board just strong enough to be able to actually kill some units but still lose the rounds, or if he is okay actually winning some. It is, I think, one of the most difficult lines to play properly in TFT because you really have to be so good at evaluating board strength. More so than I think in any other composition, you really have to have mastery of understanding exactly how you're going to do it against every board.
Sekarang dia dapat hasil di awal, dia mau menang mau kalah, early game bodo amat aja.
You're for sure going to lose to every board.
Nah kalau ini kuat,
you don't want to just have a totally trash board that's going to kill nothing though, because you're going to get too low HP and you're going to lose, right? So I think it's really a difficult line to play.
Kok lu bisa ngeliat Spencer sih? Gue belum masih di replay gue.
Di kali dua cepetin dulu Jo.
Just actually hit a Jax 2 as well. So Olaf 2, Jax 2, Cassante 2.
Lebih cepet curang Peter aja.
And Elastos per slam here on the Urgot. So a pretty damn upgraded board early on.
Halo.
Yeah, this got one of the better early game units just in
Sensor ini
general
masih
based
berusaha
on how
nih.
it works. So even this last Whisper is gonna rip up
Nggak, lu lihat unitnya tuh. Jax 2, Urgot, anjing itu early game kuat banget.
So this comp is gonna be doing
Olaf early game lagi kuat banget ya.
stage. The question always
Dia nyari lane di awal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he obviously is going to be playing towards some
Terus
sort of
kalau lu lihat orang-orang kayak gini main dari awal itemnya jadi apa langsung dijadiin sama mereka.
Is going to be hitting something even a little bit more high roll.
Itu kalau misalkan kayak gitu gimana? Ini yang ngejuk ya, pindahnya gimana gitu? Apa pakai item yang ada aja anjir?
Pakai item yang ada.
Biar
nggak terlalu rungkat banget ya, maksain ya.
Kayak yang tadi deh dia punya sterak, dia punya last stock kan, dia masih bisa main ke arah dia pasti ke AD, cuma AD-nya kemana dia masih bisa pindah-pindah, kayak dia bisa main map, kayak kasih sterak atau nggak main yang Ezreal biasa. Gitu-gitu.
Anjir ini 4 orang tuh Olaf. 4 orang Olaf.
Enak kuat coy itu ini.
Also, 3
yang paling kuat kayak buat diri emang Olaf tolol anjir.
At least 3 of them probably looking towards that reroll opportunity. This is not one of them as we're going
to. Terus buat item holder juga mantep ya Olaf ya.
Again.
Olaf
when it comes to replay, his play during in my opinion was inarguably the best.
Tapi Fine yang monster bukan sih, bukan yang pang.
Running through that
sama aja.
It's all about replication, right? In TFT that's what's really
yang
hard.
Yang dicari sebenarnya ininya.
I think he's in a pretty good
spot.
Efeknya
kalau lu cuma mau ngambil buat pegangan.
Put himself in a position to find some success.
Kecuali lu mau jadiin, baru itu biasanya lebih spesifik.
And he actually is just going to slam the death blade. So he has even shroud. He's obviously going to be playing as soon as you see that. You're going to be playing an AD line. There are multiple lines you can play out of Heartseal with that. Some people will go into Yone reroll and then kind of those Skydiver lines. Some people will obviously play the Ezreal Zed. That has been nerfed a little bit, but still is.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, Kerupuk.
Looks like he is going to win this. Yeah, he's definitely going to win this round.
So udah ambil
maybe not
banyak ini dari kemarin kalau lu liatin turnamen
staying pretty healthy.
Pada main
he's going to get a little bit of gold here. Get that like 6 gold.
Serius masih pada main kayak gitu.
Justru sekarang lagi meta gara-gara level 8 kan yang paling kuat. Level yang pas 8 paling kuat kan Ezreal kan.
Right? Like,
dan satu lobby itu kayak udah pasti ada 2 orang 3 orang kalau lu spotnya dari awal nggak ke arah situ, mendingan main reroll. Yang reroll juga lagi dikuatin kan dari kemarin di buff mulu.
So I don't think it really makes any sense, but still.
Kayaknya reroll yang paling enak masih pang aja anjir.
Healthy, he's on 22 gold because he got all gold from the cash out. You can get a component.
Oh Kayla ya. Tapi gue liat jarang orang
lagi.
Jess yang buff
is just playing those 8 bits. And he's on a 4 loss streak. Obviously, he's going for a 5 loss streak. He's playing pumping up, so he's committing to just kind of more of a late game play. And this is something when I watch Robin Song streams, he does seem to really like. If he doesn't feel that he can play a very, very strong stage 2, he just doesn't play stage 2 at all, right? He just
pasti duit habis kalau nggak dapet big shot. Champion siapa aja? Jin,
he tries to get as much gold as possible.
MF,
We can see
Ezreal,
that
Korki.
30 gold.
Berapa match ini? 6 match. Hari ini yang ditontonin 6 match. Cuma gue nggak tahu gue kuat nggak 6 match apa ininya. Gue tengah-tengah cabut aja. 6 match sih beres-beres jam 10 anjing.
Bisa jadi.
Tepar anjing. But it is one of those things where when you're playing this style that Robin is, he's 65 HP at Krugs. So if your initial roll down does not go well, your game can get horrible really, really fast.
Makan yes.
That's when TFT starts feeling bad, you know what I mean? When you're kind of doing everything right to, get it there, and then once you're there, you kind of try to run through the motions and things don't hit because it's the nature of the variability of the state of more items that I think people would be just fine getting, and really a lot of boards right now. So curious to see what Spencer is going to be doing here at 38 gold. We're picking up some units. We're still rocking along with that. We lost that last round, but again, when it comes to the economy, everyone pretty similar right now outside of Robin because of that loss streak almost at 50.
Ada 40 tuh, ada 49 malah tuh. Ke bawah tuh.
Yeah,
Robin
nothing too crazy.
DK obviously,
he's on that 5 win streak, so I guess I'm not sure if he played Spencer or Spencer lost to someone else. By the way, he also lost his streak. Those were 2 players that were up at 100 HP. DK maintained it, so DK is going to be wanting to spend his gold pretty aggressively to try to maintain that. Is on kind of a pretty random mishmash of items right here with the Hurricane.
Masih Olaf anjir stage 3 berarti emang belum dijual tuh. Olaf kuat banget berarti ya. Sama kayak waktu Korki kemarin ya, Korki tuh sampai stage 3 masih bisa dipakai.
Ini tapi udah mulai rontok-rontok pasti Olaf.
another win for him, so he's going to be able to maintain
biasanya tujuannya
that 6-win streak. And
kalau lo mau ngumpulin duit,
now, we know Spencer
lo masih pakai head tiner nggak terlalu butuh ganti. Nyimpen duit kalah kalah dah gitu. Ntar tiba-tiba jadi
big two fall aja itu si Bruce yang besar 4. Diambil nggak nih?
Kalau diambil dia nyari win streak kan.
So there might be some attraction to too big to fail here.
Yeah, it's possible. I doubt it because I feel like mostly the only time I'm seeing people play big to fail is the Olaf reroll. And I don't think, at this point in the game.
Tapi dia 4 bruiser anjir, menarik banget buat diambil nggak sih?
Heavy hitters to big to fail are kind of like the ideal combo.
Iya, cuman dia nggak bisa main Olafnya sih. Olafnya tuh nggak bintang 3, nggak bakal bintang 3.
I haven't really seen people play this line without Olaf free, so I wouldn't be pretty surprised. But
kan diambil
he's
anjir.
actually going for it, so very interesting. So he's gonna commit to that line.
Sisanya ada yang bawa
Mifem
tuh 3 biji
Obviously, it doesn't necessarily have to be like Olaf reroll or anything like that. You can just play towards just a standard bruiser front line, and then whatever AD or AP flex back line you want to go for. But it's not a line that I'm super familiar with, honestly.
8 bit itu ya execute.
Sama Tepen D3 dia menang.
3 vampirisms, but going back to what we were saying, we were kind of still figuring out, hey, what's that direction going to be? We did pick up the 8-bit augment, so that is going to be committed that direction from here on out. So really looking for Robin to really start getting stage 3 going. Stage 4 is going to be where the power should be coming from on that particular board. Now we're rolling over onto Pokigam, and we've got a good old Gnar here, Azael, one of the that was a Gnar on that board. Now we're back to that affiliates with Red Buff.
Iyalah kalau nggak B3 ngapain ngambil infernal kontrak, anjing bunuh diri.
Israel obviously really good. You can play towards things like
mana tuh infernal kontrak tuh,
but obviously it's super easy transition, out of heart seal, you can play that.
Kalau nggak bintang 3 nggak diambil anjing. Nipu nih.
Pasti bintang 3 anjir. Kalau duit tuh banyak kan 90 anjir dapetnya kalau misalkan ini.
So it does kind of make it easy to be able to just kind of plop your items on that, not overspend, be able to kind of stabilize your health. And we can see, after Krugs, he hasn't actually lost. He is on that 2-win streak, so stabilizing a little bit, trying to keep his health high, so that when he gets to 7, it's not just kind of do or die on one round. We'll see, how Spencer is doing here on the other side. Spencer obviously started out with that 5 streak. It's been kind of, win-loss basically since then, but still, quite a strong board. He is very healthy overall, and is going to be able to pretty easily take this win, it looks like, although it got a little bit close at the end. And
buat siapapun
going to be pretty happy, I think. He's getting those partial stacks. It's not a horrible loss. It's just that 3-unit loss. So I don't think he's too stressed about
buat red armor doang kan itu.
All right, so Appy's guaranteeing that first pick through that last loss, but Appy's in a pretty,
kalau udah event slot perlu nggak
HP
sih?
at this point is very low. That means you might, if you continue to loss streak into the item round, but you're going to be in the
kalau misalkan udah
single
ada
digits by the
last
time you do
udah
that.
orangnya nggak bikin event slot lagi.
Oh, we got a lot of rolling happening, and maybe not a lot of hitting is potentially what's happening based on those augments. So Azael, looking at Appy's in this situation right now.
Bisa dari main pivot nggak bisa?
Pretty bad. I mean, we have to see how much he has on his bench.
Tujuannya lu dari awal ngambil yang lain dulu tuh biar kedakan lu terjaga.
Like I'd like to see his board.
Biar 4 tuh nggak kalau mulai ngebuild tim lu.
There's another cat, so he's now 2 off. He has a duplicator, so he has cat 3 right now if he wants. But sometimes when you're kind of heavy committed to this,
itu dia punya duplikat
kok. Duplicators a little bit, but he feels no.
Iya Sojin. Emang gue ngeliat kayak waktu di Vegas aja Ani pakai ini kok pakai red split.
And now he's going to try to see if he can stabilize a little bit. So he's playing super fan. This cat reroll.
Item yang
he does
ada
have pretty good items here for the Katarina.
Enggak maksa ya.
Enggak perlu spesifik harus gitu.
That much. I see like double hodge and stuff like that a lot more commonly, but still strong items. He hit the cat 3, so I think he should be able to stabilize. But if you lose any rounds from here, you start getting really nervous because this kind of composition doesn't just like win on level 6 or anything, right? You have to be able to hit, then use that to rebuild your economy, start pushing levels, and start having out your board with like a lot more crowd divers, right? Being able to get in towards those higher levels and get those luxury items, but is going to be able to deal that loss to DK. So DK finally loses that 8 streak that he was on, and Appy's hopefully for him is going to stabilize.
Udah niat buat ngeroll itu mengambil tiket sama duplikator anjir.
To be able to rebuild that economy.
Ini yang gue bilang kalau main recall usahain jadi sebelum kon 4.
Yeah, and kind of like listening, I think Asa said this too.
Kalau lu jadinya di atas kon 4 udah nggak ada gunanya recall.
Right? I think a lot of players potentially
yang ada kan tinggal level
aja. I got my comp, right? And they start kind of spending their money a little bit without intention, right? I think Appy's here is really showing, hey, I'm investing now because I need to invest a little bit later, so I have to get a little bit more gold. So we do change it up. We finally get that.
Masih disimpan buat apaan ya?
Kind of the only person who's just made it like an official move so far when it comes to their comp.
Yeah,
ini country, katanya country ini bukan road diver.
Tadi gue lihat yang kayak gini juga nih mainnya. Ya Katarina country, terus habis itu nanti bikinnya 4 guardian. Jadinya tetap 2 road diver 4 guardian gitu.
Benar. Also worth noting that
gue selalu maksa kalau misalnya kamu main Katarina harus road diver gitu. Melarungkan anjing. Apa jadinya toh?
Kind of get the baby Hecarim in to do a little bit of something, but definitely would prefer to be, crowd diver, be able to get the +1 on that. It's a lot easier, and you're going to spike a lot earlier, because right now he's getting literally nothing from country headliner, right? Whereas if you had crowd diver headliner, you hit 7, you get that for crowd diver in immediately. Now Robinsong's rolling for this Riven. You're definitely going to be hoping for that 8
udah jual headliner tuh.
Has to decide how low he wants to roll here. He's sitting at 40 gold.
Udah pasti
He's on a 3
iya.
loss streak.
Mau apa lagi anjing kalau Riven nggak dapet terungkat nih orang.
Right? And he just went
tenang ada dupli gitu.
He's at 40 gold. Just hit level 7.
Terus biasanya kalau di turnamen kayak gini mereka udah saling tahu mau main apa. Kelihatan dari item sama augment. Jadi nggak akan ada yang kayak di lobby kita ditabrak tengah jalan dan kita pusing.
If he hits a headliner now, it could recoup. But this is an interesting choice because you can actually buy the Yone here and use the Yone as.
Itu dapat.
Rivennya kayak 8 bit tapi.
Great strategy.
Tapi nggak apa-apa sih, soalnya nggak bakal 8 bit 6 juga kan. Gak ada emblem.
Kalau misalkan yang 8 bit enaknya lu bisa lebih gampang masukin Jazz. Jadi kalau main
nggak perlu pakai Caitlyn ya.
Ya main Burton ini tuh paling kuatnya 48 bit, 3 edge lord, udahnya sisanya Jazz gitu. Nah kalau dapatnya yang Riven headliner 8 bit enak, dia tinggal masukin Elite doang udah jadi Jazz nyala.
Kalau pemainnya ngapain lo ada 2 biji Ubaidil kontil. Gak mungkin infernal kontrak lah.
Gak mungkin.
New recruit mantep sih.
Kalau nggak Lotus.
Lotus iya kritikal.
Orang udah min 1 doang masa infernal kontrak aja. Ya kali gak nge-skip aja.
But it does look like here on Poppyom's board, he did hit the Heartsteel Ezreal, so going to be feeling pretty good about getting that Ezreal headliner. So he's still playing 5 Heartsteel right now, looking for those additional cash outs, but his
Bang, ini game apa ini?
That good. He has
TFT.
basically no damage, right? He has a red buff. He could slam red buff.
Belum dimasukin item itu.
Something along those lines, but you don't really have anything that strong as far as your damage itemization.
Red buff, last whisper, udah defense slot ya?
He has kind of no damage.
Tapi jelek banget ini sumpah. Dia masih mikir-mikir tuh mau bikin apa.
Ini mau ini kayaknya dia apa namanya? Buat breaker ya.
Is a little bit of a tough spot. It does actually elect to just slam the shield breaker now.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see some of our players kind of make those decisions of like, I'm not seeing best case scenario anymore for myself, so I have to start going down to like the 90 and 80%
itu yang main Ezreal dapat ini, dapat binary airdrop, dia bisa menang itu.
Who always gets the best. It's someone who knows how to cap out their board where they can. As this board has definitely changed. We finally got our country.
Itu level 7. Ini muncul 2 kali ya.
Ini augment super baik.
Iya, prismatic tiket.
Anjing ngeri banget. Anjing.
Padahal ini yang gold loh, bukan yang bukan prismatic ya, gold ya.
Because the more I think about it, I don't know if Kiana can fit. I feel like this is actually just
tinggal nyari item doang dia ya.
Tapi dia level 7 doang, Gi.
Iya, mantap.
This may just be important. I kind of have to see, how strong it actually is. He's playing 0 combat augments. I think that the read here from Appius
Gak ada augment combat lagi.
I have no combat augments.
Itu kuat banget anjing
kalau.
Soalnya dia ngehitnya duluan daripada yang lain aja.
I'm playing for like,
paling open di TFT apa bang? Sulit bro kalau yang main udah pro begini mah bro.
And so he goes Infernal, he rolls to 20, he gets a couple 3 stars, and he's just hoping that he's bleed out before him. I don't think this is a board that you're ever going to get first place with Katarina and Zero Combat Augments, especially in Prismatic Lobby, where it's like if Robin Songs hits the Ribbon 3, with some of these combat augments, like he has triple combat augment, you're always expected to lose to that. There's also a spat there.
Gue juga dikit kok, 18 orang doang.
Gue aja nggak merhatiin berapa yang nonton.
I think it's a smart move.
Siapa yang nonton subuh-subuh?
Just trying to play for as many points as he can get.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I think that's also the mark of a great player. Again, I think some people might see that, be like, oh, he's having a bad game. Maybe the luck is bad. Maybe he can feel that way. But the
Infernal Contract tuh udah paling mantap di pang coy. Soalnya lu dapat stakan pang itu pas roll.
Right, so it's just super important to know. One thing about this comp saying as well is the fact that because of his non-combat augments, the power level is pretty much during stage 5. That's when he's going to be taking a lot of this damage, especially once our 4-cost carries do start getting locked in. However, that could not be the case because his front line's pretty scary. So,
18 sesi sebenarnya 2 orang aja.
think he's going to get wiped by anyone because of that front line. So if he does lose a bunch of rounds in a row, if he does, right, it would probably be
pengen lihat yang Apis ini
2 to 3 units as opposed to getting wiped.
Gimana? Udah level 7 mentok soalnya.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I honestly don't think he's going to lose, on this stage.
Kayak udah tinggal bintang 3-in aja nggak sih, kayak Urgotnya bintang 3.
Gak bisa, susah masalahnya tuh lihat tuh musuhnya pegang. Belum jual ya. Itu musuhnya kasih ganti ke Katarina, Samira enggak.
Outpaced. At this point, he's still going to be feeling really good and just hoping that Robin, Pocky.
Mereka hebatnya bang ada turning subuh-subuh. Di tempat mereka siang anjing.
We saw that he was 2 off Ribbon, but he was in that spot where he
kocak nih Lulu carry.
And if you don't hit from that spot, it's like
Lulu
you have to rebuild your economy and kind of recover.
5 Spellweaver anjir.
Here is playing Lulu Headliner, so 5 Spellweavers.
Ini kayak Peter kemarin nih, harusnya Lulunya 2 tapi hologram ya Pit ya.
Gue kemarin Lulu 3 dia aja.
Masa?
Iya, Lulu 3 Zek sebiji ya.
Wow.
Jadi permen mulu musuhnya ya?
Iya cok, permanen permen ya.
Make sense.
Oh iya, lu berarti hologram sama dapat 1 Lulu lagi gitu ya?
Iya, gue sengaja nyari 1 Lulu lagi juga, jadi 3 biji Lulu.
Ultimate for that front line, finding that a little bit more
Saya
value.
buff anjir
Depannya
biasa,
so we're going to be
kayak
getting
gini,
a lot of
super
support
fan
gitu.
Something like that. Lulu, that was not close. Lulu, something that a lot of people I think hoped would be good up to a certain point. We finally seeing her come through. I think hologram
Lulu is one that everyone kind of talks about, but this one's doing just fine. Lebih gampang stabilin gamenya, lu mainnya reroll. Kayak yang lu pusingin ya. Reroll kos 1, kos 2, kos 3. Itu tuh jauh lebih gampang ketimbang kayak lu judi, aduh level 8 gue ngehit gak ya gitu. Lebih chance ngehit lebih gampangnya tuh yang reroll sebenarnya.
Tapi level 8, tapi kan sekarang kan pada level 8 di stage 41 anjir. Jadi kayak misalkan duluan lu punya stabil gold duluan, bisa tetep ngehit nggak sih?
Kalau ngomongin yang kayak fast 8 itu, lu masih harus gacha headliner tergantung ngehit apa enggak. Kalau misalkan yang reroll, biasanya mereka udah ngeroll duluan di stage 3. Kayak at least
soalnya ini cuma Ezreal ya, nggak ada pilihan lainnya Ter. Emang cuma Ezreal doang sekarang, nggak bisa lain gitu kayak Akali gitu kan, lu masih ada kartus gitu kan bisa diambil.
Iya, enggak diadu itu sih, nggak sekuat itu buat diadu sebenarnya.
Itu mendingan yang sebelum ini dong patch-nya anjir. Sekarang Ezreal doang ya?
Sekarang
balik ke Ezreal.
8 Ezreal semua aja. So bedanya yang sekarang rerollnya jadi banyak, jadi kayak ada opsi lain gitu loh. Selama yang main Ezreal yang boardnya belum stabil bisa dibegal ginian. Tujuannya main reroll jadi banyak tuh gitu doang. Yang belum stabil dibegal.
That does already damage along with the Seraphine and the Lulu. Is still alive. It's not even an Echo 3 and it does seem like it's beatable, at least right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Not doing too bad. I don't think he's never going to hit the Echo 3 because Abby's has his, so that's never going to happen. I'm going to be really interested also to see what DK does. Because DK obviously, had that early sitting on 50 gold this entire time.
Jadi anjing keren banget.
tapi tetap gak kuat sih menurut gue sih. Counternya 3 doang.
Counternya sebenarnya pelengkap doang. Dia nggak butuh country sama sekali. Iya.
Tapi itu nggak ada mosernya juga sih.
Enggak masalah. Itu literally pelengkap doang sebenarnya.
Mati dia dulu gue ya. Mati dia dulu dah. Masa Katarina squad gitu sih anjing. Tuh lihat tuh Katarinanya anjing. Jadi permen lah.
Kalah Costrical aja. Ya musuhnya lebih mahal.
Dia infernal contract tapi menarik sih anjing pilihannya. Decision itu.
Dia mau nyelamatin gamenya biar dia nggak ke 8 doang kayaknya.
Di live stream sebelah yang nonton hampir 1000 bang, yang mana? Kamu yakin viewer saya cuma segitu goblok? Aku bukan rambut putih, aku bukan. Gue ngerti tuh maksud lu kemana anjing. Anomali katanya. Suaranya segitu.
His stage 5 has gone a lot worse than I expected. I thought he would still be picking up wins in stage 5 and maybe losing to like only the most powerful people.
Makanya kamu streamingnya di Aji Seven, jangan di Mas Blay.
Things are looking rough.
Dia streaming di Aji Seven isinya, Bang Epep kapan nanti?
Emang saya suka kok. Iya streaming Bang Epep Bang, tim code Bang
Epep
Bang, react Mr. 05 Bang.
That is a nightmare scenario. Oh, but it looks like alright, it'll win. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna be fine. I think that's what the expectations are.
Menang lu nih, country tolol nih, Cok. Katarina ini kenapa disorot mulu ya? Tolong yang lain dong. Mau lihat yang lain.
Tadi gua nggak ngeliat event ini.
Tahu, Cok. Tadi bias aja.
Fiknanya kocak nih. Dia akun Teamfight Tactics Bang. Apanya tuh?
Kapan giliran lu main? Gila lu gue main di sini ngapain, Cok? Gua ngantuk ding.
I didn't see it pop up, but you gotta be right?
Yeah, he has to have, right? Because he was down in like 8th place, and now he's 1 HP behind first.
Kok bisa pada rata sekarat gini anjing? Gak ada yang bener-bener overpower banget, Cok.
Nah ini gara-gara itu yang gue bilang, rerollnya tuh saling membegal. Karena banyak yang main reroll, semuanya saling bunuh-bunuhan. Itu tujuannya kenapa lu harus kuatin dari awal, biar darah lu di sini tuh nggak bonyok-bonyok banget, mati itu nggak sih? Tujuannya itu doang sebenarnya. Ini kalau gue main juga lobbynya begini soalnya banyak banget recall sekarang karena emang bisa dipakai di mana-mana.
Oh ini nih si Spencer nih.
Yeah, I mean we could get a triple elimination, I believe, based on how these rounds go. So I'm gonna be looking at Spicy because Spicy Abby's is
pentakill berapa tadi?
Sebenarnya di tahun depan gitu ya.
Bintang 2 itunya apa namanya si Yoriknya?
Ini sebenarnya binary Edward bisa menang ini
Yoriknya headliner Pak. Oh dia pakai binary eye drop ya?
Iya binary airdrop ya Pak, nolong
itemnya ada itemnya semua.
Takin aja mati, jangan dapat.
All of a sudden who had been in the top 2 throughout the entire lobby on elimination station as we do also lose DK who was our one of Mr. 100 and the first stage here at stage 2.
Akhirnya jelas whisper juga aja nggak ada pilihan deh itu menjelek.
Yeah.
Ini tadi tahu bukan sih Ezreal ini beda ya tadi red buff ya tadi
has pretty decent items but you got his cash out was a couple more so we could do like redemption on the
dikit banget itu yang nyala mau sir dapet wire 2 jazz anjing 2 big shot
itu tuh yang gue malas juga tuh dari gacha anjir gitu aja
gue juga gak pernah ambil
oh bandry support ya itemnya gacha ya
it's an elimination round as Legion gonna go up to what we said is one of the big threes, one of the big three potentially gonna bot for in this lobby, where Spencer gonna be taking it out instead. And this looks like it's going one way and one way only. Wasion is going to get eliminated, but is Wasion gonna be the only elimination on this round? It doesn't look like it, as through 2 rounds we go from a top 8 to a top 4.
Ada beberapa ini kalau spotnya disco tetap main disco
tapi disco tuh kalau misalkan kagak dapet di awal males banget anjir, harus makan kalau nggak dapet Nami sepaket lah kayak misalkan Nami sama Tarik gitu
bisa dari yang lain tergantung item cuma bisa pivot-pivotan sebenarnya coba disco tuh sekarang ya harus level 9 dan udah harus spesifik itu itemnya begitu kan susah itu makanya
Robin probably lost to Pocky.
Prediksi yang menang lah masih
is definitely scary for whoever's going to be running into him.
Si Riven hidup ya? Robin Song
that life, about to get another little Heartsteel pop here for like 8 gold, 11 gold, whatever.
9 HP nih.
But he also just has so many items. Like, look at the binary value that he's getting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 binary items that are going to be popping out, and he just goes 9.
Nambah lagi
wow,
he's
really nice if he could actually get that in. But he's going to go for Dazzler instead. Interesting, because he I guess wants the additional traits. Pick it up now, changing things around. Okay, now going to move.
Mantap.
Gila, nyala semua cuy.
Wah, anjir, Jessa ini juga mantap anjir, nyala semua.
Let's see if Pocky's going to be able to take this, win it with the 19 HP, because there is an elimination round going on the other side. And now the front line looking pretty strong so far for Pocky. It's all about the rest of the damage.
Ezreal Z nih emang lagi paling kuat.
Ini najis ya Ezreal Z ya? Kenapa bisa najis itu ya anjir?
This is what has happened in
Z
this
di
lobby
bawah
in terms
tadinya
of where
Z
people
ya udah
were
ada
and
Z
where
gitu.
people ended up, as we have
Dua
two
Grot
streakers of
Diver
all
nggak
things
sekarang
at
kuat banget
19 and 9 HP in stage 6Q in potentially our
Robin
final
mati tuh
round.
yang main Riven.
Yeah, that is
Sisanya
pretty crazy.
Ezreal
But it is Pocky who is level 9. You got that additional level.
Kopi tapi dia
for
headline-nya.
replay.
Enggak masalah sebenarnya headline di mana. Asal boardnya tuh begini.
He has itemization on so many.
Yang penting ini ya headliner bisa megang holder item juga ya.
The course of the games, they both have a ton of
Headliner
items.
kayak apa aja yang penting Jesse-nya nyala, unitnya bagus-bagus
gitu. Level, so I assume that he's going to have the edge here, but Replay has a really strong board himself, and it can just be about the RNG of these casts. Is this Ezreal going to hit multiple members, on one side and not on the other? That can make all the difference.
Oh, ends up going right through the middle. It's not a field goal opportunity, unfortunately. So it's going to be some. We have damage in the back line with that Zed. Now everyone's going to be floating around. Which one will reign supreme? It's going to be Ezreal. As we get another round.
Oh, that was a really close one. Yeah, there's some sus Ezreal on both sides. So that one got really, really close. But at the end of the day, it is Replay taking that first win. And now you just think about, can I change anything? Can I change positioning? Is there any way I can actually set this up better? You can see both players are using the positioning with their Ezreal, where they put it one kind of step forward. They're actually always playing it in the back line. A lot of players do this because it guarantees that your Ezreal then jumps back to the back line.
Kalau itemnya mantap,
we're seeing a replay side. It's actually moving away from it over on Pokkygom's side. So he's electing to reposition, move it towards that back line, and we'll see how he's going to do.
Last Whisper, Dragon Claw, anti-heal juga dapet tuh, bakar-bakar Sunfire anjing.
Yeah, I looked at the clock. 6 seconds passed before the Zed started fighting, so that means all the ults are going to be delayed. Is that going to be the difference maker here? It could potentially lose him the lobby if that's going to be the case. It's not even going to be close, as you say. As Pokkygom going to win the first lobby here in the regionals. We could not have been graced with a closer lobby to start off with. The writers are doing a good job. We owe them some cash.
Yeah, that was a really crazy first game. So Pokkygom going to be able to take down game number 1. But so little separating the players, honestly, from top to bottom. It was very, very close. It felt like every round when someone was going out, multiple people were going down. The HP was really close. We saw a lot of variance as far as the compositions as well. And we also saw the power of that Heartsteel. Both the top 2 players were people who got Heartsteel online pretty early, got a lot of components, got a lot of cash out.
Tapi kalau itu masih dapat nggak kalau misalkan di rank tuh kayak Ezreal itu diambilin gitu.
Kalau gua main makanya kenapa lebih ke roll cost 1 cost 2. Top 4 lebih gampang, gua nggak perlu berebut sama orang-orang begitu, Cok. Soalnya itu paling kuat, udah pasti ada kayak 3 orang, 4 orang pakai gitu. Berebut kalau lu
reroll 1 yang kuat sekarang siapa ya? Yang masih oke lah. Reroll cost 1.
Ya Sophie, Jinx.
Oh ya Sophie, Jinx.
Olaf, gua rasa enggak sebagus itu.
Enggak sampai late game ya Olaf ya. Tapi kalau misalkan dapet Augment-nya Bruiser sih mantep sih deh.
Kalau itu yang diambil Bruiser aja juga fail kan?
Kalah dia, abis itu yang ambil Olaf udah 4 orang coy.
Iya nih, sulit.
Udah 4 orang aja.
Buat Soju menjijikan bang. Aku nggak nonton, aku cuma nonton yang main broadcastnya doang, aku nggak lihat-lihat POV lain.
Iya.
Oh mereka masing-masing streaming juga ya?
Masing-masing streaming, terus kayak lu sebenarnya setahu gua boleh kayak lu mau nonton lobby siapa tuh boleh sebenarnya. Cuma akhirnya gue nonton yang udah disediain aja.
Ini udah penuh nih. Coba tadi di mana tuh tadi ininya?
Apa
namanya? Si apa namanya overlay di mana? Di tab mana di Discord?
Di Discord yang
itu
links
co-stream.
Iya di co-stream.
Olaf Bruiser bisa buat late game. Kalau ada unit lainnya, Cok. Olafnya doang sih enggak.
Coba kita lihat isinya, guys.
Siapa aja Pit yang orang Indo? Gua orang Indo, lu orang Indo, Aji orang Indo, ini Lihan orang Indo. Siapa lagi nih?
Oh, walah.
Tuh Tonki orang Indo, banyak tuh orang Indo di sini.
Beginian, taruh di mana anjing? Kagak muat.
Nah, makanya kan.
Oh, udah ada ini di streamingnya.
Nah iya. Pas
Udah
lagi di lobbynya, gue bilang kan tadi. Ya, di lobbynya tuh udah ada. Pas lagi kayak nunggu gininya udah ada. Cuma pas in game-nya hilang.
Terus dia ngasih ini juga, ngasih overlay buat kamera, tapi kan itu kan kamera orang sana ya di sebelah kanan.
Nah iya, itu kan yang buat turnamen gitu loh. Oke, terus buat
iya, itu buat yang turnamen.
Lah.
Udah.
Aman aja lah. Azal nyau.
Lihat setengah orang Thailand bang yang bener Gejit.
Gua emang ini gue blasteran gua, Thailand sama Vietnam.
Gila, Indonya mana?
Indonya dikit, guys. Segala gua orang Thailand, goblok. Ini nggak ada yang main kayak di ini apa di konten-konten mereka sih yang main ini bintang 305 coy.
Ya enggak, ya ini turnamen banget.
Oh iya ada prize pool ya. Ini kalau misalkan
ini
di konten
duit
kan
dipertaruhkan bang. Dengan dia juara aja udah jadi konten tersendiri bang.
Lu ikut Nusantara ya, Peter?
Ikut gue udah daftar.
Anjir, Peter. Gue kan juga ikut dah, mau ikut ah.
Iseng-iseng aja udah daftar. Menang kagaknya bodo amat aja.
Belum daftar gratis ya?
Iya.
Master dulu gak sih anjing, gue masih diamond cok, belum main lagi gue udah lama.
Gue aja master betah 0 LP itu. Ini sampai top 8 online aja ya.
Ini lagi bahas kontrak Katarina nih. Cuman itu kontrak Katarina memang bagus ya, cuman gara-gara infernal kontrak doang menurut gue anjir. Rungkatnya gak bisa level 8 dia.
Dia gak bisa naik level. Jadi boardnya
Katarina juga Katarina counter lagi, bukan Curse Diver. Mana tuh? Dia di keberapa? 8 cok.
Yang lainnya udah jadi juga soalnya.
Ini kayak gak ada pilihan gak sih, kayak anjing gue main apa ya kata dia. Katarina gue dapet country, bukan Curse Diver. Yang pasangkahan yang menang Nusantara malah Diamond LP 0 bisa jadi. Bisa jadi. Kalau misalkan dia dapetnya hoki mulu. Gue ada tuh ya, pernah main dari awal sampai akhir dikasih mulu gue main disco. Sampai cuma ngurang 2 HP dong, gua 98 gua menang darah gua. Tolol aja di game settingan gua bilang waktu itu.
Emang kalau lagi wangi kayak jelas anjing ini game.
Iya, Jo.
Kalau lagi bau mau sejago apapun playernya tusun terus anjing.
Asli. Terus kalau di awal tuh emang jarang banget dapat item ya. Gua kayak udah lama banget jarang banget dapat item kalau misalkan habis monster pertama tuh. Ih, gue jarang banget loh kalau lihat streaming gue main itu. Gue tuh sering banget gak dapet item di situ.
Kagak, yang sekarang tuh dropnya udah adil. Jadi misalkan musuh lu punya 3 item, lu juga punya 3 item, udah pasti sama.
Udah pasti dapat.
Iya. Dan sekarang gitu.
Kira-kira di MM model main pang doang kan, siapa sangka. Pang tapi kuat loh. Pang kuat. Asal jadi cepet aja.
Lama-kelamaan meta Ezreal bosanin juga ya bang. Nah kan gue bilang makanya gue pengen main PBE nanti. Gue udah bosen anjing mual liat Ezrealan anjing.
Tapi iya sih, sinerginya bingung juga. Gue tapi setiap mereka patch tuh selalu ada sinergi yang ngebosenin gitu. Kayak pas disco ya semua orang main disco anjing.
Maksudnya ini udah kayak 3 minggu gitu Ezreal terus anjir tiap game. Udah mau sebulan gue liat Ezreal terus.
Ezreal nggak dipakai tuh pas kena nerf sama Caitlyn kemarin dong, itu yang pas disco.
Iya, udahnya jadi Ezreal.
Bentar doang, abis itu balik lagi ke Ezreal, tolol anjing.
But then when you get to the end, like I love the call out there for the Heartsteel because Econ is still
Kan
really
di buff lagi juga
important.
Ezreal ya.
And that nerf to Heartsteel was super small. It went from
Saya lebih enak sama 3 item kalau dulu kayak asik.
2.25 hearts.
Kalau
That's
dulunya
obviously still very impactful.
Lustrik
So
bahagia
if people are
hidupnya
looking
ini.
at this lobby and going, wow, well, 2 Heartsteel players just top the charts.
Siapapun yang itemnya cuma
What is a
satu
way
lah,
to
duitnya
counteract that heading
20
into some of
di
these future
2 strip
games?
1 udah 3
Go
lustrik.
10 towards
Tiba-tiba level 8 menang kan.
Iya, bisa kayak gitu.
Makanya open port working banget ya.
Iya. Makanya kan semenjak itu yang open fork diubah, terus kayak gold opener dihilangin kan, jadinya semua kan dropnya sama, beda-beda doang itemnya. PBE ganti champion apa beda patch aja? PBE ganti set nanti tanggal 28.
When you have these resources that compound on
Jadi udah bukan yang remix Jungle lagi.
when you're playing around Heartsteel, those additional
Belajar lagi anjir. Tapi main TFT tuh kayak bentaran gak main tuh meta berubah anjing. Ada meta baru lagi.
Sebenarnya
Tapi yang Galaxy sih enggak banget kok. Kayak lihat Sinzao lagi, lihat Timo lagi.
Gue nggak main sama sekali sih yang Galaxy. Dari dulu gue nggak main kan, terus kayak sekarang nongol lagi gue nggak tertarik mainin. Gue malas belajarnya anjing. Cuma bentaran juga gitu.
Buat iseng nggak apa-apa aja.
Cuma buat ini doang. Battle Pass doang kok segame udah. Gak ngerti gue itu apa.
Gue sempet main salah di patch itu, yang kayak gitu. Ini Pirate cuman di set 35 ini cacat anjir Space Pirate.
Oh si Asol ya?
Bukan si
Darius
si Darius gitu-gitu.
Be one of these players that can make it into that big 3 or
Tapi
that
enak,
big 4 and I
lu headliner ya, seenggaknya pas depan udah gak ada headliner, gue malas.
Udah pasti nggak ada, Ter.
Udah pasti nggak ada.
Tapi udah tahu bakal apa setnya, belum tahu.
Temanya mid sama legend, cuma apanya kayak unitnya apa aja gitu gak ada yang tahu.
Kayak ini kali, balik ke yang naga-naga asol-asol gitu, yang kayak astral gitu.
Set yourself up for the AVP placement into Worlds, right? Like, you know, obviously Replay is one of a few different players who had a really good start to day
Atrox
one.
jelas nongol. Kalau Atrox iya, kalau Atrox kan dari awal dia tease set 11 udah ada mukanya Atrox kan.
Mentioning that because we're only cutting the bottom 8, right? It means that if you are in those bottom performers on day 1, it doesn't mean that your tournament's over in just 1 or 2 games into the day.
Yeah, and I also want to call out Pocky grabbing this first place. I think is really big because Pocky coming into
Beres jam 10 nih gue gak akan kuat.
Towards the end of sets, I tend to not do as well. I'm a lot better at beginning.
Ini masih bridging di analis. Terus ke analis ntar baru ke caster. Kalau udah caster baru udah mau mulai berarti.
To a first place, and I think that that's
baru mau makan melihat live jadi gak ngantuk, buset. Tenang tuh lagi juga ngantuk nih sambil nunggu game mulai. Ketiduran.
Udah ada yang ngechat belum? Siapa yang nonton TFT jam 4 pagi?
Even though Pocky maybe wasn't super confident coming into this tournament, he still is just showing that his technical.
Tapi gue dari yang Vegas Open nontonin tau jam 4 pagi gue jabanin.
Pocky's been playing is
tapi nggak live.
There and he is still at the top.
Waktu itu nggak live, si Kuro yang live kan, gue nimbrung doang.
Si Kuro mana ya? Kuro bukannya harusnya dia sempet nge-share bakal nonton.
Kuro mau nobar kan. Terus kayak tadi jam 3an tuh masih ngobrol sama gue. Ayo Kuro, jadi nggak nobar? Iya jam 4. Hilang aja sekarang.
Tidur kayaknya hilang, bocah hilang Jo.
Tiduran kayaknya. Tadinya mau bareng, ayo bareng gitu kan. Oh iya hilang itu orang itu. Gak tau kemana. Bang itu analisnya emang lama kak. Iya anal tuh susah soalnya.
Goblok. Bocah turu si Kuro. Mana ini orang itu? Sempat nge-share di Instagram gue lihat ya soalnya.
Tadi bangun-bangun, ya lo guys, tadi nge-lag.
Ini nyari referensi juga buat main ini.
Awesome.
Kalau menang Ezreal dong sih nggak dapet referensi gue anjing.
Gue kalau misalkan udah akhir-akhir season ini tuh metanya udah ke semua sebenarnya. Pilihannya sekarang kalau nggak reroll pas 1, 2, 3 ya edge udah aja. Makanya gue bosan banget sebenarnya. Gue aja sekarang udah jarang main TFT. Kalau nggak streaming jarang gue mainin, gara-gara bosan.
Gue yang jarang main aja lumayan bosen gue.
Lihat metanya kan udah pasti
monoton gitu.
Iya. Dan saling nabrak, nah iya. Sakper gak sopan anjing tiba-tiba kepegang.
The North American region and starting off strong. Azael, I think, in our industry.
Tadi live stream sampai jam 1 padahal dia terus lockout mau turu keterusan kayaknya.
I feel like this is pretty impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always really impressive. And I also think
guys.
Seenggaknya nggak ada headliner dah.
Oh, he's just really good on ladder. Being able to actually
tergantungan banget ya headliner ya.
Kalau nggak dapet headlinernya ya udah kalah.
A lot of other players will struggle with that as well, right? The additional pressure of realizing that there's all these people watching, that there's more.
Mau ngambil mereka nggak mau riskan cok. Nggak ada yang showtime coy.
Really does.
Bang ingat turnamen. Ada duitnya bang.
Ini turnamen ya. Kalau ada showtime itu hoki-hoki juga tuh anjir.
Tiba-tiba bagus ya. Ini kan masih kayak game kedua kan, masih nggak ada yang mau ngambil. Kalau yang di game kelima ke 6 yang udah di bawah-bawah nggak mungkin menang pasti ngambil.
And I always when I hit this, I am a Hearthstone enjoyer, so I'm always praying for set, for Yone, just trying to.
Kalau kira-kira udah, aduh ini nggak ketolong nih, judi dia tuh.
We also get extra gold as well, so 2-3 costs to start with to add to our portal 3 cost here, and that's also going to open up some opportunities, whether for Econ or for just like traditional best on board front line to start with, but now we also have a second
nontonin
heart
lobbynya
steal, so I think
kesojo nih
this is
sekarang
pretty much going exactly how you would want it to go.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And when you do have those 2 heart steal, you're likely not going to sell. In a lot of cases, as long as you get that, that 6 gold from the first round, or even you get a second bit of gold here, you can just sell down and you just play 1/1 class unit.
Gue biasa nontoninnya di shop kalau mau belajar.
That's what a lot of players will do on
di shop tuh suka ini penjelasan lumayan.
Penjelasannya detail, terus kalau dia salah juga dia langsung kasih tahu ini gue harusnya gini gitu. Enak kalau gue nontonin dia. Gila, Heartsteel lu.
Anjing, Heartsteel pagi-pagi 3 biji langsung.
Orang gila mana nolak disco enggak. Kayak Guardian.
Okay. Not a bad start.
I think I understand your game, Malala. I think this is how you win 2 out of the 3 events for this set.
Showtime sama multi-talent kalau buat kompe lebih enak mana multi-talent.
Through regionals and have a good spot at Worlds. I don't think it'll be a question on whether Malala is one of the best players, not just in North America.
Lagi kah ini? Belum tahu juga sih. Kayaknya pastinya yang lebih kuat ya itu.
Tinggal headline Heartsteel dong ini.
In the stage 2 something.
Dapat Heartsteel sih.
Oh Yone, dapat Yone juga ya.
We're moving away from instead, it's going to be health is on the way, latent forge, and blistering strikes.
Yeah, blistering strikes is just generally a strong combat augment. If you want to play, more for
dapat headliner juga enggak kan?
Obviously, help is on the way, can be quite
kalau
good.
Dapat.
And I think that's kind of what he's debating.
Belum ada headliner juga, dia harus ngecek dulu nggak sih yang lain. Siapa tahu di orang lain, Cok.
Kalau kos 1 mah banyak soalnya. Tadi aja bisa 4 olah kan.
He's not going to buy that
kudu Heartsteel dia dapatnya.
Ininya kesantainya. And you always have that chance of maybe hitting like a Heartsteel Cassandra headliner, and then you just instantly have 5 Heartsteel, and you probably just win the game.
Kan kalau udah 5 Heartsteel enak banget
always
win the game. Anjing Zibat ngomongnya.
Really nice.
5 Heartsteel and just win the game anjing.
Right, you have to see the opportunity.
Ini nggak salah kalau 5 Heartsteel di awal.
Yeah, this is a pretty good start. We've all had those games though where we have 4 Heartsteel forever, right? We never get the 5th Heartsteel for some reason, or we never get the headliner option for it. The way that this game's going, I'm sure in stage 3 he'll get an or something instead. Do it that way.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. And we can see over on the other side, Roby Vankano is playing Switching Gears, which can be pretty strong. It's a little bit of a weird one to play around, but if you are constantly kind of balancing between win-loss, you do get a lot of gold. It gives you 3 gold anytime you break your win or loss streak.
Penasaran juga kayak ini dapat apa ya nextnya?
Belum. Middle of the road style of board, where you're
lagi
weaker than half lobby. Can give you a lot of value, but it is a pretty hit or miss, in my experience. 2 very early Seraphines here for Dish Soap. He's definitely considering playing that Seraphine line, but I think he set up very well because he actually has Pandora's bench as well. So he has the exact items that he wants here. If he wants to play towards that, he
dapat
could
itu tuh, dapat apa?
likely
Satu
holding
biji.
for a
Itu
duplikator.
Fan item for Seraphine, if I recall correctly, is Death Cap.
Nih dia udah build up nih, tinggal lu strik doang deh. Dia tato jadi anjing bukan 3.
Exactly what he wants to go towards. A lot of people do like healing debuffs, but then sometimes
patah-patah suaranya
some other
patah-patah
options as well, like Archangels, etc.
Apa beda tinggal siapa yang dapat 5 di awal aja, terus augment GG udah lancar itu sampai 8 aja.
Masih gak patah-patah suaranya
Or you can go the full damage route, right? Like what you're saying with the Archangel. So it's more about, you know, machine gun Seraphine almost in the back line.
Usually I do see red buff or Morello, so we'll see what he wants to go for. Over here on Setsuko's board, so you know, another player that we weren't in the lobby for last game.
Lu sebelum berjuang udah nyerah aja Dater.
Anjing jam 10, cok, gue belum tidur Ji.
Sama, akhirnya gue tidur anjir.
Mati tengah jalan nih nggak mau.
Kalau gue untungnya kemarin gue tidur jam 12, jadi tadi kan gue bangun jam berapa? Setengah 7.
Kan setengah 7 malam.
Anjing juga. Iya lu bere.
Tidurnya jam 12 siang kan?
Oh tidur jam 12 siang ya.
Iya, jadi kebalik tidurnya.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, right? And I do think, you know, when you get
Wah,
these
ada main ani reroll coy. Anjay.
augments, you know, a lot, or econ break
Tinggal 2 lagi aninya.
And
Aninya
Setsuko
udah
is also
bintang
someone
3 itu.
who is really
Bisa jadi yang
well
gua
known
sih
for
kalau
loving to
suaranya
play
patah-patah, cuma
this
nggak
sort of
tahu.
style where he goes lose streak, he gets really good
Itu
economy,
Ani bahkan udah
and
tinggal
then he
bisa
builds
pakai
towards a
Morel
super
atau
strong
pakai
board
ini
later
tuh.
on in the game. You know, fast 9, fast 10, that kind of stuff.
Dia
is
apa tadi
pretty
itu
dead,
ada
so he's
rod.
not gonna be doing
Iya
that,
nggak
but he
dijadiin
can
kan
still
berarti.
play, for obviously, you know,
Cuman dia
a
kayaknya
really
masih
strong
mau nyari
economy
dulu
and
lah.
3 cost roll down, or even going
Kayaknya
for,
nggak
you know,
super
fast
fan
8
dah kalau
and
misalkan
playing around
Gunblade,
those
nggak
4
tahu
cost
juga deh.
units. So,
Bagus
definitely
masih bagus
still
Sojin anjir
options
tuh
available there.
unit.
And Setsuko
Sojin
he
kalau nggak
wants to pick up
ini lo
Mola.
jadi
Ani siapa? Gue jarang banget lihat yang pakai super fan.
So likely looking towards playing one of those melee lines.
Udah mendingan kayak lu mainin emo guardiannya aja udah.
Is holding Yone still.
Itemnya jadi mirip Ahri ya.
And Yone reroll isn't horrible, but I just feel like it's pretty outclassed by some of the other kind of reroll options that you have.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it does damage fast enough, especially later on in the game. There's not enough
Karena
time in the round for him to kind of do his thing, right? If he's able to get, you know, 60% of the team in, you know, in an ult, you know, when everyone's at level 6, it's totally different, right? But as of right now, the capping point kind of has the same issue with Katarina. There just isn't enough time to do the things that you need to do to win that round, especially when everyone else
Mentok ini bakal mainnya ke arah
find
X dia.
that do have that ability and power. And here, this is a really good example. You know, I think it's always good, you know, for the beginner players that might be watching as to why we're picking up some of these headliners that don't necessarily go along with our comps.
Ya suwe
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really just about, you know, playing headliners that can be good item carriers for the comp that you want to go towards, right? And I think that's something that, you know, when you understand that, it can really help you through these earlier stages. You know, for example, like a lot of people really like Vi early, like Masher Vi can be really strong holding rerolls later. Things like Gnar can be really strong holding for those melee rerolls later. So those are options that are very, very powerful. It's actually a pretty important win there for Romy Van Kano because he had not been actually getting the gold from his switching gears very often. He was on that 2 loss streak, so he really wanted to get a win and does do so. And now Senna headliner there picked up rapid fire.
Dari mana itu kali?
Ada sih tadi di set semua ini sih langsung jadi kuat
ay. Commit to this line or just play it for now. Obviously he's still getting some heartsteel value.
Stage 2
still
loh.
has that support item
Masih
that's
level
going to be
5.
coming in here
2% coy.
A couple of recurves, you know, could be a red buff, could be playing towards, you know, just putting
bisa main scenario
or whatever for now, and then kind of going from there. But we'll see what the option is going to be for Malala.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit of attack speed on
that belum sih ya di stage 3 biasanya
fine as Rain. Not gonna, you know,
tapi dia sambil ngerol kayak itu 30 gold doang anjing
emang miskin dia ngerolnya tuh sudah batu beneran sudah batu 3 strip 1
biasanya tuh kalau misalkan Ani reroll berarti dia awal-awal banyak roll juga dong Ter kalau nggak dapet 40 gold mah
dari lu punya naturalnya udah emang duitnya segitu
amongst all of the players. And again, speaking of
dia nggak perlu ngerol sama sekali juga emang
segitu. This is kind of what happens with Setsuko when we get that econ start and still just building. Setsuko knows exactly how to press the gas pedal down and win.
Morello kali itu ya? Mau dijadi Morello kali ya? Enggak juga ya? Ada Morello jadi.
Masih nunggu di.
when he decides to roll, it's almost always the best time to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's also playing Stimpak, remember. So if he wants to get down to that 50 HP mark, he's okay lose streaking early, and then he gets a bunch of components. You get 4 components when you hit 50 HP. So it helps you kind of turn around from that loss streak even more. Rain, looking at this board, only 2 Annies off. Annie reroll not common these days, really kind of at all. I don't think it's one of the strongest lines. But if you can get a really fast 83 and then get into towards
lagi
crazy.
cepet banget.
40 gold on 3-1.
Naik level dulu masuk. Iya.
Now you're just looking to kind of rebuild the economy and push levels, get Spellweavers in. With Emo. There's kind of like the super cap boards where you can get even like another emo spec, 6 emo and stuff like that. So there are options, but even just playing around with emo can be really strong. Obviously with Poppy and Moon up in the front line, can be quite a strong board, and then you kind of play around Spellweavers. But it's definitely something that you want to be able to actually push levels now. This is not a board that the Annie's not just going to carry you through the whole game. I will say the Morello, I'm a little bit surprised.
Bang, gue ganteng-ganteng Wandi.
Because I definitely don't think it's kind of one of the strongest items there for the Annie.
Kita gak relate diem lu, mentang-mentang kemarin gue main Annie dapetnya round 4 bangsat.
Anjing itu udah pasti rungkat sih.
Efek gue anjing.
Udah pasti rungkat anjir, sering banget terjadi tuh. Wah last guys.
So it's better for some players in their opinion to invest now rather than the maybe later. That was a pretty quick pickup there. Really classic augment is something that benefits pretty much everyone.
Yeah, Vampirism works really well.
Aneh juga ini orang.
Because Little Buddies isn't really an option because you're playing a 1-cost carry.
Sama nih
Little
yang
Buddies is
tadi.
only an option for a 4-cost carry. And then Last Stand generally kind of benefits playing towards physical damage, the AD lines a lot more. So those weren't really options that I think Rain would have been considering too heavily. So
Neko ini makanya dia masih kegenar anjir.
And hoping to be able to kind of just win streak from here.
Menurut Neko dia
push levels, and we'll have to see where they go from there. Soju looking up at the top has
jadi Guardian nggak nyala. Kalau ada Neko itu
35% attack speed, I believe, when you
dulu
have
masuk
in, which is really strong for some of these melee lines. But a lot of the strongest melee lines that people used to play it with aren't as popular now. But you can use it. I've seen people kind of with that augment use Edge and Knight as a replacement for USS for Ribbon, so you still can kind of play that style.
Oh no, totally. I think we saw someone win in Heartsteel.
Nama karakter nama orang yang main siapa sih ini yang main Ani kok di situ lap 004 nggak ada anjing.
Who did that?
Di kanan.
In one of the last couple lobbies when
Oh iya, Rain.
Seems to be super valuable in terms of the stats. Reflects that
kiri nama klannya dong
and the way that lobby went, it was that one
LAB
extra life was all they needed because we've all had that rhythm comp that was pretty much a training on a rhythm because of all this EC, right? And just kind of sticks around, but that's not going to be the case.
Gini ter kalau main Ani stage 3 duitnya 50.
Pengen juga. Yang gue kayak gini tuh main V tuh.
Can I raise the stakes? He's saying, can I raise the stakes here?
He's got the HP.
Raise gimana deh headliner? Oh iya langsung.
Itu dia, 4 more losses. And we'll see if he's going to be able to
tiba-tiba ntar jadi mantep nih.
Jedar
meledaknya. Berapa poinnya?
Dia belum pakai headliner.
Because he has gotten below that 50 HP mark, so he's got the Stimpak. I'm expecting that he's starting to really kind of spend that gold and look for a much stronger board. Billy King carry.
Bisa bonyok banget kayak dia.
It looks like he is going to be playing towards Yone reroll. Very likely from the spot. He does have good augments for it. He has idealism. He has vampirism. Both quite strong, for those melee carrying lines.
Anjing,
just it's always tough because you don't want to just get like 10 out every single round. You want to kill some units, but you have to make sure that you're strong enough to kill some units without.
Enggak tahu dia dapat top of threat dari mana anjing.
Yeah, and this
dari monster.
This econ trait has always.
Iya, tadi kan ada yang dapat itu juga tuh duplikator.
By one unit, right? Because you do develop hearts on the other side, so
there's
value in
suka drop
anjing dari monster. But especially if you're going to raise the stakes, you kind of have to make it happen, or else you're only going to really have one life. Which you do have your confidence. It's not a capped out.
Soalnya nggak ada emblem jasnya, emblemnya isinya sampah.
Kalau dapat dia udah gampang banget dah anjir. Enak banget.
Tapi gue pernah kalah dulu tuh main apa ya? Orang dapat emblem hyper pop, anjing hyper pop
maybe you're gonna be able to
berapa
just
tuh
get
lupa
something
gue
from
anjing
here
full
that's just
hyper
kind of
pop
like a
menang
guaranteed
anjing.
win with that cash out. But
Anjing,
3
masa
hard
dia
steel
cok.
raise the stakes is generally not that. It's just kind of like gonna be a nice boost. Over at Setsuko's board, we can see he has a
Ini sih
jazz
buket
bat.
kuat
So he has
banget,
early jazz
Wah,
in here.
item Z
The
udah
items
ada,
definitely
item
feel like
magical
it is
udah
just
ada,
being
ini ngeri
playing towards
banget
Ezreal.
anjing.
Blue buff, IE, really good on Ezreal. Does have the Edge of Night as well as the BF, excuse me, the Bloodthirster
ujung-ujungnya
for
kayak
what's
Ezreal
likely
lagi
to
ya?
be Zed. And then the Jazz Bat in.
Sebenarnya lu bisa lihat orang main apa dari dapat itemnya apa doang
well.
sih.
So it's gonna work really well. But I do feel like he's pretty hard committed to playing Zed Ezreal duo carry. There may be other lines he would consider from here, but I think especially with the Jazz Bat, you want to have an MF in, and it just works so well having that big shot. And gonna be able to pick up a win here. Has a really great item economy.
Masih bisa kayak lu main dari kalau Kaisa, cuma kan dia udah level 7 jadi udah nggak
best thing
mungkin.
you could ever hope for. So I think Setsuko actually has an incredible spot right now.
Yeah, also the units that we're using are inherently really good.
Anjing kayak Tresoju main apaan ya? Nggak dikasih lihat apa? Itu masih 9 mistrik anjir.
Ini rain trap kan gak tau gue.
Gimana sih operator nih?
Aneh-aneh, gue lama-lama liat POV-nya kayak Tresoju aja nih.
Kasih lihat lu 9 win streak lu dia lu level 7 tuh naikin level dia di 3.
At this moment in time, but we're still kind
Mencari
of
win streak.
gauging exactly what that last thing is. I think I'm along with you, Azael, when it comes to the
Maksudnya dari semuanya kan biasanya dikasih lihat juga tuh dia main apa aja nih belum dikasih lihat.
Yeah, totally. And he has great items for the Zed as
Woi.
well.
Awalnya
Right?
main
So,
apa,
just kind of setting yourself up for that
gitu ya
duo
kan?
carry is really nice. We can see
Guys, the
Billy
stick
can
ini.
carry over on the other side. Gonna be getting close towards
Ini
that
paling nggak
next
200,
cash out here with the
250
raise
lah
the
ini.
stakes.
Bareng gua.
Doesn't look like he's in any danger of winning this.
Kata gue kayak shotnya di lobby.
Slam.
Iya, darahnya tinggal 40
It's gonna
soalnya.
take a lot of damage there. And it can again get pretty scary
Tinggal
because
40
you
darahnya,
lose so many
Cok.
of these rounds. If he gets this cash out on like
Anjing,
30
10 win streak
or
tai
whatever, it gets
Soju.
rough. He has to take at least one more loss here.
Untuk lo dapetin
And again,
spatula
it's not as
atau
though
tomo
this
apa
is some like
si
800 stack
Fusion
cash
Crown
out
kan
where you're gonna get
paling nggak
rating items
250
that's
tuh.
on and like all this crazy stuff that just
Gila, ini
guarantees you a win.
udah pasti
This is
mau
gonna
main
be a
Yone
nice
nih.
injection of gold.
Oh
But
iya, Yonenya
it's
udah.
not going to be like a guaranteed win out.
Ya udah nggak ada pilihan nggak sih?
So
Darah dia tinggal
it
40 nih.
makes his roll down incredibly important.
Gua harus apa ya?
The fact that he does
Bahwa
have
gue
the
bakalan
Yone 2
ngikutin jejak
already
Onion
without
King itu
having
yang
rolled at
hard kill.
all
Enggak lah, ini
makes
udah
me feel
jadi
much
Cok.
better about this
Yone-nya.
spot
Dia
because
naikin
if
level
he
7
hits
sekalian
that
tuh mau
fire
nyari Yone
pretty
nya.
quick, you
Tinggal
know, he
di-roll
gets
doang.
towards that Yone 3, I definitely think he's
Dapat
going to
duplikator juga lagi anjir.
and he is going to have good
Iya,
item economy or at least a
Itu
big
Yone
injection
langsung
of
diambil
gold.
sih.
When
Yuk,
you
Edgelord.
get that, oh my god. Oh,
Bintang
oh,
3
oh,
langsung
oh,
lagi
he's in the
duplikator
shot.
dia
Okay,
punya.
he's fine.
Bisa sih, tapi
Well, you know,
the stake caur,
I
Cok.
don't know if I just don't perceive
Ah,
these
iya, dia
happening
kick
to
dulu.
my
Belum.
games, or maybe I'm
Dia
not
tunggu dulu
allowing
tuh.
myself
Berapa
to
round-
have
berapa-
these
berapa
kinds of
round lagi tuh dia
opportunities in the
pecahnya.
games. But man, whenever
Kayaknya
the
dua
players
round
are able
lagi
to
dah.
be like,
Gila,
oh, they get
Yone-nya
okay,
langsung
here's
bintang
4
tiga
in
gitu,
one pack. That's a little frustrating from a player perspective, but really excited for Billy can carry.
Yeah.
And
Udah
this
nice
is actually
banget.
a playstyle
Kayak
I think he
mikir
might
kayak
be
kalau orang
moderately
hoki banget ya,
familiar with. We
anjing
don't have like a ton
Kayak
of
gampang
details,
banget dah,
but
yang
it's
main
hard
Ini
to
nih
say
Soju
that
nih
a
tuh.
lot of
Soju
people
main apa?
last
Main
stand in that
pentakil, Cok.
last,
Oh,
in the
main
last
pentak.
lobby and
Iya.
won, right? So he's used to
Main
kind of taking
pentakil.
the risk and going to the bottom of the lobby
Oh,
and then trying to
itunya
use that
si
injection
siapa
of something like last
Piegonya
stand or whatever
pakai
this hard seal
ini
cash
Age
out
of
is going
Night,
to
Cok.
be. As we've got old school versus new school
Nggak,
here.
masalah dia kenapa
Up
bisa punya
comes
Viego
Streamer
anjing
King for
level 7,
Soju,
Cok.
and Bill can carry going out, and Soju has had a
Tetris Soju
tournament.
tuh.
People thinking
Magic-magicnya
Soju
dia.
Oh, dia juga not for today itu ya?
potentially the best
Oh,
Soju
iya,
has
not for today.
ever looked.
Iya, iya.
I think he's
Kayak gua
always
bilang
been
gitu,
pretty
Age of
good, but
Night
there
kan.
seems to be something
Nah, ini
different
kayak
about
Soga
this
nih.
part
Yeah.
Apa
Soju
masih harus
coming into regionals.
sekali
Yeah,
round
a lot of
lagi
people have
pas
been talking
augment
about it,
3?
how good he has been
Kalau
in
augment 3
practice,
berarti
in
bisa
some of these
300
custom
tuh.
games, in the in-houses, with these big
Balancer.
players. Has been really looking good. These are some
Balancer.
Oh,
weird
ya,
choices.
kunci balik sih game-nya. Kalau nggak cross sekalian kalau gua.
It's tough. I think you go stationary
Dia
support,
udah
you
nggak
get screwed
butuh
on that.
hedge
These
fund
are
sama
honestly
sekali,
terrible
gamenya udah
choices.
kuat deh.
We'll see what
Iya.
you guys go for it. It's dope.
Mau masukin Jazz itu
Take.
deh.
I want to see.
Lihat tuh
Gak
gajiannya
Gak diliatin anjing gajiannya apa, kocak banget nih operator. Kocak banget lagi gaji. Tom Ofter punya ini orang. Siapa nih?
There is an
Iya,
angle
Tom
for
Ofter.
a 6 true damage here if he can get to 8, assuming he actually gets that
Nggak, ini
tome.
gua
But
kecewa banget. Itu
definitely would love
gajiannya
to
nggak
see what
diliatin,
Billy
Cok.
can carry.
Tapi
as
gold
he
sih,
moves
tadi gua
forward.
lihat
This is
banyak
such a
gold sih
pivotal
itu
moment. We
gajiannya.
didn't actually
Goldnya
get to see
pasti,
the
item juga
itemnya
itu.
itemnya nggak tahu.
All right,
And
but
this
as
is
of right
cyber bulk. Wow, that's
Ini
terrible
cyber
cyber
bulk.
bulk value.
Itu kan yang udah pasti Yone bintang 3 tuh.
Yeah, you need
Bocah
to
itu.
spread the items around.
Pasti.
Unfortunately, it's
Tuh,
just the
kelihatan
tier
kan
for
tuh.
the Ari, so there is no like secondary carry. And in this set, it's pretty important starting to have that secondary, even sometimes.
Iya, dikira orang lagi pengen comeback gak dikasih lihat ya, dari tinggal 27 tuh. Tadi dikasih lihat mulu dia.
Ya, ini emblemnya gembel kan.
He definitely would have wanted true damage, something along those lines. He gets KDA, so maybe he can like
masih bisa
drop a bad KDA, or maybe he can play towards 5 KDA instead of going for a 6.
Gimana lagi.
4 TD 5 KDA udah suka dia deh atur. Pusing tuh palanya.
Dia bahkan bisa 7 KDA nih Pit.
After the cash out. Yeah, after the cash out. And he should have had the Yone.
Harus ngepotin super fan
Enggak mungkin.
So if he didn't
Sena Hero lu kalau banyakin KDA sampai 7 sih enggak mungkin. TD-nya lemah banget.
So definitely want to check out what he is doing. Soju still on the one.
Tuh Kaisanya kan dibuang lagi tuh. TD-nya minimal 4 lah.
Dia pengen 5, cuman aduh gue udah masukin emblemnya ke Caitlyn gitu dia. Oh tadi kalau emblem itu udah damage mantap itu Caitlyn-nya kasih emblem.
Tapi ke Soju mau nyari cepet-cepet 9 nih anjing. Gila win streak 12.
Explode 5, pentakill 5. Wih, tiba-tiba jadi revenge ya?
Pegangan dong itu, ntar ganti lagi, lihat duitnya berapa banyak tuh, nggak nge-call.
Pas 2. Ya dia nggak usah ngerol aja, dia darahnya masih banyak. 100 9 nyari ini dah. Headline
Yeah,
pas
not too bad. I mean, now he's losing some of that economy, obviously, which isn't going to be really good. But you know, not the end of the world. Billy King Carry does get a win there, and so he does have the Yone free, obviously. He's down to basically 0 gold.
Tinggal 5 HP nih tapi bener kata si Peter gajiannya di lobby aja.
Gajiannya udah tadi, tinggal ke lobbynya tuh.
Iya gajiannya udah tinggal ke lobby doang, tinggal 5 HP.
Obviously, when you are playing Yone reroll, you do prefer to have crowd diver headliner, but especially with some of the changes, so you can't just like buy sell anymore. You really do just have to take whatever the first one is that you're given. You almost in no situations can you actually just like pass up the unit that you wanted as a headliner and just wait for the preferential trait. So
ini gara-gara dia nggak dapat headsil di awal tadi.
And it doesn't mean it's like you're gonna be stuck on 2 crowd diver pretty much the entire game.
Mau dapat duplikator dia tuh udah gajian tadi.
Going back to Billy King Carry was able to win out that last round and
dia cross crown juga. Anjing double mati tadi damage-nya.
In at that last round. We also have another duplicator, so we have 10 units to go through right now. Billy King Carry though has to be perfect from here on out. There's only 1 life.
Dia kan nyari Kiana deh.
So bad. There's like nothing he has to put on that's good. So that's the tough thing about Curse Crown.
Ini kalau diver lagi dia biar 4
you get no value from it, right? Like this is really tough.
Gak ada.
So I don't know. I mean, it's like look at all these 1 stars, right? Like what is the 1-star Evelyn doing? You know, you have 3 crowd diver, you're not even actually hitting the trades. So Yone versus the world, and we'll see if he can get it done.
Trot.
All right, let's see if he's going to be able to get it done. The Yone is already in at that back line. Edge of Night still going to be available. This is going to be a pretty easy win. I think we're going to win a little bit through attrition, as well as we have those tier 1 units just kind of hanging out around Yone. And so we're going to keep on going. Billy King Carry again needs to have that from here
sepengalaman gue 3 hex deh.
Until then, I think at this point we're okay, but going up against a stronger comp, if someone was able to level up their comp in the last couple rounds,
iya nggak dapat dia mah.
On the board right now are their tier 1 versions.
Yeah, and I think he would really love to find another crowd diver, right? You know,
oh, Katarina kayak gitu kan muncul kan.
Katarina dia yang tadi tuh.
Yeah, like you Sentinel is nice.
Dan dia nggak bisa 4 CD.
When all your items are really on this Yone, it's all about him. So you want to be amping up the damage as much as possible. And with Curse Crown, you know, if you could play 5 Edgelord, 4 crowd diver, that would be pretty nice. We'll see how he's going to do. Still, like the front line is pretty weak overall. And this is a pretty strong board that he's going up against, so we'll see how he's going to handle it. I do think he should still be able to win, but Seraphine works.
Seraphine tuh kayak nggak kelihatan gitu loh skill lo, tapi tiba-tiba hilang ya unit. Dilempar-lempar nyanyian goblok. Wih, tapi ya men.
Already with that Yone, but this is going to be a pretty precarious situation.
Going
to be able to do enough? No, but if the attack was on the Nico instead, maybe would have been a little bit more challenging. But as of right now, Billy still good.
Oh, idealism ya.
Yeah, still looking pretty good.
Idealism sama vampirism.
Itu lifestyle-nya gak jelas, darah 5 lagi full value vampirism.
Absen dong bang, oke tereng teng teng.
If he got stuck on that Nico, as you're saying, a little bit longer, could have gone bad. So I don't
jam
think he has
berapa nih? Jam 5 pagi beli nasi uduk
mending.
Yone dikasih cases bagus enggak lah gila lu. Yone enggak kena CC ya udah keren terus apa? Iya musuhnya enggak mati juga.
I don't think he's thinking he's going to get first place in this one, but really just trying to play for
as many places as possible. Dari subuhan.
Iya, tough spot as well, you know, down taking a loss there, but does have quite a bit of gold.
Tujuannya Yone itu pokoknya damage
straight
semua.
to zero, so he has rolled all
Begitu
his
dia
gold.
maju sekali ceplok mati, jalan lagi udah bunuh yang lain lagi. Kalau nggak gitu nggak ada gunanya main Yone.
Back up to 12 gold, but Soju obviously trying to build up that board as strong as possible and put himself into a good spot. Well, meanwhile, Rain, one off of that Vex 3, gonna hit, so that is a really big hit. Not the most amazing items here. Maybe it's just a shiv. I think a shiv angle makes sense. Spell pen right now besides that. And just
Kainannya pakai apa itu? Pakai Archangel stuff. Oh ini Thief Glove anjing TG ya.
We already saw what can happen when the cyber value isn't available. It's gonna make the entire team a little bit weaker, but at least this time we get the Vulcan. It's Vulcan season.
What the fuck, dari mana orang Katrisnya juga dilihatin tiba-tiba kartu 3 anjing.
3-star Karthus, folks, and the items don't really matter.
Orang nggak jelas.
Tapi dia nggak jadi level 9 loh, Ter.
Yang nggak jadi level 9 sih.
But it's going to be a lot closer than I think we had anticipated. Just a 1-unit loss.
I will say, Karthus has got to be one of the most garbage 3
Gua aja nunggu tukang sayur lewat cuma beli satu kedelai sama cemilan udah.
And especially without a lot of mana regeneration.
Belum ada yang mati by the way.
You really need a lot of
udah
mana
pasti
regeneration.
menang deh anjing Karthus 3. Ini gimana cara kaliannya ini nggak jelas.
Item can help a little bit
Ntar
there,
orang-orang yang
but
ngekip
you know,
kayak
not the items
Diego
that you
kayak
love. If he
Mordenya
does get
lama-lama
better
mati
items
kan.
for it later,
Ntar
you
dia yang
can
dapet
use
tuh.
Superfan to try to pop them off, right? You can put it on the bench,
Enggak,
take a
ini dia udah
Superfan, and then get the items popped
naik
off,
level
and maybe
10
get
jadiin
more
7
generation
penta
on
udah
it,
menang
but
aja.
this is pretty crazy.
Iya.
So went for the full roll down.
Sekarang
udah karena sih gua dari
Refinery
Riven
Akali dia nggak butuh tuh XC-nya udah
and now
2.
he's level 8 with the card.
XC-nya udah di kartu.
So
Iya.
guess what? You're playing Pentakill.
Udah tinggal ongkong kaki doang anjing nggak jelas kok.
This is going to be what we're going to be given, yeah. So Dishso finally getting to the Seraphine as well. That actually took a
Kenapa
little
nggak ada yang
while.
nikung
Got
itu
the
anjing.
This is a little bit
Rata,
reminiscent of
boy.
Happy's in a previous lobby where they got 2
Dia baru ulti pertama lagi anjir langsung rata, Cok.
Boom.
Right now, especially since a tier 3 Karthus.
Turnamen gini orang tuh pemikirannya udah bukan kayak yang ini harus gua tikung nih, enggak. Gimana caranya board gua kuat, gua nggak ke 8. Itu jauh lebih penting daripada gua pegang si orang ini biar dia ke 8, daya lu ke 7 gak ada bedanya. Lu gak menang apa-apa kalau kayak gitu.
Si Billy udah gajian di lobby, iya mati Yoni.
Because he hit some really strong boards.
Lain dari jam berapa bang? Sekalian sholat tahajud kah?
Wih,
keren banget kamu dan Bimo. Live dari jam setengah 4.
It does have a reasonably strong board here, but going up against what we saw, was a really strong board earlier that he lost to, then immediately hitting the Karthus 3 and losing to that, now puts him in a really precarious position here because he doesn't have time to rebuild the economy. He doesn't have time, to kind of get those luxury items and get these extra units pumped up. And this is a pretty strong board over on the other side. Senna 3 as well as that RE2.
All right, let's see if the Senna 3 is going to push through that front line to allow a little bit more damage from that RE to break through those tanks. The Seraphine, though, is already on the back lane, but that single target damage from the RE should be enough to take
tuh.
They do. Billy can carry, falls, dish soap.
Seraphine kalau unit pada mencar susah juga nggak sih?
Enggak, yang jadi masalah pas Seraphine dia ulti, musuhnya maju.
Especially with the Karthus 3 feeling great. Everyone else feels like they're
Lucky moment banget.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unless you can get a
Kalau depannya
really
rata
strong board,
coy.
I will
Sama
say I have beaten
China anjing
Karthus 3
goblok.
boards with just like a really strong level 9 board without hitting
Itu
a
mah gak
3-star
blitz semua
forecast,
begitu.
because it really can struggle to some of these kind of
Healing
like
for
luxury
everyone.
legendaries. If you can get boards in with like Yorick and Alawi and things like this that just can kind of have ghouls and tentacles and all this sort of stuff, getting, Karthus ult wasted on it, you can sometimes get through, especially when there's not ideal items over on it. But as Suju starts to finally upgrade the rest of his board, he's gonna be feeling a lot better. There is finally that Viego 2 coming in here, which is going to give him that real secondary carry.
Oh dia ini lagi ya, udah jauh Lotus juga lagi nggak perlu item vertikal itu aja Karthusnya. Prismatic Guild Lotus
really cap out this board, so in a great spot, but I don't think it's
Udah
like a
pasti
guaranteed first just yet, although obviously he's heavy favorite.
Okay.
Itu
58
yang
at the top.
kalau orang
Karthus
jago
3
tuh
has
gitu
to make
maksudnya
sure to get
item
that
semua
top.
dibikin
However,
nggak tahu
can't
mainnya
get
apa
sniped.
lihat nanti
Azale,
gitu.
one of these things about this
Jadi
particular
red buff
lineup right
Karthusnya,
now
Pak.
is that the front line is
Gimana?
Iya,
pretty
itemnya
slim.
ya
Really
yang
all
ada
about
aja
damage
udah
as
nanti
quickly as
entah
possible.
gimana
Right now,
nasibnya
it seems like the
bodo
Karthus really
amat.
has the opportunity to hold
Yang penting
one
ahlinya
time,
kuat.
before unit could potentially challenge for that back line. This one's going to go just okay, but I think you
Itu
can
doang
kind
yang
of see
ngebedain
where
orang
weaknesses
jago sama
Ngomongin
enggak.
Kedri, ngomongin kalah ini anjir Karthus 3 aja.
Bisa 9
Yeah, totally, and it is just a ghost board, right? So you know, obviously going to be going up against a weak board there.
Tapi kayak musuh udah keburu mati dah.
Ini round 6 udah beres gimana sih? 6-1 udah mati semua.
Tinggal 24 tuh Milala lagi win streak belum ketemu Soju itu.
Setsuko goes out as well, so just open Setsuko down there in 7th and 6th place. Unfortunate for them.
Gak terlalu mikirin base in slot. Lu kalau nontonin nih kayak lu stream Messi Soju, streamnya si Diso yang jago-jago, mereka nggak pernah ngomong aduh ini itemnya harus base in slot nih, harus begini, enggak deh. Yang penting ada udah.
Slam. Iya. Slam aja anjir.
Gak realistis soalnya lu mau itemnya base in slot tiap game tuh gak bisa kalau lu mau nyari menang.
Kalau udah kalah duluan aja rungkat biasanya. 60% crit kartus. Ini itu dari Augment juga anjir.
Kalau emang udah jelek. Iya, emang nih itemnya jelek, cuma ya gak ada lagi, ya udah pakai yang paling masuk akal yang mana gitu.
Tapi gue suka nih kalau misalkan pada main kayak Soju gitu kan, kayak nggak Ezreal mulu, anjing itu Ezreal tuh tadi tuh Milana tuh.
Yep. Just absolutely blasted there. The Katarina got aggro super early on and just died so fast. So no real chance, you know, even with quite a bit of HP there to survive. Ends up just getting destroyed in that round, and now we have our top 4. Soju up at 50. Malala, you know, did look like he had a really strong board. You know, is up at level 9, I do believe.
Gak ada angin, gak ada hujan, tetap bintang 3.
Playing towards that KDA board. Now has the RE2, so has our.
Emang gak ada yang kontes juga sih itu kartus ya kan. Siapa sangka gitu dia pakai dia ambil Dota Today terus ambil kartus anjing. Itu kejuknya kayak ini ke pivot juga ada orang-orang itu deh. Gak ada augment buat kartus, tiba-tiba kartus.
And Rain here rolling is going to be able to find an RE2, which is nice, but at best it's going to have one item, so it's not really going to change things very likely too much. So, instead he's going to actually move the few slows over, so Rain going to be able to get some
Poppy.
She's gonna feel pretty nice.
Nggak main Poppy juga ini mah. Mau masukin siapa kalau Poppy? Kira kan kalau nggak Poppy sih Vex ini kan.
Kalau Poppy-nya jadi 2, Amumunya nggak bintang 3, Amumunya bisa diganti. Tapi enggak sih, ini nggak mungkin Poppy.
Ya mainnya Vex. Yang biasa diganti kayak Vex ada kalau Poppy deh.
Amumu paling bisa diganti sama Amumu.
Oh jadi pakai Jess dia anjir si ininya.
Yeah, that was really close. Like I said, you can lose these, especially this
level 9
board. There's a Lawi on board, you know, again, if you can get some of these other things that can kind of soak it. Edge of Night is also another thing that's like kind of wasted. Again, Soju has really poor
ultinya soalnya item kartusnya nggak bikin dia ulti terus nggak apa ultinya nggak secepat itu.
Itemization can be fixed, like we haven't seen his board because
dia tinggal cari item terus di atas dia tinggal roll di level 8 tinggal kasih lihat soalnya dari tadi Soju tuh.
Malala, a lot of units on board, you know, has the new recruit, has the Alawi, has all these things kind of soak up that focus, and we'll see if Malala is going to be able to take down Precedent here. You know, either one takes a really bad loss. It could be lights out for Precedent.
Alright, we saw Roby take, I think, 14 HP a little earlier.
Tapi Poppy-nya, Cok.
Precedent now. The backline is starting to get attacked, but that's going both ways. Which backline is going to be doing a little bit better? The Ezreal already targeted by the Senna, and the Senna takes it down. However, the HP totals doesn't make this a for sure thing just yet. It's going to be just a one-unit win.
Oh my god, that's so close. It's so frustrating because the Senna was at, I don't know, 5% HP or less, and as the Ezreal died, the Ezreal went for that long, you know, third cast animation, which is the AoE cast. But in that situation, the cast time was so slow that ends up not being able to actually finish it off, and the Hurricane bolts from the Lucian were not quite enough either. Soju now, you know, has helped his itemization here, so he took out. He did actually pop off one of the items with Superfan, so it's interesting that he moved the red buff over. You know, he does have Nashers and Gunblade. Feeling that Gunblade is pretty important. I would have thought that he might have just done red buff and Nashers and then used that to really prioritize the mana regen, but instead here getting some spell advantage for his team, and he has some of these other secondary carries now as well.
Itu kan Superfan-nya.
Alright, like we said before.
Oh, bisa coba pakai Superfan kan?
Iya, coba pakai Superfan dia.
It can't really do it alone. of it might have to go home here. It is going to be a lobby win for Soju. That's 2 in a row, folks. So Soju coming in
Emang bun-bun ini bagus ya.
4 on the don't talk, you don't know, 4 or 5 on the rankings, right? So
Ini bun-bun yang nggak dijual di store ini.
Sometimes really hard to see, you know, the streamer Soju, right? And what he's able to accomplish on stream versus what he's doing
baru 2
here.
game udah berasa lama ya, Tere?
Doesn't have to be there anymore. He's just a good TFT player.
I mean, there's definitely no doubt about that. Back-to-back first here, kicking off regionals, going to be feeling really good about his position. Definitely a bit of a high roll that Karthus 3, but made it work, you know, played a really strong
sampai kelar aja.
to hit something like that, and does end up hitting that Karthus 3, ends up winning out the lobby, so great job from Soju, but you know, a lot of these other players who are these kind of big favorites who were finishing low in that lobby. We had Disho and Setsuko down in 6th and 7th, right? So some of these players already get one of those early bad finishes, and you're already starting to feel nervous, you're already starting to feel a little bit of pressure.
Yeah,
ini bisa dong main
so
segame
the
dulu ini.
pressure is going to be building for a lot of other people too, depending on their results. If you had 2 bad results from, you know, these first 2 lobbies, the pressure is definitely on. So who's going to release it? Who is going to buckle? We'll find out after the break.
Ini ngantuk, Cok.
Parah.
Top 24, top 16, top 8. Yang jam 4 tuh di pagi.
Hari ini 5 game kan? 6
game.
TF talon gua
nggak dipakai, belum ada yang ini kali. Talon yang ini kan bagus.
Talon Wild Rift kan baru rilis hari ini. Kemarin.
Gue tadi siang liat streamnya Le kan. Gue udah lama nungguin champion ini. Di band mulu. Di band mulu gak pernah dapet aja.
Di band mulu emang susah aja dong kasih champion baru pas di band mulu ya. Goblok.
Gue mau nonton. Mana talonnya bang gue.
Di band mulu ya. Simpel banget, championnya gitu doang aja. Gue lebih penasaran Kindred nanti gimana ini masuk. Mana map kecil lagi Wild Rift. Nge-stack ini cepet dah Kindred. Talun.
Kemarin coba main Wild Rift cobain Zira sampah banget dah.
Emang jelek Zira di Wild Rift.
Beda main PC aneh banget, mekaniknya jadi aneh banget aja. Powernya lemah, iya, menjijikan.
Dia sempat di buff gitu, nggak tahu kemarin di adjust doang aja nggak kuat amat. Lebih kuat Syndra anjing sakit banget.
Yang awal rilis bagus fit, ada damage, abis dinner tuh mulai jelek.
Iya kan abis dinner, habis itu dia adjust lagi tuh yang katanya buff, tapi sama aja anjir.
Kayaknya antara pas dia rilisnya terlalu kuat atau dinnernya terlalu parah, soalnya yang terakhir gue cobain sampah banget kan, damage gak bisa. Kayak kalau di PC itu lo main Zira, lo ngumpet, ada orang lewat, spam tanaman mati orangnya gitu loh, nangkep orang doang kerjanya. Nah kalau yang di Wild Rift nangkep orang damage gak ada. Mau kayak counter attack pun kagak guna, malah mati duluan. Nih gitu.
Boleh.
Skill 2-nya apalagi tuh? Aneh banget dah.
Oke, jarang di-ban, jarang di-pick juga itu Zira.
Skill 2-nya Zira nih, dia nge-slow musuh. Tapi in order lu bisa nge-slow musuhnya tuh harus masuk melee range musuhnya, buat apa ya mati.
Iya, terlalu lembek ya. Terus damage-nya buat kayak trading damage itu kayak nggak untungin buat Ziranya anjing.
We've got to dissect this game from Billy can carry, because Billy did carry getting a second in that very first game of the day.
Kalau di PC bijinya keluar nggak kelihatan. Kalau di PC skill 2-nya tuh ada 2 stack, itu ngasih biji.
Well, so I actually like the
Jadi
idea
lu
that
bisa
you have,
buka
right?
map pakai
So
bijinya,
he's playing around
bijinya lu
hard
taruh
skill. He goes to raise
manual.
the stakes. He's actually playing
Lu mau
a
nangkap
much more
orang nih,
like high risk
lu
variant
skill
of the
3,
hard
lu
skill
spam
flex
skill
that we've
2 di
seen.
kaki
Instead
orangnya,
of just
udah
using it for
tanamannya
a
ada
couple
3,
extra components and building out
ditembak
your
mati
flex,
turun bro.
he instead is taking, the full raise the
Tanamannya
stakes
kayak
route,
nggak
go for
guna
a
emang
big
bener
cash out.
Iya,
And
kalau
once he
yang di
gets to that
Waltri,
point, he gets it
anjing,
right on the same
teman
time
dikeluarin nih.
that he gets
Sekali
selected
ketok
augment.
mati tadi tanamannya, terus buat
Decides
apa?
to go for cursed
Buat ngasih
crown
3
because he
gol
has
ke
this
musuh
big
lah.
cash out coming in. He's gonna get, either a lot of gold, some extra items that he
Iya,
can
buat ngasih gol
utilize
ke
these
musuh doang tanaman
additional
Zira
slots.
di Waltri.
The big
Tapi
problem
kalau
is
kayak
his
Asol
decision making
sama
from
si
there
Bira
because I
masih
like it
demen
all
tuh.
up to that point. And then he decides to
Yeah,
level
yeah,
to
bener.
8 after taking the cursed crown. And I think this is where the big problem comes in because you've just opened up 2 slots on your board that you can put, strong units in. But then by pushing to 8, you add another slot to the board and lose a bunch of the gold that you just gained, so you can no longer roll down and create a strong board. At that point, Billy King Carry had the duplicator to just make a 3-star Yone, but the rest of the board was 1-star. Just trying to upgrade as much as possible, get to those 9 units, and then start pushing levels once you're a little bit more stable. I think Billy could have been in a spot to play for top 4, even, well, maybe not first in this game due to that card
Iya,
miss,
tadi si Billy
but
tuh main nggak pakai
he
headliner
set up
dari
for a pretty
level berapa
solid
itu
spot.
anjir?
You just stayed at 7 a little bit longer. Found a
Dari
couple
awal
of
sampai
upgrades
dia
before
raise the
pushing.
stakes.
Yeah,
Terus
that makes
baru
a lot of sense. And I think like seeing a race of stakes always gets me so hyped.
Yone, iya dapat 4 steal awal-awal tapi nggak ada headliner.
Very risky, I suppose.
Kayak Aji banget itu.
Sounds like it could have paid off.
masih nyari headliner. Steal mana nih anjing? Gak dapet.
On the flip side of
Nanggung
things,
gitu.
we gotta talk about
Soalnya dia
that
tadi
Karthus.
milih naikin level nggak sih anjir? Kalau misalkan mau nyari kesantai di level 3 nggak sih?
In these first
Nggak
2
bisa.
games.
Rugi
Again, like this
banget
is a player
kalau lu
that
rugi ya, soalnya emang goldnya nggak bisa buat nge-roll juga ya.
Iya, gold lu pakai nge-roll cuma buat nyari headliner spesifik di
Yeah, I
awal
mean, there's a
10 gold
lot
itu
you can say
ngaruhnya
about
sampai
Soju, I
late
guess, in the
insult ya.
big picture.
Lu nggak bisa
Whenever
bikin
ranked
ikon
sets
kayak
9 and 10 in
player
particular,
lain di
Soju
lobby
has
lu.
looked quite well. And I know a lot of top players are saying that this is Soju back and forth. Bryce Blum, I know,
Ini
esports
16
One
doang
said
diambil nih
this is
buat
the last
besok.
time Soju was in this form was set 7 and he went to Worlds. I want to call out a little bit about how he played that game though, right? Because I think it's very easy to point to Karthus 3 and say, okay, well Soju, he hit Karthus 3, therefore he high rolled and he won. But I think there's something very tangible about the way he played the game that feels like he brought an edge that other players aren't looking into. In particular, I want to call out the fact that we saw both Soju and Spencer from the last game, both of which are in the same study group, play around this early Sterix gauge slam and then look into playing around a flexible 80 board on level 8. And that's important because traditionally people are looking to play around Heartsteel, people are slamming things like the IE, the red buff, whatever, but when you make a Sterix gauge, all of a sudden you open up things like Akali Flex and Zed Flex and Viego Flex, right? And you have additional outs that allow you to keep your tempo up. So in my vision, my purview of that game, worst case scenario is Soju plays extremely high tempo, playing a line that is uncontested in the pentakill and with items that others may not find as valuable in the Sterix. And because of that tempo, worst case scenario is that he bleeds out into a third or a fourth. But we actually got to see the flip side of that, right? The high roll version of that is that he stays 8, he's rolling for uncontested units, and he finds the Karthus. I think this weekend we're going to find players of this caliber have to find very small edges. And I think playing flexible boards on level 8 that are not just the traditional Heartsteel flex is going to be one of the ways that Soju and potentially his entire study group are finding an edge on the competition.
Yeah, I think the really impressive thing about Soju as well as a player is that he's always been really
Tapi emang ada banget tuh yang pro player TFT banget gitu. Kayak banyak streamer gak sih?
And I feel like that does put you in an even better spot to get those roll downs.
Karena dia pro player, dia jadi streamer sekalian tuh gak sih?
Yeah, screw 2 and 3.
Ya, tapi karena ini kan individu gitu, kayaknya iya juga sih.
Yeah.
Enak begitu gitu.
Well, maybe
kayak
some
kalau
more of
lu
our players
nonton
will
apa
continue
sih
to go
yang
down that
kartu tuh
path to
Hearthstone
victory.
gitu kan,
Gonna be
Runeterra
receiving
kan
our
begitu
lobby,
juga.
so we'll take a short
Oh
break
iya,
when we
iya.
come back.
Nggak beda jauh. Ini game-game ini tuh konsepnya kayak lu main kartu Yu-Gi-Oh gituan, cuma battle royale aja.
Ini apa nih gangguan nih? Lo apa namanya istirahat lagi, Cok. Kita karena notif ya dari tadi pagi soalnya live pagi dong Yogi gitu. Tapi emang ada timnya. Ter kayak misalkan ada orang gitu mau ngambil misalkan tim apa contohnya hierarki gitu mau ngambil pro player TFT gitu. Emang ada enggak sih?
Ada.
Enggak ada tim gak sih ini orang-orang ini ya orang-orang ini aja gitu kayak bawa nama sendiri.
Ada. Tim Liquid ada. Waktu apa sih yang Vegas Open? Ada.
Adahan kan di Vegas kemarin bawa nama tim Mobile lah.
Sama kayak kalau misalkan lu main TFT gini nih kompetitif, itu tuh kayak pro player nggak mungkin dia main sendiri doang, ngerti nggak sih? Pasti punya study groupnya sendiri di mana mereka saling tukar pikiran. Itu yang gua tangkap waktu gua ngobrol sama pro player Hearthstone gitu dulu. Waktu Asian Games ada yang main kartu-kartuan juga kan. Gue penasaran mereka belajarnya gimana, scrim-scrimnya mereka ngapain aja gitu ya, kerjaan mereka tuh gitu, mainnya nggak begitu banyak tapi banyak bahas strategi, terus kayak saling tukar pikiran gitu doang.
Setahu gue Hearthstone bukan pay to win ya dia.
Nggak tahu sih gue.
Kartu barunya tuh matiin meta lamanya gitu loh. Terus ingat gue.
Ya tapi kalau misalkan lu udah kayak kompetitif, otomatis lu udah punya semua kartu, udah tinggal bahas kartu ini digimanain kalau lawannya kayak gini, mendingan gimana gitu-gitu doang. Sama kayak TFT juga. Oh meta kuatnya ini nih, gimana ya caranya?
Ya, tapi itu lu lihat Tuntera mati anjir gara-gara terlalu nggak pay to win.
Ya.
Gara-gara free to play. Ngomong siapa nih sama ini sama Peter Airiot.
Gue malah kalau Tuntera lebih demen yang POC-nya, tau gak yang lawan botnya.
Oh PvE.
Iya, ketimbang PvP-nya gue nggak begitu demen main kartu PvP itu.
Story-nya. Gue nunggu Project L coy, berantem kita.
Anjay, gas.
Mewah-mewahnya.
Lu udah ini belum? Itu bisa ini kalau tertarik bisa ini dia, bisa pre-register.
Oh iya. Mau dong ntar kita itu.
Tuh XKO, caranya tuh XKO linknya.
Udah sampai kompetitif kali lu bang. Gak juga sih, kadang gue kangen kompetitif, cuma kalau TFT sendiri gue emang main buat enjoy, bukan buat jadi jago gitu ya sih. Emang demen aja. Gue nggak mau ngeniatin, bener-bener niatin, cuma mau have fun doang main TFT.
Nggak punya kamera loh.
Hello everybody, we're back.
Tuh linknya tuh kalau mau.
Game of day number 1 of the Remix Rumble.
Gue menunggu Harvest Moon-nya. Oh ini yang mereka tekan itu kan lebih mirip sama ini sebenarnya dia. Apa namanya? Gul Tigir. Enggak yang itu yang Project L.
Oh,
Harvest Moon ini yang apa sih namanya?
Dia
apa tuh nama game? Bendel Tales ya.
Casting the game together. So this would be a lot of fun.
Si Andre itu mau main
is pretty crazy, especially off of some of the narratives that we've been building up. We are going to get lobby 2 for this one. And the big 3 conversation, big 4 conversation has been going on. We played Setsi and Dish Soap all in this lobby.
Siapa tuh kan di game bisa nikahin Ahri gitu kan.
Replay has gone second both games, and both Dish Soap and Setsuko are in the bottom half of scores to kick things off. Now, of course, one tournament, one sample size doesn't really change the conversation, but it's very fun for replay.
Waktu itu gue main udah sampai kayak ngulang lawan Asol doang di montar, gue udah bosan gue uninstall lagi.
Competition for the slots has not been doing
so well. Pelajarin gue kalau main lor itu.
Come into this lobby and really continue to
try
and
drive that main kartu.
It's good to keep
ada Serapin gas nikahin sih anjir.
You have 4 more games for these players to play, right? So the first 2 games, the third time's the charm, third's for real now, and so we will hopefully see some of that fortune turn around for these players. But I think another thing to call out here is that a lot of the players in this lobby are also really good at the competitive
satu analisnya udah hilang itu, udah tidur itu.
See some really interesting gameplay when we have all
makan
the
siang
players
bisa makan siang dulu.
What could be just like a normal ladder lobby for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking at it as well, and we've got some players on the ladder side.
Udah ada beta tesnya sih. Lama mulai bang, ini udah game 3 rasanya. Emang ada beta tesnya sih. Itu di Steam game-nya.
And then Noster, even though he got in via being in the top 4, he also was just the most consistent player across both of the tournaments so far. So these 2 kind of heavy hitters of set 10 as far as tournament results have gone are also included in this lobby. So the collection of players that we've put together here is going to be absolutely insane. I know we're just getting all the players into the lobby to move into this game in just a second, but
waktu itu sih ditawarin kalau misalkan kayak apa sih, gue nggak tahu sih itu game di mana sih emang, di Steam kah?
We really have the all stars of set 10 going up against the all stars of North American TFT.
that's
Gua
such a
kemarin
good
nyoba
point
main
to bring
ini
up, and I
Mage
feel like
Seeker
when we see this clash of titans, it'll also help us to get a little bit
yang
of a better
Silas tuh,
sample
game
size
Riot
of
yang Silas.
like really who are the top
Oh
dogs right
iya,
now,
yang
because I
Silas.
think that is a
Pinjem gue punya
hugely
Kuro di Steam
contentious
kan, Kuro
topic
pinjem ya, gue
when
gabut
thinking
lagi
about the
pakai
big three,
gitu.
thinking about the players that
Nggak
are
nyampe
right on
3
their
hari tamat
tails,
anjing.
thinking about just
Cepet
how
banget
we
ya?
really have
Iya,
had
Cuk.
specific standout players for set 10, and who is
Sampai
going to
beres
make
atau
the
beberapa
strongest
game doang, kayaknya
representative
4
for
game
North
doang, dia udah
America.
mau tidur.
That's what we're trying to find out this weekend.
Udah nggak
So
lanjut
this
lagi, tapi
lobby
mereka
feels
bikin
like it's
game-game kayak gitu.
delivering on all of those
Iya,
fronts.
bubar
Yeah,
Cuk.
and I mean, it even hits some of
Bubar,
the earlier
Riot
narratives
Force.
that we talked
Nggak
about with
cuan
Rising
gitu,
Stars.
bubar,
Ripple
bubar.
Overdrive is in this lobby.
Ini
So
soalnya game-nya
another
game
player continuing to kind
ini
of
semuanya
prove
casual
just
banget.
how strong he is, especially
Mage
since
Seeker seru tuh
Ripple's
game.
kind of
Gue
been
mainnya
on the
Convergence
come up
kemarin
ever
Eko.
since set 6. He's kind of had
nggak
increasingly
live
good
Palworld.
results, and then he kind of
Enggak.
hit a plateau where
Udah
the
tamat
results
aja
have still
Palworld.
looked
Gue udah
solid, they've
bingung
been
mau ngapain di
good,
situ.
but they haven't really just hit
Tuh,
the
Palworld tuh
peaks
kayaknya
that
emang
we
game
think
musiman
that
juga
Ripple
sih anjir
can
kemarin tuh.
make.
Iya,
And I
bener.
think that
Sampai
set
di
10 has
awal
really
doang gitu,
been
habis itu
kind
udah
of
bingung mau
that
ngapain.
standout, which is why
Kayak
we
ini
included him in the
apa,
Rising
kayak
Stars,
Ras kan.
where Ripple has now become one of those players where like, is this
Kayak
his
Ras.
one set
Banget
wonder?
gua
I
kayak
mean,
Ras.
he's always been pretty good,
Tapi kalau
but or is
udah
this just
survival
where he
gitu.
actually
kalau udah
breaks the
beres
mold
ya
and makes
ya
it
udah
towards
nggak tahu mau
the
ngapain
tier
lagi.
1 of
Kalau
players,
ngulang lagi
making
gue malas
those
soalnya
little
gue bukan
top
player yang
15
suka
power
ngulang dari
rankings
nol
for
lagi
no
tuh.
dog if you don't know, instead of
Hype
being
di awal dulu
maybe
kayak Valheim,
relegated
iya
to
bener-bener
the
Valheim
top
juga dulu
20,
awal-awal
top
gue main
30
anjir.
of
Habis itu
players
gue
in North
mikir nih
America.
kalau main gue main mah mirip Valheim ini bentaran doang anjing.
I'm in full agreement with you there. I think like now that we've taken
Yang gue
a
masih
look at that
penasaran
lobby,
ada nggak sih
we're gonna
game
be
kayak
getting into it
Warcraft?
as quickly as we can. We're just having a small technical delay.
Warcraft kayak ini ya,
But
apa namanya?
let's talk a little bit
Warcraft,
about some of
Starcraft
those
gitu-gitu ya.
players that
Iya,
are sitting at
cuma
the
gak
top
ada
of
yang
that
baru
leaderboard
sekarang tuh
right
kayak
now.
aduh
We really get a
gue pengen
chance
main
to go
sebenarnya
over
kayak
the
gitu
players
tuh
that are in
seru
the top
aja.
8.
Gue baru
But I
ngomong
think,
itu
like,
kemarin kalau
we got a
misalkan
chance
dibikin
to look
online
at a
game
player
kayak gitu
like
seru.
Robinson,
Ternyata ada
who
Age of
is
Empire, cuma udah gak ada
looking
update
in
juga.
that seventh
Age of
spot.
Empire.
Iya kalau ada yang baru
Even
kan
like-
seru gitu
even like
fresh.
looking at
Soalnya
Soju or
genre
Biri, that's
apa
another player
game
like
sekarang ya
what
itu
the
doang.
RTS,
lab
RTS.
right?
Genre
Yeah, I
RTS.
would love to talk a little bit about
Seru
Biri
main
Biri
gitu,
because this was a
gitu.
player I was incredibly excited for.
Kalau bubar
coming
terus
into the
fokus apaan
tournament.
mereka
She's
itu
one
kan
of the
project
lab
barunya
members
itu
who,
yang
as
game
a study
battle.
group as a whole has kind of
Yang
gone
MMORPG
from, you know,
jadi
the-
nggak sih
the
itu kayak?
misfit little-
Oh iya, itu tuh yang
little,
dibikin kayak
sibling
mirip
of the
Genshin
study
katanya.
groups where they're,
Cuma
you know, a
kayak
bunch of
nggak ada
scrappy
beritanya
players
sama
who
sekali
don't usually get
sekarang.
consistent results, but will usually have like a lab member or two
Nggak tahu,
pop
dia project kan
into
muncul
the,
lagi.
you know, final
Hai,
weekends
halo.
of tournaments. Usually
Valorant
it was
Mobile lah
vanilla
mana
or
ini
rain.
anjing. Gue
But
nunggu Valorant
now,
Mobile
you know,
coy.
we've got Biri Biri, we have Kendra, we have DK all here as
Tapi
well. And Biri
legit
Biri was the
Valorant
one who
Apa?
she has stood out the
Legit
most
gak sih
from the
Valorant
lab
Mobile
here
tuh
in
ada yang
set
nungguin
10. Even though
beneran
Kendra had the biggest
Gue sih
spike
nungguin ya,
result,
kan nggak tahu gue
Biri
yang
Biri
lain.
has
Tapi
kind
di
of
Cina tuh
consistently put
udah
up some very exciting
apa namanya
results. And
beta tes
now,
kayak ngetes-ngetes
being in
mulu
the
gitu,
top
cuman nggak tahu
three
itu
after
asli
two
apa
games,
palsu
really
anjir.
solid. Third and then second, alongside, you know, Riri
Kalau
playing
gue sih
Soju, close
nggak
behind in points
tertarik
to
main
them.
Valo aja.
Highwing is like another player from ladder
Gue
that we had a
tertariknya
lot
tuh
of
dia
questions
connect sama
about
akun
being in
PC-nya,
the kind of top
skin-skinnya.
echelons of these placements
wow.
after two games. This is
Jadinya
a really,
jadinya
really
tinggal ya
interesting
udah punya skin ya
grouping
anjir.
of players here at
TFT
the
gitu ya?
top. And
Tapi nggak
I think
crossplay,
that, you
cuma
know, even
skinnya
someone like
doang.
Force and Smurf account,
Barengan
also known
gitu.
as Weird,
Kalau crossplay tetap yang layar mahal yang menang.
expectations on his shoulders, and he's still putting up a solid performance once again.
Yeah, I am really excited to see if Weird
Nggak
can keep
tertarik
it
gue
up
main
and
Valorant
if
sampai sekarang.
Biri can maintain
Pernah
this
nyobain,
momentum that she's
terus kayak
generated.
ya udah.
One of the things that really stuck out to me about
Beda
Biri
inilah,
Biri's play
beda
during the
ini
Hearthstone
berarti
Cup is
genre
just how
gamenya.
good she was at finding like
Enggak,
those
soalnya
hard steal
kalau
early games and just going
Valo
for
tuh
these like
menurut gue
really high
aneh,
cap
kayak
boards.
dia
And
mau
I think
bikin
that's
game
something that will
fasenya
maintain
cepet gitu
consistent,
kan.
especially after that first game that we watched.
Cuma
where as real
gamenya
Hearthstone
kayak CS yang
was a
cuma masang
really
bom
big
doang, ngerti gak sih?
comp that
Emang
multiple
taktikal
people were
shooter.
going for, not just first and
Kalau
second
kayak
place
gue
when
kan
we would
tadinya
play,
main Apex kan,
in
kayak
Polygon,
kalau
but
lu mau
Lucian
cepet
Iverson was
sekalian ya
also
main
heading in that
Apex gitu
direction.
loh.
Yeah, I think anytime someone gets the opportunity
Yeah,
to play
yeah,
around
ngerti
Hearthstone,
gua.
they're
Iya,
usually
gue
going to take it
main
right now.
CS, gue
I
main
think
Apex Apex. Terus kayak main Valo tuh kayak di tengah-tengah dua-duanya kayak aneh
bener
banget.
di tengah-tengah. Tapi itu bisa jadi cepet bisa, lambat bisa kalau di Valo tuh. Tapi kalau misalkan cepet banget juga dia recoilnya juga anjing.
Kalau mau cepet ya cepet sekalian gitu. Gue greget dong mainnya.
Lose a bunch and then you get the cash
out. Ini berarti yang main-main kayak Neon tuh anjing YouTube apa namanya? Main legend cepet-cepet kayak gitu ada juga.
Iya.
Well, we might see some more Heartsteel play.
Jauh tapi kalau misalkan lu mau bandingin sama Apex mah kan buset pusing banget nonton turnamen ini.
Iya.
Pusing gue nonton turnamen Apex anjir. Nonton apa gue anjir itu gerakannya cepet banget.
item payout, completed item anvil, and then 3 champions. It's mostly, I mean, these are kind of boring. None of these are super exciting. For my playstyle, I do like to slam items early on pretty frequently.
Jelek banget nih, dari tadi augmentnya kayak gua main pagi-pagi nih augment jelek gini.
But I think for a lot of players, 3 champions is very, very low.
Kayak kita main pagi sih augmentnya jelek banget aja.
Justru kalau orang emang nyari placement dari poin, demen yang biasa aja tuh.
Kalau multi talent tuh orang-orang jadi jago anjing.
On 1-3 you can actually just keep a single unit
and
put it in the left pocket. You can solo it with 1 unit, sell up and make 10. So we'll see if a lot of players are going to that kind of strategy.
Yeah, we do see players pick this a lot, even not just for it being low impact, but also just low variance. Like, you're not going to end up seeing much, I feel like.
Bisa nggak tuh duplikator? Ambil nggak sih Olafnya bang?
Ambil dah udah ini Olafnya bang.
As well. These are super strong AP units.
Yeah, I think the big thing to look at though is he also has this sword and has the Olaf in shop. There's definitely going to be consideration to just play around the Olaf as an item carrier for AD flex. He's probably the best one cost headliner.
Apex Mobile nggak ada des lagi Han, udah keburu top up banyak. Tai lah. Gue juga dulu main Apex Mobile anjir.
Gue main bentar.
Just go in that
direction. Di situ pakai Pathfinder. OP banget anjing.
Iya enak banget sumpah.
Terbangnya gak jelas 2 kali lipat yang PC punya anjing.
Or you can even go for something like Titans, right? If you find a bow.
Ada nanti keluar lagi yang versi Cina itu. Apex tapi kan nggak global yang versi Cina-nya.
But I think another really dominant option is going for this Jinx or just having this punk start.
Itu Mosher itunya. Cuma kayaknya pangnya cuma buat ngambil reroll satunya doang nah.
Masih bisa di
Yeah, for sure. And I think Jinx is a ranged carry even at 1 star.
Cara taunya dia komit apa enggak tuh, dia pencet D atau enggak. Kalau dia udah pencet D sekali sih udah komit.
The best, one cost 80 flex item carrier, the second best to generally buy, and Moshervi in particular is quite good at doing so. So we see Setsuko kind of setting up for that angle, playing probably the same composition or at least idea. But this is interesting that Crow gets past. With the nerfs and changes, I think people are a little bit less excited about just clicking it right out the gate.
I would take it hands down. That's an augment that I would take. I don't care if I'm being tested. It's so fun to play. But getting a prismatic so early, this has the potential to really shake up the game. You're more inclined to go for some sort of supportive prismatic augment if given it first, or would you rather go for more offensive augment?
Gila, disco gak sih? Setsuko anjing.
Hey. What I look for in my prismatics. I'm not so much on the econ train for my prismatic augments as we see replay actually going for shopping spree. This is very economy focused, gives you a lot of rerolls, but it can give you board strength in the same way that it gives you economy because it's giving it in the form of rerolls, which will amount to upgrades and creating some board strength. So it's not a full only.
Masalahnya sebelum di level 8 bisa hidup nggak level 8
quote unquote as far as power is concerned.
We do see that replay is
hidup masih ini orang boardnya lemah aja.
So I'm a little curious to see if 8-bit might be on the docket, but even checking over onto Aegon's board, Aegon has that
paling tolol sih ini kalau misalnya tiba-tiba ada bang request tolol sih itu. Tiba-tiba request
bang main ini ya
that augment to start things off. This is a really high tempo augment, getting 2 radiant items onto somebody in stage 2 turns out it's pretty good even if they're random. They just get a lot of stats. Big stat sticks equals good early game.
Bang, ini kamu emang bangun cepet atau masih bangun dari semalam? Dari malam, gue belum tidur. Ini ngantuk gue nih.
Aegon really hasn't been competing for quite some time. He was the strongest brand in TFT, we always say, because of how the Shark plushies and Shark emotes have dominated the meta. That's all from Aegon, if you were unfamiliar. But coming back, it was really cool to see him in regional. Unfortunately, it seems Aegon has not had a lot of time to practice. He's actually currently decayed down to Master 0 LP, and so there's a big question on how well Aegon will be able to perform in regional.
Tapi Raskal sama Lucky Glove kagak bisa
anjir. With only 3 points, but this is a great start to the board, and I'd love to see Aegon convert off of this.
Oh,
itu OP sih, itu OP jadi OP aja.
Jinx
tuh
di
soft when you got that Jinx
pang
to ramp up with all those punk modifiers on top of it, but still a very strong board and maybe continuing to roll the dice here.
Bang main peta enggak, bukan gue.
Players that have also picked up that augment, so alongside Aegon, we also have Dishsilk and Noster 11 that have decided to go that route as well. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of kind of just the same augments over here, right? We've got 2 shopping sprees. Kiyun also going to go for that. It does help play a lot into 3-cost reroll, but also 2-cost reroll can play for it because you get those early level ups. Gives you a ton of rerolls at the levels that you want rerolls to be hitting those 2-star and 3-star. And the idea is to make it so you don't lose tempo while you do that. You level up, you get a bunch of free rolls, you find the upgrades, and then you can look to spend your gold on leveling again and try to find even more.
Oh my god, Ripple has the headliner Bard. Do you think this is something that could stay? Bard reroll, stack the dudes?
So I've seen it recently. I think you can commit to this. It can be quite good. I'm not seeing a very strong reason to do so on Ripple's board right now. Right, he's only
Bang, kalian
just
prediksi
on 3
dong siapa
bards.
yang
The
menang
items are
match
not
ini.
like, oh, you have to go for Bard. He's got the tier. He's
Yang
got
menang
the
yang
adaptive
punya
helm. It's nothing
pos
that's like,
4
oh, this needs
bintang
to be
3.
Bard. So my assumption is we will not see that stay.
However,
However, I have seen people play around this as a 2-cost reroll, and I've seen it work. And I do think that it is viable. It's just a matter of, does Ripple have a spot that is screaming Bard? Not to me, but maybe Ripple knows something I don't.
Maybe the prismatic augment will help him out there a little bit to see if he can fully cap out that board. But we got our carousel picks here, so we're gonna see some items maybe get slammed. I'm kind of wondering what people are really gonna start ramping up towards now that we're heading towards We'll see on Weird's board that it's gonna be this
HOJ itu
loh. Nar that's gonna take those items.
Yeah, Nar's gonna get a Hodge.
Belum
is gonna come through from the super fan. And then I guess this is still just gonna lean towards another 80 flex board, right?
Item super fan bener kan ini Stera.
Realistically, you do kind of want to be playing
ini
80
Lotus
slamming
sakit
Hodge.
banget
We
anjing
do see
Genar.
Ginsu as the
Kayak
other
bakal
item slam
komit deh
on the
dia
bench.
Genar.
I just don't think that
Iya,
Weird
makanya
wants
Genar
that
super
whatsoever.
fan nanti
So those
super fan
items
5
gonna sit
gitu
there for
jadi
a while,
radian.
and we'll potentially just see kind of
Super fan 5 itu kedua emblem.
and just using the item slams on the Gnar to
Enggak, kan
hopefully pick
dia
up a few
ini
kills.
headliner.
Yeah, well, it
Superfan
is gonna
satu.
go
Satu
ahead
lagi
and
4
get a
doang
couple
Superfan
before
anjir.
Bahkan ini
unfortunately Weird
headliner.
is going to take that loss.
bisa
Dishsilk, on the
5 ya?
other hand, is
Bisa.
really
Oh,
low.
Genar headliner ya,
Rolling
Superfan
here
ini.
with that Jinx headliner.
Tinggal di
So maybe
Riro
we'll
jadi
end up
bintang
seeing
3
that
doang
Riro
sama
will
ini
allow
masuk kanan sama
him,
Neko ya.
to win streak through the
Bang
second
Kolef pagi
stage.
ini
But
kok
now we're gonna
nih?
take a look at Setsuko's board, who is
NOBAR.
starting to work up with the Moshers
Turnamen yang kalau di sana siang,
still holding
kita
on to that
pagi ya.
buy in the front line.
Yeah,
Ini
and actually
tapi
Radiant
kalau di kalian sih
IE
masih
is
ada
the thing
konsep
that's picked
nobar
up
nobar. Kalau di
off
channel gue
this,
sih nggak nobar ini namanya nonton sendiri
Prismatic
gue
Pandoras.
Loh,
And
kan
Red
nobar
Buff Slam
bareng
alongside
kita.
this
Iya, bareng kita kan.
playing for Urgot, right? We've got Red Buff IE. It's pretty reasonable to play for Mosher Urgot.
nggak punya
Nah, itu-
viewers ya.
An open
Nah,
sword
itu mah-
as well could be the final item.
Kenapa
Itu-
tuh
I'm
channel
curious if we'll see a
dong,
Steric
anjing?
Slam or if
Itu
that's
masih
gonna be safe
nobar,
for
Ji, orang lu ada
Bloodthirster,
dua
considering
itu.
the 2 other items would be
Oh iya iya
just
iya. Ini
Radiant
kan
IE and a
akun gue yang
Red
nonton
Buff.
satu HP.
I think Bloodthirster actually does kind of lean better towards that, get additional
Akun gue yang
Omni
channel
Mass,
ini.
even though 6 Mosher already gives you a lot
Tapi
of
emang sepi gue juga anjing kalau all
Well,
TFT
I
tuh
kinda wonder too,
dibanding
you
WR
have
yang WR gue
these
bisa
two
nyentuh 100
Heartsteel
kadang-kadang.
champions too. I think that there's
Kalau
ever
gue
an
emang,
angle where you
ya.
go towards Ezreal instead, because I feel like
TFT
the Infinity Edge
sepi,
and Red Buff
cuma
are very
kayak kalau
good
gue juga
items for
kayak
him
nggak beda
too.
jauh.
Those are great. I actually think there
Yang
is a
bedanya
reasonable way
gue-
to
Live di mana,
go
Aji?
in
Mas
that
Blay, Mas
direction.
Blay,
I think
Aji di
you'd
Mas
love to
Blay,
play
gue kasih
blue buff,
linknya
red
nih.
buff,
Mas
and
Blay
then
tuh.
IE if that was the case. And that
yang
can still
bikin
happen,
beda
right?
gue
Because
live
this is
TFT
Pandora's.
Mobile
So
tuh cuma
easily
Sanity
Setsuko
gue
could get
doang
there.
aja.
So honestly, considering it's
situ Aji
Setsuko,
tuh di Mas
I
Blay.
don't think he even really wants to play in a reroll line. I think it's way more likely that he finds that third heart steal.
Channel utamanya kagak ada
tries to
live.
go
Iya
towards
emang
the
dia
Ezreal
kagak
route.
mau
I
channel
actually think
situ
that makes a lot
soalnya
of sense.
banyak bocil epep.
We'll see if that comes
Di
to
channel Mas Blay
fruition,
kadang-kadang
but,
bocil
you know,
epep
if
nongol.
you just natural 3-star, maybe you just take it. Does look like Ripple's holding on to a pair of bards though, so
ngehit di angka 100
Bard
watching
reroll.
aja tuh.
Yeah, it
lumayan
actually does look like this might be Bard.
Iya, Pep turun juga ya
That
dulu ya
excites
di
me
live.
greatly. How many dudes can this Bard
Gue
stack?
kesel sama YouTube, tapi YouTube tuh
Oh,
algoritmanya tolol ya, yang live
We
sendiri,
did see-
konten
so I didn't notice this
sendiri,
the first time we saw the fight.
short sendiri ya,
Ripple
awam.
has super fan in, so that's where this is coming from, having the adaptive helm.
Okay.
So it's actually the normal items that you would play for re-rolling Bard would be having the single adaptive helm from the super fan, and then I don't remember the exact abyss, but I think we'll start seeing Ripple slam if he finds it. I don't know if it's Shojin because you already have a mana item, so it might just be trying to slam big AP on top of this, but there is an open tier. I don't know, maybe it's blue buff. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how Ripple plays this. I've seen it win a game recently, but I've not seen an extensive amount of bar.
Yeah, I think with bar,
mau di bintang 3-in
nggak as many cast out as possible. So like the best AMs at the moment.
Bisa jual juga nggak sih? Berarti kayak diganti.
So that way you're also getting the increased crit. It is possible, but I also don't hate the death cap because you already have some mana generation from the adaptive helm plus a little bit more
masih nyari
DP,
kalau nggak
and then just
adaptif
hit
lagi,
really hard apparently.
Yeah, no, death cap replacing
Dia
Jewel
diloncatin
Lotus
bener.
is fine, right?
Yeah.
And you can even open yourself up if you do find Jewel Lotus later. It's a big high roll to add to this. You'd actually be even stronger.
Bang, kata Bangan kalau udah ada Hauja harus ada EA itu kira-kira kenapa
From this point,
ya
though,
buat
this is a commit. This is going to be barred. Coming from
Next set ada
Ripple
bocoran kah?
Overdrive. So love
Ada
to
itu
see it.
setnya
And we'll see
Janggar
if
sama
we pick up a
Praproro.
tier to add to this blue buff because Shojin would be the budget option.
Set
But
Janggar
it
sama
seems that the
set
board is
Praproro,
strong
benar.
enough that you
Bet
don't
lu
have
paham
to
nih,
really commit to that. You
mekanik
can
lompat
actually wait,
genaknya
find,
enggak.
play for that max
Gua
cap
kalau
on that
pegang
blue buff.
genaknya
Well,
suka
we've got
ngetrol
an
loncat
augment
mati
twist
tadi.
coming up here. It's
Aneh
gonna
ini.
be silver, so it's
Kena headline loncat mati tadi.
hugely impactful.
Genar
I think
jihad.
there's a lot of value add that we can
Aneh anjing unit genar.
towards some of these other options. We see a missed connection.
Dia main apa nih dia nih?
Up by
Hardtail mau
Bishop,
share
I
rapid
wanna
fire.
say. It's a little bit of econ value there, but when you take a look at Setsuko's board,
Best friend.
Anjing.
okay.
Best friend ngapain ke best friend
Got
satu
some
nggak ada
augment
impact
choices coming through. What do you think of these?
Yeah, so best friends I think is pretty reasonable pickup, and then we see the Erdal.
Wah, KDA-nya gila lagi heksagonnya. Anjing udah ngambil best friend heksagonnya gini tolol dapetnya.
Honestly, right? Radiant IE, Hodge,
Dapetnya gini jauh ya jadinya.
but instead gonna be able to put those on.
Ini sialan.
Pusing
Pusing dia.
This is going to be an Ezreal. This is hard.
Dari anjing begini coba bentuknya
Ezreal.
kata dia bangsa katanya.
Around this Kai'Sa to bridge the gap.
Anjing udah beli best friend bentuknya begini katanya bangsat.
Probably gonna find some wins in this mid game. It's not gonna be full
Sial
loss
banget
streak
itu.
on this hard steal, but then we'll see in stage 4, Setsuko will likely greed out Econ quite a bit.
Tapi Kai'Sa
And look
reroll
the
juga
loss
masih
streak
mantap
at
sih.
that stage of the game.
Tinggal
Get
target sayangnya dia
incredibly
aja.
strong, hopefully finding 5 heart steal at that point.
Kenapa
it's
suaranya
super
kayak
okay.
kesek-kesek ya?
apa Star Guardian tuh
Especially with the
Guardian Kai'Sa baru
differences
tuh
that
kayak
we
gitu
saw
yang
with
kemarin tuh
Lu pada nonton yang YouTube kan?
Not really getting
YouTube.
Kresek-kresek gak sih suaranya pada gue doang?
Dulu doang kali.
Players fall into this trap of if they
Tapi
lose.
pasti kalau gue mute suara itunya hilang kresek-kresek aneh banget.
Coba lu refresh.
It's so great. Yeah. Really getting much of a difference in value whether you win streak or lost streak, and we've seen players fall into this trap of if they lose too much HP,
Ya, dapat
you
lagi,
actually
Bang.
want to lost streak through stage 4.
di atas apa di bawah
I feel it's so great.
Tetap
Yeah,
Jin
I think
dia,
it's at that
anjing.
point,
Aku
yes.
ada Jin.
Okay, but Ripple, off the Jin, pretty on
Nih,
the
oke.
Jin, no items at this stage of the game is like not unit, but I think maybe it's doing a little
Bocor
bit more than
set
whatever else
11
he had to
temanya
play, getting
legend
shots in
and
himself.
mid.
That works out as we take a look at a little
Bisa
cash
setting loncat
reroll.
belakangan,
Because so
gimana
much
caranya
gold
loncat
tonight,
belakangan?
11 gold.
Tapi kan bukannya setelah dia di buff
Cash out,
gitu ya,
which
emang loncatnya tuh nggak
certainly
langsung.
can help
Benar
out
itu
quite a
sekarang.
Kalau
bit.
headliner
Trying
udah
to
pasti
play
loncat
around
langsung.
so
Nggak, tapi
far,
ada
it's
Tapi
timing-
nggak yang
timing-
iya
Um,
nggak yang
these
pertama
items are
banget
not
loncat.
Iya, yang
duluan.
pertama banget kan langsung loncat tuh.
whatsoever, right? This is just
Enggak, biar nggak diserang-serang katanya
Giant
begitu.
player
Cuman
Hodge,
tetep aja anjing.
Morellos can be
Diserangin
played on,
juga.
like, any unit in the game. They're not really too committed to any specific comp.
tapi set selanjutnya kalau
Yeah, because you don't
bocorannya
even have the
Legend
8-bit
dan Mid
online
sih,
either, so you're
kayaknya
not
Right.
getting so many of those
naga-naga yang
damage
si Fana
stacks. You're
itu
really
loh.
missing like the Garen
Fana,
or even a
Aurelion
Corki
Sol.
would be super helpful
Gak bisa
here. But
tackle
I
line
think
berapa,
you're
susah
definitely leaving
banget
yourself
biar dia
open
langsung
to different
target
edge lord
backline.
lines if you want
Cara
to.
target
But you also
backline
have the
itu
country
Genar
Katarina,
harus
which is
dari
it just feels
kayak
like it's a placement
gak
headliner there
bisa
for now.
sih.
Loncatnya
Yeah,
yang oh berarti
certainly
ditaruh di
just
belakang
being
gitu
placeholder.
benarnya biar loncatnya tuh di
Garen was
depan.
on
Enggak,
bench as
Genar
well,
tuh
so
udah
it
pasti
feels like
loncat.
Replay doesn't
Kalau di
necessarily want to
musuhnya
be
depan
in Riven
carry-nya
here,
ada
because
unit,
you would
udah
really
pasti
need
ke
to be
unit itu.
stacking
Ngerti
8-bit
gak
if
sih?
that was your game plan.
Iya,
So I'm still not entirely sure where exactly Replay wants to end up, but we did see him play
Kecuali lu
around hard
taruhnya
steal
yang
and then just flex into
beda
whatever
arah
AD he
itu
could
pun
find.
gue
So just
nggak
the
jamin.
generic AD
Gue
flex
jarang
hard steal,
banget main
just not
Genar.
the most optimal, oh, I found Ezreal and it's perfect situation. However, spatula pickup is pretty interesting for Replay. I'm
Ya,
curious
jadi
which
tiga
direction
tapi
he'll go because
cabut lagi
a lot
dia,
of
jadi
times
satu
8-bit
lagi,
is where
bos.
you want to be when you end up with the spatula, but I don't think that we really
Paling cemek
like
kayak Volibear
8-bit from the
DKK, nggak tahu
spot.
juga gue belum main
Being on
anjing baru
3
main set
Rivens,
ini
though,
gue.
maybe that's just kind of
TFT.
the thought is, hey, I can just get to a 3-star Riven quickly.
Siapa nih di level 6
Yeah, I don't think it's a
ngerol.
bad idea, but we are going to end up
Serapin,
seeing a
nyari
little bit of a
Serapin.
roll down here from Kyun. We'll have to find out where he does land on the board, but Dish Soap is really starting to put something together. Still has a 4 super
beda ini ya. Ini mah genar pentakil ini.
Ini genar pegangan.
Soju mana jir di roll terus coy grup.
Udah jadi.
But Kyun just hit a 3-star series headliner.
Tiba-tiba aja jadi.
It's happening.
Dia threat sector juga sih itu masih ada anjing.
You hit the 3-star
gaib.
So 5 KDA 3 Spellweaver online. Which is pretty
aneh ya kayak ngehit mulu ya orang nyari ya.
Dari
tadi Ani jadi cepet, Yoni jadi cepet, ini Serap jadi cepet.
You're rolling on 6 for Seraphine, so actually finding the Ari can be quite difficult. Kyun finds it, still has 50 gold extra rerolls banked up from this shopping spree, and so this is a really solid spot for Kyun to try and flip the script here. Now that he's dropped relatively low in this game at 53.
Masih oke Seraphine, masih oke
A lot of
Seraphine.
the players at the top, their tempo is starting to wane.
I mean, even just then, you saw that Kyun was so strong that he was able to break Ripple Overdrive's win streak from the very beginning of the game. So Ripple's no longer going to be at that 100 HP. That Bard is still stacking the Dutes, but still has yet to find that 3-star Bard to really get that power level spike. But yeah, Kyun here.
Nama kalkulasihan makanya disebut pro player streamer oke pada di backline carry-nya kebanyakan.
Right now, just knowing you have the 5 KDA.
Iya ngumpul-ngumpul gitu. Ini yang best friend.
I mean the most awkward spot for Kyun is he has these extra rerolls but doesn't want to use them on 6, but you lose them if you don't use them in time. So he's got to use them on 6 to not really roll for much when he just wants to push levels at this point. Now that he's hit his 3-star, he already has the upgrades on all the units, right? You're not really trying to 3-star any of the units that you have on this board. You're just going to try and push levels and try and add additional synergies, additional frontline, and just continue to set up the Seraphine and Ari to make some big plays. And being able to take down Setsuko, who the entire stage is pretty massive. Setsuko also went to level 7, right? He's, has a very powerful Heartsteel board. And I was going to mention that I thought Setsuko had the best spot going into stage 4 because he's trying to play around Heartsteel and lose streak stage 4, and he's saved 80 plus HP already. So taken a little bit of an earlier loss than he would have liked, but he can still utilize that into this loss streak in stage 4.
Oh, Kyun has been just the win streak slayer at this point, and I think both of those win streakers not ultra happy to have run into him right before the end of stage 3, but we're at Wolves now, so just taking stock of where we are in the lobby. Weird is going to be sitting at 40 HP at this point, which feels like such a low HP total to have, knowing how strong the rest of this board really has gotten. We do see that there was a bit of a hold of we saw a hold of a pair there with the Nico, so maybe looking to try to reroll that with some of the extra rerolls. But let's check out Weird's board, because he's got to make some magic happen now.
Yeah, this is a big roll down with not a lot of changes happening, not a lot of things.
Nyari siapa nih orang? Nyari siapa nih orang?
On this roll down, I'm trying to think exactly what unit is trying to be fouled.
Siapa ya? Dia crowd diver.
Katarina dia. The culprit at this point, but not able to find her whatsoever. Looking at the items, it does feel like that's the case. You want the super fan item, which would be this extra Hodge. So double Hodge with the death cap is pretty solid. However, completely whiffing, and this is looking like an uncontested 8 because this is just a 2-star Katarina. The headliner is still yet to be found, but only 20 gold left, not a lot on the bench, and these boards are getting way too strong for everyone else. I don't even think a 3-star Katarina
Bang, ikut lah, ada Kuro. Yaudah join Kur di Discordnya Aji, Kur.
Kuro Gaming,
Baru bangun ya, Kur, Aji.
A little bit later, but to finish out our augment choices, we've got another
Discord gue lagi kan.
It's gonna be the Infinity Force take here for Aegon.
Bagi-bagi penonton, Kur, bagi-bagi penonton. Oke lah di streamer, tapi hari-hari main TFT juga.
Gue invite Kuro dulu ke Discord.
Yeah, Free K Fred can be very nice for kind of country
Koru the Destroyer
boards. The stats are very good on Urgot and also Samira, and they can also work for Vex in a pinch if you end up in that line as well. So really like to see that as you got Setsi going to 8, he's sending a big roll down, trying to find the pivot, looking for the 80 flex. He finds a Caitlyn.
Ada Caitlyn galau tuh dia tuh.
Play around this headliner. I know he wants the Ezreal,
tinggal
but
satu anjing,
realistically,
belum
just
punya
as a
trainer.
filler, he could just look for it. Decided to wait an extra round,
Ezreal
playing it on
bocah.
the 1-star Caitlyn
Lu
instead.
lihat itu.
What's interesting is
Ilawi
this is
do
sort of a
biji,
5 Caitlyn's
Cak.
with the duplicator, and we could have the potential of another 3-star 4 cost.
Tapi akalinya perlu body
I
keep
would
itu.
love to see that personally. I think it just makes the game so
Kalau ini
exciting.
relate apa kalau Katarina nggak
Egon
nemu
on the other
tai.
side because the Dread Steed starting to take a
Dia
little
keep
bit of
kata
action.
sekali biar ini kan biar keluar anjing headliner 04 yang lainnya.
Close, but this is going to be a loss. Stacking some of that 8
Kalau
is it going to be in the
akalinya
middle
dua-duaan
there?
bisa dia
Onto
pakai kok.
Caitlyn, no. Just gonna
Ini
let
dia
that
ambil sih
roll.
harusnya.
Oh
Heart
my
steal.
goodness. Get it in,
Ya
get it
Ken
in.
dapat.
Oh, dapat
He doesn't
itemnya
wanna
juga
go
masih
for
bisa
this,
buat
right?
akali
He
tuh.
just took a loss. He can play 5 heart steal, play the cane.
Ya unless
He's
dia
still got the HP to lose in
pindah
stage
duluan
4.
bener-bener.
5
He
HS
could go for
gak
a
sih mas?
wicked huge cash out. He's also got this
Mas?
Akali option that would put him at 5 Akalis. I was
Bingung,
just
bingung,
talking
bingung,
about, hey,
bingung.
5
Lagi galau, lagi galau.
Aduh, udah
5
nih.
Akali is also an
Tusuk nih,
option.
galau. Oh.
Okay, well, it's gonna be one Akali in,
Galau
and there
deh.
you go. Gonna take the Akali headliner.
Nah.
You get the Kanan
Gitu
as
emang
well
nggak
for
bisa
that 5
dialis,
heart
anjir.
steal. He
Nah,
was
base
down
friend-nya
a
nggak
little bit.
kepake,
Maybe just
karena
make sure that
nempel
he'd be able to kind of high roll for that 3-star 4 cost.
Oh iya, best friend
Yeah,
ini
we'll
orang
see
best
how
friend
open Akali
anjing.
stays, right? If this is still,
Akalinya masih
potential
KDA
line
lagi.
that you can take. Because the other thought that you have to have is, okay, you're playing this 5 heart steal in stage 4. You have the HP for it. You could potentially
Iya,
lose
kali-
streak this whole stage.
Orang
Have a
ngerol
massive
nyari
high
HL
roll.
apa?
Masalah sebenarnya sih.
With how much gold
Dia
and
nyari
you get like
Ezreal
another
hak
duplicator? What do you get? I
steal.
mean, 3-star
Di
4
slam
cost
juga tuh itemnya.
doesn't necessarily even seem like that big of a high roll from this.
Ada ini,
Instead,
ada
he can
remover
keep
soalnya.
this loss streak.
Darahnya masih
without
banyak
losing
juga sih
too
sebenarnya
much
si
HP.
Setsuko mah.
Best
It's
friend-nya
very
hilang
real
dong.
possibility that
Sabar
we find
nih,
that 3-star.
kalem dulu nih.
That's a good
Ini orang
point,
lagi
and nobody
pusing
else
bentar,
has
guys,
the
katanya.
Akali
Sih, gua gak dapet
yet,
Ezreal
so
kata dia,
it's
anjing
still
banget nih, gitu.
uncontested.
Biarin dia
Can
bikin
go
dulu, bro.
for some of those
Soalnya
Soalnya
Mas,
dia
extra
punya
copies of
duplikator
the
kan itu,
unit,
dia punya
but
duplikator.
mana
Jadi kayaknya
another
sih,
carousel
kok?
choice.
Akali bintang 3 ya.
A little indecisive. Oh, that's
Oh.
a bad pickup
That's the
for
second
Bisa
one he
aja masih
has.
possible,
I'm curious if he's slammed an emblem yet, or if that is just a tactician's crown.
Nah, gue nggak nge-live
I don't see
jadinya.
an emblem yet. We gotta check
Live
out that
kah,
board.
dia baru
I wanna see
bangun,
if
belum
that's
cuci
just gonna
muka,
be
ya
a
kan?
attack crown angle.
Nah, kan
'Cause
dia
at
itu
this point in
berapa yang
time,
cuci
Free
muka, Cok?
Play, it does have
Bener juga
the
lo.
ribbon as well
Ngapain
as
sih gambar
the
cuci muka?
Edwards
Siapa lihat muka dia,
Steel
anjing?
line, but I wonder if that's gonna maintain the case with that
Wih,
spot
di
pickup.
shop main
Just Soap,
apa
on the
nih?
other hand, though, is going for a roll down. You did see the Poppy pickup as the headliner, but you also have the opportunity
Anjing,
here to
banyak
get
maunya
that
nih orang,
2-star
Kak.
Urgot online and fill up this board with something else.
Yes, masuk.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
nyari
this is
Jess
just a very
juga.
flexible board, right? This is kind of the quote-unquote 80 flex, right? You found the Poppy. This is a really good headliner, especially in stage 4, early stage 5. The IE and the Hodge certainly
Ngalah semua tuh.
could be played onto the Poppy, but likely going to be played onto the Urgot. You play around the Mosher. This is a 2-star Urgot, still solid for this stage of the game.
Oh,
Linking it up
Lucky
with the
Glove!
Mosher from the Poppy, just trying to play really good
Anjing.
fundamental TFT.
Radian
have a strong
itu
board,
udah
and
nyala Lucky
potentially
Glove deh.
Distop can actually just look to push levels, maybe play around 5 off, because he's created a very strong and stable board on level 8. So might as well just push to level 9. There's not a ton left to roll for.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, look at the itemized solution
Bang,
as
soalnya
well.
campur-
That's
Orphan banyak yang
Sama
pakai ya,
komentator.
soalnya emang OP coy.
crazy.
Orphan bisa
These
masuk
folks
pit sama
certainly
siapa
helping out
aja.
in that situation.
Gue kecilin
But
dikit deh
Ian
suara
hopping on board
komentatornya.
over here, has a pair of Lulus on the bench.
Kaskal
Still
Lucky
holding
Glove.
on
Iya,
to
kuat banget
3
Kaskal
copies of
Lucky
the
Glove.
Nico, so has a very
Super
high
fan.
chance of being
Only
able
fan
to
dia
solve
banyak
that
yang
card
pakai.
as well. That's going to be another
Raskal
Ari
nggak
just
ikut
looking
jadi
for some of
Lucky.
Iya,
those,
nggak ikut jadi Lucky Glove,
bigger,
Raskal mah.
Hah?
caps here.
Kagak
That's
ngikut.
another copy of
Nggak
Lulus.
ikut,
There's
anjir.
a lot
Ikut.
of
Kagak
stars
ikut.
on this
Ikut.
board.
Kagak.
Yeah, that's the thing
Kagak,
with Cop
Cok.
and right? You get all these extra rerolls as you're leveling up.
Raskal
There you
sama
go,
Lucky
2
Glove
more
kagak
Lulus,
ngikut.
1 away. There's the RE 2-star. That's a huge hit,
Lu
right?
ngerasa
The rest
ngikut
of this
karena
is just 2 more
Lagi
Raskal
pas aja
tuh-
kali, lagi pas aja kali.
Nico relatively contested in the lobby. We saw a lot of people playing around super.
Soalnya
Fan.
gue pernah
So
nyoba
that
nggak
might be
ngikut,
kind of
ngikut
tough,
Raskal
but I think
sama
it's
Lucky
still
Glove.
doable. There's not enough out that it's impossible.
Iya, kagak
And the
ngikut.
Lulu,
Pernah
I think
pernah
that's
pernah
almost
punya
a
gua,
certainty at this
pernah
point,
pakai
just being one
pernah barengan
away.
gitu.
Having a decent
gua
matchup
juga pernah
in
pakai
the
kayak
top
random
is
gitu
with it
dapetnya,
because
nggak
Ari is
sesuai.
able to snipe it down.
Nggak ideal.
Replay is
Coba.
going
OP
to
banget
make a
anjir
big
kalau
hit
misalkan
here.
lu udah
The
Radin
Satchel
item terus ideal
on
item
the
anjing.
bench once again. So I think
Coba
there
ntar
was not
kita
a
lihat
attack crown
lagi.
available, but I did miss
Coba dah
again
coba.
whether or not
Tadi emang kebetulan
there was
item
ammo.
tank,
I
Bramble
assume
sama apa
something
tadi
was
tuh.
taken.
Kebetulan.
Kennen
Kebetulan,
kan?
Pak.
Kan masih ditaruh di Kennen itu
We'll
makanya.
have to
Iya,
check
kebetulan.
that
Ntar
in.
lu lihatnya entar item berubah
He
jadi
still has
Blood
so
Tearstar
much
tiba-tiba
gold to
anjing.
roll
Kalau nggak
with
jadi
here,
Rabadon.
and I guess takes the free
Pit
reroll.
ini lu lagi di
Wait to see
kondisi kayak gini kalau lu yang main Serapin 3-nya terus tiba-tiba headliner si lu keluar, lu ambil gak? Lu tuker gak?
Enggak.
Udah 3 mati aja.
Iya.
A transition point to play around Ezreal, maybe just get
Heartsteel. Ini udah kuat banget
so much
segini.
HP to work with, just getting Heartsteel in at this
Tapi
point.
possible gak, Pit? Misalkan kita nih Lulu nih lagi gini nih, kita punya duplikator terus Lulu headliner keluar gitu.
Still missing that third Heartsteel.
Lulu headliner
Enggak.
enggak.
It does have a pair of Lucians, importantly.
Kan ini dia kos 3.
Tergantung di lobbynya udah berapa banyak yang pegang. Kalau selama di poolnya masih nyisa 3 masih bisa keluar. Tarik bang, woi, tarik katanya si Kuro tuh.
Tarik Kuro aja.
Anjir lo belum masuk Discord gua Kuro.
Setuju lucu banget gameplaynya suka aneh-aneh macam Peter tapi kalau Peter ungkat goblok aja.
Hah? Goblok apa itu anjing?
Masih ada yang Emi kan? Emi enggak? Ini top player di NA semua coy. Jetnya 2 biji coy itu.
Ari's gonna win this out. It is going to end up being Ripple Overdrive. So Kyun, even after these upgrades to the board with a 5 KDA and a 5 Spellweaver,
naik level.
take a loss there.
Alright, Kyun goes
Hadiah 7, oke.
Gila, semangat banget cuy.
Semangat banget Bang Kuro. Lu
Selamat pagi Kuro.
Tadi lagi abis ngedit tadi cuy.
Goblok.
Ayo bak hilang mana nih Kuro?
Sama Lihan ya bang, iya sama Lihan nih. Sama Lihan, sama Air Liur, sama Kuro Iko.
Kita lagi bikin circle TFT ini.
Which is just a huge power spike for this vertical.
Udah kuat tuh saya cukup.
And hopefully we'll see the Nico
ini
get
KDA-nya
strong, able to get 3-star Nico and 3-star Lulu. That's
si
gonna be
Nekonya
a lot
3
of
sih kayaknya.
damage.
Tuh lu tanya Kuro coba itu Nanter Rascal Glove sama Lucky Glove.
Rascal Glove, Lucky Glove harusnya ini.
Kagak connect anjir.
Connect anjir kalau Rascal Glove sama ini.
Rascal yang Radiant item itu loh Kur.
Iya. Soalnya itu dari
Iya Radiant ngasih.
dari dulu udah dibilang combo paling OP-nya.
Coba mana sih kagak diliatin lagi dah. Kagak connect perasaan.
Enggak connect.
Ya connect kan?
Pengen gue connect deh.
Coba kita belum nongol lagi, Cok. Gue share suku.
Rascal terus yang artifak juga tuh. Itu enggak connect sama si Lucky Glove. Karena itu jatuhnya bukan hitungan Thief Glove. Itu beda kelas.
Itu Z.
Runaan, Pak.
Itu masih bagus item factor soalnya.
Nanti deh.
Connect ya.
Kalau sampai Z-nya keluar Rabadon, oke gue bilang nggak connect.
Itu di shop ya.
Iya, kalau dia sampai keluarnya Rabadon, Archangel, oke gue bilang nggak connect deh.
Oh, ini di shop belum dipantau ini.
I told more this at Vegas too. We were
Connect kalau Blacksmith kagak kalau yang Blacksmith enggak setahu gue. Cuma kayak yang Rascal nih. Connect.
That's underwhelming for a 2-star 5 cost. I'm not gonna lie.
Gue yakin soalnya dari dulu emang apa ya combo yang udah dikenal masyarakat TFT pada umumnya tuh itu combo paling OP.
Radiant item
Iya gue juga ngerasa itu. Pokoknya ada salah satu glove yang bisa connect, yang bisa apa? Yang bisa Lucky Glove.
No Heartsteel emblem getting picked up.
Kuro pasti langsung semangat soalnya semangatin Peter gila lu.
Wah, akhirnya bintang 3 juga lucunya, Cek. Belum sekian lama.
Dulu 3. Binary lagi ya? Adik ini apaan deh?
Lulu alongside
dikasih red buff nih
randomized Ari
enggak dia kali.
and Seraphine, so pretty solid put together. Oh, it's actually gonna
Oh,
go for the
OP banget.
Akali. Okay, so one
Jadi
more
seperti
to fully set up. And yeah, I also
Morning,
like red
Adrian.
buff on the Akali. KDA Akali tends to go through pretty much the entire board, so you can apply that red buff
Wah,
to everything.
itu kalau misalkan
Bentar, gue belum kali 2 nih.
Belum.
Tuh, Nashor tuh.
Nah.
Nashor Exoflate nggak tuh
Bang,
si
bang.
Zack-nya?
Nggak ada itunya bang. Bukan Lucky Glove bang. Bukan bang. Kalau bang.
Beda orang.
Bang.
Pantes anjing nggak ada Lucky Glove-nya, Cok.
Beda bang.
Yeah,
Beda
this is
orang.
pretty rough for Noster because
Lagi,
it's
anjing,
for
debat
this game.
lagi.
Looked like really good items, really good front line.
Masih penasaran soalnya waktu gue pakai tuh
And
ada yang bilang juga di
he's
chat
afraid.
kagak connect.
So the odds of Noster actually getting
Kalau
to
gue
that
liat lah
Gen
kok
2 and really
itemnya
putting
gini gue
together,
bilang.
not very high, and it looks like it's very
Connect
likely
bang
to
soalnya
be a
dari
bleed out
basic
in the
fungsinya
seventh
sama
here,
dengan Thief Glove
especially because
CMI
Eagle
IW ya
found,
bang.
you know, the 3-star
Kunan gak ada
Jax,
di
the 3-star
rekomendasi Z.
Samira to go alongside with this, and the front
Ini
line's a
pertanyaan
little bit
penting
soft,
nih.
but with the amount of
Iya, soalnya di
damage
shop
on
masih di
this
atas nih,
back
anjing.
line, maybe this double crown on the front line is enough.
Mati
On
kayak yang
Nggak
lain
diliatin, coy.
buru iya tuh.
fights are gonna be really tough though, and it's a lot
Yang
of
ini
damage.
lawan di shop
Spectator kocak
lah, bukan lagi, Cok.
Bukan.
Tuh, Zaknya statik.
Statik shift itu Zaknya.
Masih oke, masih magic planet, Bet.
Oh iya.
Sama bloated
tapi bukan yang dia sih.
Ini akalinya juga tuh.
Matiin udah tuh, matiin dia. Samira ya. Oh tapi ini Samira bukan counter.
Kenapa agak
4 anjing.
Iya, dia main exit. Counter sekarang udah jarang yang main. Enggak sekuat itu.
Iya, 7 country pun masih kurang aja.
Kayak mendingan lu main ke arah exit. Tuh, Z-nya tuh, lihat belakang sama nganu, Cok.
Mana, Cok?
Itu
Bukan,
tadi si yang di shop. Enggak, lu mundurin dikit kelihatan itu di shop.
Ntar jadi telat lagi.
Ini videonya emang agak patah-patah ya nih. Apa di gua doang ya?
Oh, lu patah-patah sih kayak si Peter gua enggak.
Suaranya ya?
Enggak, video itu kadang kayak nge-freeze satu frame gitu.
Oh, gua enggak.
Di gua doang berarti ya?
Enggak sih, ini lancar-lancar aja.
Tuh Z-nya min 2 tadi ini orang. Untung udah ada yang pegang.
Tetap ada yang pegang Z-nya. Reset juga ada Z.
Ah, itu gitu. Bro. Ah, di bisa bro Z-nya.
Berapa dipegang berapa?
3.
Ya belum diliatin ya.
3 apa 2?
Hari itu damage.
And HOJ nggak sih?
Settingan ini.
Enggak. Lah bukannya dia binary? Enggak ya. Gue kira nih orang binary anjir, item dia bisa-bisa.
Kayak mainan zaman dulu dijual terpisah, Bang.
Jadi ternyata observernya tuh lebih ini ya, lebih ngeliatin yang paling bawah doang kayaknya ya. Nggak ganti-ganti, udah lihat.
Dari tadi ngeselin Kur, observer.
Yang subuh kita yang ngantuk dia anjing.
Dari tadi ngeselin anjing.
Kayak Trisolju Kur, dia win streak 12 gak diliatin. Darah masih 100.
Anjir.
Aneh banget.
Lu kok kagak ikut turnya lah.
Dah daftar ini Pet, daftar jadi ininya Pet.
One up.
R-nya apa namanya?
Observer.
Ya. Emang boleh lah pagi ini. Startnya jam 4 tuh turninya.
Enggak, Cok, kita tuh sebenarnya nggak diajak. Ini mah emang di sono aja jam waktunya main.
Wah, jadi semua
anjir.
Wangi.
Lancar banget cuy.
Tuh, Ezrealnya Lucky Glock, DB sama itu tuh. DBGS.
Iya nih kok kayak connect gitu sih dari tadi anjing.
Emang connect.
Cuy.
Emang connect. Yang nggak connect mungkin yang blacksmith doang.
Itu udah the best banget tuh item Ezreal tuh.
Iya, Cok. Emang
yang blacksmith yang mana sih?
Blacksmith tuh yang artifak semua.
Oh iya, blacksmith tuh artifak semua.
Kalau itu masih iya, mungkin nggak connect.
Oh iya bener kayaknya itu deh yang nggak connect.
Udah pasti connect. Gua apa pikir lagi kan connect gak sih? Mana kan?
Ngopi dulu Sir.
Raskal tuh ini yang item full ya? Apa sih mana sih?
Iya, item kadian semua Raskal.
Oh artifak tuh, oh beda lagi bener-bener atasnya Radiant.
Enggak, di bawah Radiant kalau artifak mah.
Artifak tuh yang item kayak ini mana zana itu ya?
Iya.
Tuh. Ya ada bulat-bulat Naruto Uzumaki. Wah aja.
Kalah item.
Gue kira di shop yang bakal menang.
Item Ezrealnya
attack
speed gak jelas itu dia.
Iya dia pakai Zephyr anjir, itu Zephyr juga rare juga itu loh.
Oh iya Zephyr.
Ini gue jamin observernya auto ini Cak.
Emang lihatnya nggak connect.
Maaf bang,
Kak Jessica boleh nih Kak Jessica kalau nggak ada roll observer kami siap ya jadi observer.
Ada Kak Jessica.
been
Kalau misalkan ada
around 3 of these
Kajisika
players.
gitu kan,
plus
kalau
William
ada.
Anderson.
Aji ada Aji.
Ya, tapi terbang ke NA ya?
Iya, tapi terbang ke NA.
Tooth and nail for these spots is
Terbang tapi
outstanding.
nggak punya duit ngapain di sana
Rounding
nih?
out our top 4 as a player who has been so
Ngeri ini.
consistent across set 10 and it's
Ini
been
kayak
his big
7 Nekonya
resurgence
udah
and
jadi
it's been
tanker anjing.
redemption from
Oh,
not
akhirnya
making
di
the
itemin
regional
aja
in
dah.
set 9. So
Biar
Kiyun,
pasti
I mean, I'm
item itu
looking at
gak
this
gacha.
board, it's gonna start to struggle with all these
iya,
caps that
benar.
people are hitting.
Konsep
He's done a really good job to get this far.
Terbang nih.
And it would be sad if this was only a fourth, but
Nah,
Prismatic
biolanya
Lobbies
nongol
are a
nih,
different
ngebug nih
beast.
anjing game.
They really
Ada
are.
biola.
But, you know,
Ada
speaking
biola
of
di
our top
belakangnya.
4, Dish Soap really needed
Ah,
to
mati
have
carry
confidence
belakangan
this
cuy.
game.
Acir sakit
Has,
banget, Cok.
has- it
Kena
is
7
currently
KDA ya?
in the bottom
Iya.
eight
Berapa 8 gitu
after
tuh dia?
those first few games of the day, so could really
Oh,
use
ini yang
a
KDA
big
menang.
finish here.
Sakit
Keep
beda
that
kali,
momentum
cuy.
going forward to day two.
Aduh.
Dapat item binary-nya Edge of Night nggak? Tolol
Gonna
banget.
stay alive though at 1 HP.
Binary itu udah
So has the
GG
potential
gaming
to
aja.
just kind of keep going, but
Ini mau naik level 10 nih.
wow, now the
Masukin
loss is
Sona
very
nih.
close here, Casanova. Dish Soap is also
Masukin
gonna
Sona,
take
masuk
another
itu.
loss, but
Jadi
finds the
5
Jin.
Woi, Jin 2.
Yeah, Jin 2 itemless, but there is the Radiant TG, so that can
Jin
actually
2.
make for some really scary setup
Anjing
for
ini
the
udah
Jin. Look at that.
Ya, Jin
Oke,
nggak
item
ada
Jin
nggak ada
juga.
mana.
Tapi nggak ada mana ya.
Iya, item Jinnya nggak ada mana, Cok.
Attack speed doang anjir, attack speed jadi crit dongo.
Iya, Cok, itu Raskalan masa apa ini dah ideal item dah.
Artifak bener-bener yang Blacksmith Ji ya nggak connect.
Iya.
Yang Blacksmith yang artifak itu.
Oke, debat selesai teman-teman.
Udah selesai aku nggak connect.
Jinnya jelek tapi nggak ada item mana tadi.
Pagi guys.
Biolanya cuma 4 anjir.
Mati dong.
Belum. Wah, anjir 2 orang nih last stand anjir.
This top 4 is getting so out of hand here. Everybody is sitting at
Iya, liat,
one life
dan
left.
top 1-2-nya
We've
reroll
got
kan,
another
bukan
dragon, so another
ejukilan tuh.
mini round to find any additional item upgrades.
Sarapan duluhan
Wow,
Amanaza.
these boards look capped, they look ready to go.
Anita
Setsuko
Maxwin.
could actually still
Jin
make
nggak
a
ada
couple
mana,
of
turun setengah
improvements to
damage-nya,
this as
Cok.
well, if he's able to find the Lucian 2 as well as even just a Bard 2.
Udah jam 7, masih jam 6 di sini kocak.
Oh, ini yang tadi dia ini ya, yang tadi main best friend ya.
Iya.
Increase the power level. However, it feels like Kiyun, something happened with this board where it went from actually losing these fights against the
Jin.
80 flex board
Nih,
to
Jinnya bagus nih.
winning, and it wasn't.
Jin.
Irana
Nah,
Hirana.
ini bagus tuh.
Ini bagus, ada mananya.
It didn't result in a win. And I'm curious if it has come down to some
Mana nggak sih bang buat ini?
Lu dari masa depan sih.
Oh enggak, anti heal.
And we really have to watch this Zephyr from Setsuko.
I think the Akal
Oke,
is a
frontliner
huge
3
difference
doang.
maker,
Kita
especially
lihat.
if you're able to get the
Itu
positioning
ada
right with all of these
bondage
boards that rely
tentacle.
on this backline. I'm paying attention to the
Ih,
Akal
ngeri
in a
itu
lot
kena
of these
JP sama
situations.
ngongkol itu.
We are gonna have Dish Soap versus
Wih,
Zephyr.
yang kena
Zephyr's
bar.
gonna hit the bar.
Keren
What's
anjing.
perfect positioning here for Dish Soap, so you're not gonna get a huge carry lifted up in the air.
Yeah, Dish gets away
Wah,
with it.
Hirananya
Now,
mantap,
the
boy.
Ezreal comes through, doesn't quite
Tapi
take
udah
down the
habis,
Lucian.
udah.
So close to
Habis
the
tapi
second
tetep
cast.
Caitlyn
And now Jin
dar
Caitlyn
and
Radiant.
everything else topples alongside it, where
Oh, cing,
Kiyun
min 21, Cok.
Berapa 8 bits itu dia 4 ya?
replay goes from
Kayaknya
15 to
4.
10 and Dish Soap will take the fourth, Kiyun the third, and now Setsi versus
Cuma 2, 28
Dua.
bit anjir. Rapid fire 4 ya.
Wow,
Kayak gini dapatnya dari mana ya infonya?
But Dish Soap taking a big
Ada di
lead.
channel
juga,
official
anjir.
TFT.
Jas 3 kocak.
Is now
Di Jas 3
looking
juga.
uncontested with all this
Nih, di channel
damage.
officialnya.
Wih,
Nearly enough
itu tuh.
also to try to find that 2-star Lucian,
Hah?
but
Morde
replay
tiga.
with the Mordecai
Ini kayaknya baru lihat nih kita Morde 3 cuy, udah lama nih,
Iya,
udah lama nih kayaknya nih.
Dikasih lihat emang begitu kur dari tadi kur observer kur lu. jadi
Rasis buat
observer.
ke India cuy.
India.
Aksan
ya, aksan.
Ini udah menang sih, ini udah menang sih. Riven.
Ya Riven 3 cuy.
Riven 3 Jess,
PSS
bukan apa
lagi.
tuh?
Ya,
Tuh.
pula dia anjing.
Udah pasti menang itu.
Riven udah nggak ada obat cuy.
Level 10 Riven anjing. Kurang ngeri apa lagi tuh?
Terus tuh nama
Terus
Mordenya
satunya ada
3
Yasuo juga. Yasuo Magic.
What consistency coming out of replay?
So
Are you
magic.
kidding me, Casanova? Highest ADP.
Ya, bisa gitu, Rivennya 3 terus Mordenya juga 3 gitu.
Menang Vijay, anjir.
We don't know how that third game finished
Aksan
for
ya.
him, but that is absolutely wild so far to start out the day with a second to first.
Gue bikin T dulu dah.
Kocak OBC iya dari tadi emang.
And he won. And then coming into regionals, he's like, I belong to be in this big 3, this big 4, right? Why I'm as
Padahal
good
nggak
as these
ada
players.
augment
We've
combat.
got a lobby here.
Siapa butuh augment combat kalau lu bisa level 10 unitnya bintang 3 semua anjing.
But it's still incredibly
Buat
impressive.
apa
Story
augment
writes itself.
combat?
Fury play is fighting.
Jadi augmentnya augment ikon semua ya.
Tapi kalau lu nggak ngehit, kalau lu nggak ngehit ya udah gue naik. Cuma kalau ngehit ya kayak tadi tuh, udah main seenak jidat naik level doang anjing. Lu tadi nonton Soju hit Cactus 3 bang, nonton tadi kita ada kebagian lobbynya Soju Cactus 3 entah dari mana tahu anjing goblok
orang
banget.
Gak dikasih lihat. Orang gak dikasih lihat Soju.
Tahu lo Cactus 3 udah menang tai. Tai bet.
Pagi bang, pagi Zengkira.
Duh, pasti gue ngopi lagi sih.
Nah, kan lo jadi semangat buat sampai kelar kan?
Iya sih, 3 game lagi. Anjing.
Iya nanggung coy.
Iya lu sih baru bangun.
Si baru bangun anjing. Si baru bangun nanggung coy, buset. Ini mulai dari jam 3:30 tau gue anjir.
Ah, bukan jam 4.
Jam 3:30 tuh mereka ngomong-ngomong dulu, jam 4 baru main.
Oh.
Jam 3:30 gue masih nonton Avatar tuh anjing. Ngopi lah bang. Astaga.
Berarti tiap hari 6 game.
Ngopi gak ya?
Iya, top 1-nya gak dikasih lihat pas Soju tadi.
Set 11 belum ada info guys.
Apa?
Bukannya tanggal 28 PBE kur.
Kalau PBE itu tanggal 28 kan ini. Meeting sama TFT-nya. Kayak startnya dari awal bulan deh. Tapi enggak tahu juga sih.
Tidak. Jam 4 nonton Ina gambar. Emang lagi live Ina? Kagak cowok, nggak live dia. Ade,
Oh bang, nggak tidur. Udah tidur tadi cuy.
Enakin.
Bentar doang aja sebelum jam berapa ya? 3:30 gue tidur coy.
Price berapa ini bang Yul? Hah? Price? Tahu price poolnya gue nggak tahu ini aja.
Price poolnya 30.000 something dolar gitu.
Bakal nggak ada lagu kayak sekarang dong, mungkin ganti lagunya.
Berapa? $30 tuh ya?
Normalnya TFT itu nggak ada lagunya.
4 miliar cuy.
Ini karena remix Rumble doang kali ya?
Iya, ini spesial remix Rumble.
Anjing gak ada. Juga 4 miliar. $30.000 tuh kayak 500 jutaan gitu.
Ya, lumayan.
Ini $300 ya? Iya. 500 juta. Kok dikit ya, kayak turni ML dong hadiahnya.
ML per tim juga.
Ini kan per orang ya?
Iya.
Oh ya benar juga.
Gue cuman ngerol doang ya kan, judi.
Iya aja, judi aja gamenya cuy.
Menggacha. Ya tapi sekarang emang musiknya enak sih, jazz gitu, musiknya Maestro enak.
Kemarin ada yang bilang ini di live gue katanya bosan sama musik TFT bang, pengen set baru katanya.
Ini kira set baru ada musiknya lagi ya.
Set baru kalau misalkan nggak headliner, berarti musiknya based on arena lu apaan.
Iya jir, bakal kangen banget sama musik TFT cocok.
Qualify ke Worlds kan ini ya, iya. Depan beat gacha ya bang.
Bisa sih kalau pengen ada musik, mumpung lagi ada itu apa namanya sekarang? Everything Goes On.
Kobin.
Lagi di resell kan?
Itu buat musik kur?
Musik gitu.
Kan ada musik ini.
Musik hobi ya.
Gas langsung.
Iya ya bener ya. Si arena itu ya. Anjing gue gacha kali ya.
Beat gacha kalau gue kan gacha.
Gue juga pengen gacha aja. Ini gue udah 30 cok. PT gue.
Gila gacha.
Lebih bosan dengerin musik Mickey Adnan. Wih jangan kasar cuy, bagus musik Adnan cuy.
Mickey Adnan tuh bagus musiknya di sini. Mungkin bukan lu aja gitu.
Kita main TFT nyetel Lofi.
Kita bilang musiknya bagus ya.
Iya, musiknya bagus tapi mungkin emang
enggak, tapi itu yang dibully Adnan enggak sih anjir. Orang pas di cover sama yang cewek-cewek dibilang bagus, tolol enggak?
something that's really going to give them a lot of
Tapi yang Paimon emang keren sih anjir, versi Paimon sama siapa tuh tahu ya itu lagi ya. Itu keren sih.
Bang bentar ambil kopi.
Ini everything goes on. Yang kayak sekolah ini.
Disgestos ada nggak?
Nggak ada.
Bukannya disgestos ya?
Adanya kayak soju sama itu. Siapa tadi?
Apa?
Di shop ya?
Di shop.
He also got to level 10. He also got
Emang disgestos siapa aja?
Like it's crazy. And
That
Keen as well.
Disgestos
You know,
itu
Keen as
ini
well was
apa
featuring a lot
kreator.
of different stuff, right? So it can definitely put
Dia
you in a good
kreator gede
spot.
gitu.
Oh,
Main
iya,
tiap
tapi
lama.
dia
Those unique augments that when
ada
you're
bikin
pushing
ini
levels,
juga kan kayak
you can still be
yang
improving your board strength because you hit 9.
turnier
you get
Vegas
so
waktu
many
itu banyak
free
kan yang
rolls
join
that
disgestos
you
itu.
can roll some on 9 and actually like
Kayak dia
get
punya
some
tim
free
gitu.
hits and some
Waktu sebelumnya dia
on them.
ikut. Cuman
And
di
then just
yang
go towards
sekarang
10,
yang
and like that's what we
yang
saw
NA
from
ini
the
enggak
replay. And I think
ikut dia.
it's really kind of showcasing what a good game
Nggak
of
suka
shot can look
mantannya itu.
You know, in the same vein, I feel like something we
Gue kalau
saw.
TFT soalnya yang gue tonton cuma 3 doang.
You know,
Dia,
Zill's kind of
si
laying out the
Disgestos,
shape of the
kayak
game, right?
Trisoju
Where
sama
you're slingshotting
si
yourself forward,
siapa
improving your
Box.
cadence and increasing your tempo. Setsuko played very high tempo
Bocil
early game,
disco.
right? He had the Pandoras, which typically could allow you to play
Kalau di
relatively
LoL
slow,
biasanya dia main
but he
Riven mulu.
took the Radiant Infinity Edge right off the bat, played very fast, and then he played 5
Suruh
hard
belum?
steal on
Udah
8,
sih. TFT
and then
Nusantara
tried to
kapan?
play for top 4.
Tanggal berapa sih? Tanggal 28? 27 terakhir pendaftaran. Startnya nggak tahu deh. Kapan Ji? Udah ada info Ji?
Yeah,
Apa belum boleh dibocorin Ji?
right? Like in terms of
Apa?
what it's able to provide,
TFT
some
Nusantara,
augments
Ji.
can be considered that as well, but what
Udah ada
Hearthstone
kan
does
jadwalnya,
is give
cuman
you
gue
a
lupa.
consistent
Pokoknya dia
generator
finalnya tanggal
for that
10.
economy for those
Final
items
offline-nya tanggal
are really
10
what
di
you need to
Revival
do to
Point
win those
Arena.
games.
Gue
So
mau
when
toilet.
you have a situation where you can start getting
Kan udah ada ininya.
earlier,
Tanggal
and you have a situation where you can bring
kapan-kapan aku di Instagram.
something like a top 4. Does that happen all the time? No, but traditionally when it comes to that slingshotting kind of experience with Heartsteel, it's all about just having access to things that other people don't have access to.
Siapa
You
nomor
just have
1
more
nih?
resources. So
Nomor
if
1 kayaknya masih
you know,
si
something
itu
that we
deh.
see with Heartsteel players too is
Soju.
they don't slingshot. They sometimes wait too long and then they do bot 4, whereas some other people know exactly
Oh,
when
nggak
to
dapat lobby
time
Soju
things,
tadi.
they know when to press that gas pedal and convert a Heartsteel comp into a top 4, for example.
Now we got to look at the
Soju
standings,
dia
here, right?
lobby
Because we're
3
3
kan?
games in, we're halfway through the day, and it's important to note that we're not cutting half the field.
Bisa kita
right?
pilih
We
nggak
are
sih
not going
nobar
from
lobby
24
mananya
to
nggak bisa
12.
ya?
We are dropping
Nggak
the
bisa,
bottom
coy.
8 players, which means that threshold to advance to the next
Cuman
day
yang
is going
add
to be
friend
a
doang
little bit
berarti yang
lower
bisa
than you traditionally
milih.
would see at a cup. This means for those players that we saw at the bottom, the Chain Drew and Appies,
Turnamen set
may
10
not be having a
terakhir.
great day, they're not out of it yet. But it also means
Kemarin
that
patch berapa
players
ya?
Terakhir
Lupa gue
kan
baca
Nusantara.
disc-nya.
here, sitting at 9th place, which
Kayaknya.
usually feels pretty good. It's
Oh iya,
with
Nusantara ya,
Setsuko,
terakhir ya?
means that
Kayaknya sih.
you have a lot of players sitting at the bottom who are
Patch
looking to
terakhir
claw their
kayaknya
way out.
sekitar
And I feel like
tanggal
Gazelle, it's
20
interesting
deh kayaknya.
dynamic for day 1 to have the bottom 8 cut.
Bukan
It's
patch
more
terakhir,
forgiving
ya.
for players. I feel like it's
Hari
you
terakhir
can argue that
set
it gives
10.
more agency to the players themselves.
Maret udah ganti ya?
Absolutely. I mean, there's less chance of just
Iya.
getting day 1, you know, on a bit of a low roll, right? You know, that kind of thing is
Mau
less
full boss
likely to
Oh,
dan
happen.
Guardian
turun tuh
Core.
tadi tuh,
Regardless of the
replay
points,
naik
but it's
tadi pas
pretty
pas dia
small.
menang.
As you get further
Oh,
down,
dia
obviously
di-
replay,
lima.
Soju, you know,
5
really
poin
doing well. They have a lot of points, but you know, Ripple, he's tied with Setsuko, who's only 3 points ahead of 16th place, right? So it's 3 points between 8th and 16th right now. We are obviously only 3 games.
Sebentar lama banget mulainya, gue kira bulan ini mainnya. Karena kan emang pendaftaran juga lama nih timelinenya.
I think you're going to be
Apa,
feeling
how
like,
ka-
hey, there's still a pretty good chance.
Technical meetingnya baru tanggal berapa tuh yang
Nusantara?
Nusantara? Oh, 2 lah.
And you could be right back in the mix of things.
Gue kira Haoka bang, katanya mau rilis udah setahun.
Haoka kapan, Cok?
Emang udah OTW rilis, cuman di Indonesia nggak bakal rilis.
Nggak jadi rilis kur.
Nggak mungkin rilis lah kalau ada AOV mah.
Yang waktu itu yang chat lu itu yang spill bukan? Nggak jadi berarti.
Ah, itu kan dia cuma bakal rilis doang, nggak confirm rilis di Indo kan.
Iya hilang anjir, sempat ada bentar doang di App Store.
Tapi gue yakin ini sih, dia bakal ngebiarin orang Indo main gitu, tapi nggak plak-plakan bilang rilis di Indonesia.
Tapi tetap global di Asia gitu ya.
Iya.
Tapi kalau pakai
Indo
VPN
main
sama
pingin
jebol
tetap
anjir.
bagus tapi dibiarin.
Kalau pakai VPN, masalahnya main di Brazil juga pingnya bagus, Gur.
Iya, kan dibikinin ping di ini kata di SEA. Dibikinin server di SEA katanya. Karena terlalu banyak orang main di SEA.
Emang kayaknya kalau HP pasar gede SEA dah.
Iya sih. Indonesia, Filipina, Vietnam.
Emang ada peraturan gak boleh gitu, Gur ya?
Peraturan sih nggak ada ya, nggak tahu ya, tapi udah pasti nggak bisa.
Orang WR lagi, Bang.
Pasti ada kontrak lama Garena gitu. Oke, aku rilis game ini, tapi kau jangan ngerilis game serupa di wilayah gua ya. Oke, kata Tencent. Pasti ada yang bau-bau kayak gitu tuh.
Gua nunggu WR kalau nggak party 5, Fortitude dihilangin dah baru main lagi tuh. Kalau ada teman party 5 dong, lu baru mau main aja.
Lah lu nggak laki, lu nggak solo.
Kesehatan mental penting, Bos.
Gua nggak dapet invite.
Gua kena mental itu, gua lost streak 20 kali.
Gua lost streaknya doang sih kagak masalah, Han. Gua kalau menang kalah nih, musuhnya jago, temennya jago, gua masih terima, Han.
Gua kena mental gara-gara alay lane anjing, baru main alay lane. Anjing.
Begitu main set alay lane udahnya alay lane nggak lama ngetik-ngetik, wah udah diem doang anjing. Udah paling tahi itu udah ngomongin gua anjing. Temen alay lane 3 kali, udahnya gak mau jalan di base ketik doang, udah malas main gua. Langsung sakit kepala aku. Mending main TFT.
Belajar juga. Lu udah ikutan scrim yang di Discord itu, Bet?
Tadi malam gue diajak, cuma kan gue ngantuk-ngantuk gitu kan, jadi gue nonton Avatar. Gue bilang enggak, gue ngantuk, males mikir ya. Nonton Avatar lah gue tuh. Beres-beres jam 3:30 yang gue chat lu, gue jadi.
Nonton Avatar apaan, kan cuma 1 episode aja.
8.
Udah langsung rilis 8 episode.
Iya.
Lah, udah 1 episode dulu anjing.
Udah beres sih gue nonton Avatar.
Berarti episode terakhirnya yang ini, yang apa, kota air diserang itu?
Iya, yang engnya jadi ikan koi
aja. Paus. Sama aja anjing, nontonnya sama aja lagi, Cok.
Emang.
Berarti yang utara diserang.
Ya kan base-nya dia yang book satunya kan, yang water itu kan.
Berarti belum ke bumi berarti ya?
Sempat ke tempat yang bumi.
Sempat ketemu bambu bumi.
Sempat ke tanah emang itu kan?
Iya, ke tanah bentar dia mampir, Cok. Yang ada ini kalau lu nonton yang zaman dulu ada pedagang kubis, tau gak sih yang teriak kubis
katanya. Dan itu berkali-kali kan, pas dia lagi jualan sama pas mau masuk ke gerbangku ini ya kan, ke gerbang kerajaannya.
Kubisku katanya. Lucu banget. Gila nih, ke lantai 3 nih.
Series Netflix kalau rilis langsung 1 batch, Bang. Bro, aku pengguna Netflix dari dulu, nggak selalu kayak gitu. Dulu
tapi 1 batch tahu, kemarin terakhir juga tuh yang film Dota juga 1 batch langsung.
Arken juga gitu kan?
Iya, Arken juga langsung.
Dulu banget iya, abis itu dia kalau nggak salah katanya agak kurang gitu peminatnya, jadi dibatasi. Makanya One Piece kalau nggak salah aku 3-3 deh. Apa 1-1 gitu ya.
Juga langsung di One Piece deh.
Enggak anjir.
Bagus nggak? Lumayan
gua nonton
sih.
telat berarti gua nonton.
Avatar.
Dikasih lihat lobbynya bukan top klasemen. Iya nggak tahu anjing, ini lobby kurang nih dikasih lihat.
Avatar yang ini kayak kalau secara case-nya ya mungkin lu ngerasa aneh lah, beda dari yang lu inget. Cuma kalau kayak buat ceritanya gue sih nontonnya ngerasa nostalgia banget tadi.
TFT Mobile udah
kalau
ada
misalkan
versi
gagal kagak ada nih bukunya nih.
Bulan depan semoga ada.
Gunblade.
Disco.
Iya, ada Moser, ada Cluttermine. Itu Salvage Beat yang kedua ya?
Iya.
Kalau yang nomor 7 apa tuh? Scrappy Invention.
an early Mosher Vi headliner, and then you turn it into a Mosher Nar headliner, and then you keep laddering it until you
masih nunggu Witcher nih kagak keluar lagi yang baru ya.
I'm looking because that's actually 3 Cassante headliners that we have in this lobby so far. Rain is gonna have one. We do see that it's
Arken dulu juga nggak itu anjir, nggak langsung ini dirilis semua. Enggak. Seinget gue 3 hari apa 3 minggu gitu dibagi episodenya.
Dulu nonton Avatar tiap pagi Global TV, abis Avatar selesai nyambung Dark Zone Rudy Tabuti. Iya. Terus lo tau kan kalau Avatar beres ada lagunya dulu tiap episode. Yang kayak kalau Avatarnya udah habis ada ada lagu.
Ya sekarang kan juga ada musik.
Iya.
Sama itu juga musiknya.
Gue tadi pas lagi nonton suaranya mirip-mirip Dark Zone anjing.
Terus lagi ya banget jadinya.
Iya. Gue sih nonton tadi beneran kayak nostalgia, bukan kayak aduh ini bagus nih, kayak sih nostalgianya yang dapet aja. Seru banget nontonnya, lucu.
Next major update kira-kira apaan Kur? Ya itu ganti set.
Kasihan banget tuh, harusnya 2 doang yang angkut anjing, nggak dapet siapa-siapa lagi.
Ini gue kalau dapat headline Hardstyle di awal nih. Dapat Hardstyle nanti di round 3, data udah tinggal berapa? 70, 60-an.
Hardstyle.
Itu dia klasermen lagi anjing, harus menuhin band.
How often is it that we get players that are from the same types of study groups playing against each other, and how much does that really end up hurting people?
See, we get the same study group all the time, right? But the lab having 3 members.
Lu kalau dengerin casternya study group, nah itu biasa mereka barengan belajarnya.
For that study group, especially because both Rain and
kayak
Giri are
ada guild-guildnya gitu loh, belajar bareng buat turnamen.
They're playing incredibly well, and so now it's like, okay, can they stay at the top of this lobby where there's players like Hokigam and Weijin in this lobby as well? Will Rain and Biri be the actual big bads of this lobby who are continuing to push the tempo
Invasion tuh bikin item gimana sih?
Lu taruh mentahan doang udah jadi.
Mentahan doang. Nanti dia random tuh.
Iya. Random item dari komponen itu. Jadi kalau Scrap itu mainnya dia punya 5 batasnya 5 ada 5 mentahan lu pasang itu jadi item.
Tapi harus di unit yang beda ya. Kalau salvage bin?
Kalau salvage bin lu bikin apapun, lu jual unitnya murudul itemnya. Pecah semua iya.
Termasuk emblem.
Emblem juga pecah. Salvage bin tuh enaknya kalau lu mainnya yang udah main fleksibel doang tau nggak? Lu taruh apapun itemnya nanti juga ada gitu loh. Lu dapet apapun lu bisa bikin itemnya gampang. Kalau yang Scrappy Invention biasanya nyari win streak, dia semua unitnya dikasih mentahan, nyari menang. Mau study group sama aku nggak ngeri, nanti dipegang-pegang ya.
Legend saya nggak ada. Nanti itu yang TFT Nusantara Indonesia.
Gue sekarang di
10.5 ada headliner kah? 10.5 kan yang sekarang anjir. 10.5 juga nggak ada.
10 udah nggak ada titik 5.5-nya. Gue di Twitch suka ini deh sekarang nongol mulu si siapa sih namanya yang dari saya yang ikut Worlds. Lo inget gak Kur yang di Vegas Open ada yang dari saya?
Ini dari Vietnam.
Enggak, dari SK ada rank 1-nya.
Nggak inget gue.
Di Twitch gue kalau lagi buka Twitch suka nongol mulu channel dia.
That does mean that these, tanky frontline items can potentially combine to turn into.
Kalau lu buka ini lu buka
client,
set lihat ranked TFT, nah yang challenger nomor 1, nah itu dia suka nongol di Twitch gue nih.
Oh, bisa lihat ranknya?
Bisa.
Comeback. Halo.
Ayo rest stack bang.
Stack tak kolaki.
Masanya dia pasti win streak anjing.
Baru mulai nih ya?
Oh dia nunggu di titik terakhir ngambil rest stack ya biar nggak ketahuan dulu ya.
I'm curious to see if he's gonna raise the stakes. He does it. Did you see how long he was looking at other boards to see if he would be able to keep that streak alive? Wajan Iverson has raised the stakes. That is exciting.
To be clear.
TFT ada e-sportnya di Indo, e-sportnya bakal hidup gak kok. Sulit sih cuy. Cuma satu orang doang yang
ini
dibawa
kayaknya
aja.
menang dia
Nggak tahu
kayaknya.
juga deh.
Ini dia menang dong.
Menang anjir.
Iya malah menang anjir.
Iya kalau mau itunya buat dulu tuh.
Menang sih harusnya kesantainya masih kuat itu. Kalah dong.
Wih keren banget.
Gila, menangnya menang kalahnya kalah bagus.
Hitungannya jago berarti ini orang, Cok. Ngitung-ngitungnya.
Enggak anjir itu jantungnya udah ini
Itu udah jantungnya bener ya, udah deg-degan aja.
Kita kan nobar pro player tuh jago ngitung kok.
Nggak mau dinaikin Gragas 2 nih gue yakin.
Enggak kan lah.
Itu jadi 30 cok. Jual aja kata gua jadi 30.
Kejaos, nah iya kejaos bener
Enggak kan dari batu kan bisa dapat ini juga duit kalau nggak unit lagi.
Gue buka Twitch nongol kejaos mulu, Cok.
Kan kalau dia jadiin Gragas bintang 2 menang dong dia nanti.
Nah iya makanya jangan.
Iya makanya nggak bakal.
Ini dia nyari unit dari batu ini, ada drop unit.
Oh. Dia lihat-lihat buat ngitungin unit.
Mending lu jual Gragas daripada tiba-tiba dapet Gragas, Bang.
Tiba-tiba dapat Gragas jadi bintang 2 ya.
But I was paying very close attention to whether or not he was going to click that because of how often he was scouting the other boards.
Dia tuh lihat-lihat, dia lama dia lihat-lihat board orang, bukan unitnya. Dia lihat, oh yang ini kuat, yang ini lemah, yang ini lemah, yang ini kuat, yang ini kuat. Biar dia bisa nge-planning. Oh ini kalau kayak gini aman nggak?
Yang ketiga.
Yasuo here on 3-1. This is exactly when you need to hit. Yasuo's kind of fallen out of favor.
3-1 Yasuo, siap ready to win streak, Bang.
So we can actually stack up. Does allow this comp to still play for really solid top fours. And I like this from Taiwing, who's had a very successful tournament so far.
Ya ini orang masih mau ke santai 3 kan?
Tahu anjing kenapa dia hasilnya iya anjing ke santai satu lagi bintang 3 sih. Buat apa, Cok?
Santai deh dia.
Buat apa anjir, ini orang udah rungkat banget ini dari awal nyari hairstyle dapetnya belakangan.
Nah itu dia yang mengkhawatirkan. Nah itu dia yang mengkhawatirkan, dia kalah gold. Pakai augment pedang. Dari batu dapat pedang semua ya udah. Wih, landslide.
Tapi masalahnya ya sudah bintang 3 cuy. Wih gargantuan.
I go for gargantuan sih kalau nggak return of investment kan.
So ini mencena.
Ini bukan yang ini tadi Yasuo tadi.
Nah kan tampak kan observernya kan.
Observernya mana sih anjing, beda Cok.
Tahu anjing.
Ini beda lagi anjing, itu beda augmentnya.
Ini yang ngantuk gue apa observernya sih?
Observer mabuk asik.
Gue kangen anjing item muka dulu coy.
Ooh, there's a salvage bin as well, so you can make everything. You can just remake it. Yep. So that's what we saw with the cell there, all the components
Bocah best friend, let's
you'll be able to
go.
get some really good items online now.
Best to friend.
Gue kangen ini dah blank slip di pas strip 2 udah menang game ini.
Best friends help to show up.
Coba dulu gue udah ngerti, lebih ngerti ya. Kayak dari dulu gampang menangnya blank slip ya.
Yeah, and with the scrappy inventions,
by the way, scrappy invention ini udah jarang keluar loh.
Masih
kasih sarapan lo OBS-nya anjing. Tahu dari tadi mabuk.
Masih jarang banget nemu blank slap. Scrappy invention.
Being able to just give some more power to the backline, allowing for this win streak to continue. And she's doing a really great
Dia tuh
job here putting this together, right?
diem di
Because
satu
you've
tempat
got
tuh
this
lama
Amumu,
banget anjir nih
such
OBS
a
tuh.
solid
Gak
stage
pindah
for
gitu.
tank, even as one star with full
Giran
items.
lagi pengen kita lihat pindah dia, anjing banget.
And not only taking
Orang lagi gajian hard
damage,
steal
but
ditunggu-tungguin,
Amumu in
pindah
stage
dia.
3 just does so much damage. This unit is
Ini
absolutely
yang top satunya
an
ini,
insane
Cok.
damage dealer
Website
in the
jual
early
beli
stages
anjing.
of the game. And by having it alongside the Senna, you
Biri-biri.
want everything to clump up around the Amumu, and then they both AoE it down. And it's a really, really good setup for the stage 3 to continue winning.
Yeah, you also have the super
Oh,
fan
masih
to get
Biri-biri mah tempat nonton sih.
the Shoujins
Apa tuh?
as well, so the Senna's
Ya,
gonna
Bili-Bili.
be
Beda orang ini yang
casting a
mau
lot, so I'd
ke
love
Sate
to be able
Bintang
to see
3
this
ini.
in action. The Kasante is actually gonna go towards the Senna in the back line, but
dia
it's not
resist
gonna stop
juga
the
tuh.
Senna at all as that Kasante gets taken
Ini
down.
yang
And
tadi
you can
resist
exactly
tag
see what you're talking
Beda,
about
yang tadi
at the
tuh, yang tadi
works
tuh pakai
there,
Vi.
but
Oh
it
iya.
Apis
Ada
also raised the
ininya, ada
stakes.
apa namanya event route nih
Apis
kan.
has raised the stakes,
Ini yang ke Sante Bintang 3
Ini
itu
ke
tadi.
Sante mau 3 tadi sih.
for
Iya.
Apis, for the early to mid game, you know.
Pengen
stage
lihat yang tuh
3,
B3
not
kocak, kalau gue bisa
exactly,
pencet gue pencet ini.
A ton of hearts going in there, but it is some extra gold to try and jumpstart
Interaktif live streaming gitu mah.
once you find some early level ups, and Apis down to
Wes,
62 health.
wes.
It's not
Lu
a
nggak-
horrible
Pantesan
place
di
to be,
Discord
right? The other,
Apa?
raise
Di
the
Discord
stakes is going
bisa,
to be
Cok, ada
Wei
yang
Jin,
kayak
who's
kalau
at
lu mau
57,
minta link
and Rain is the
live-nya
one that we
gitu,
kind of need to
dikasih.
look at.
Bukan link live-nya
49
itu, lu
HP.
kalau
I
mau
believe
join
she was
lobby-nya
also playing around
nge-spectate
Heartsteel in the
sendiri.
early game. Finds
Dikasih.
Yone with a spat.
Oh, bisa.
Tapi harus pakai
Really
kliennya
down the Heartsteel
TR
line,
ini.
but being so low,
Turnamen.
Oh iya, kliennya beda kan.
trying to pivot out of there
Kalau dulu
as quick as
kliennya terus
possible.
add friend
So what do you
ininya,
go
observernya,
towards,
nanti kita
though?
spectate
Like
observernya.
I wonder, do you try to go
Kayaknya.
the
Enggak, lu
Yone
masuk lobby-nya,
reroll
masuk ke
and just
bagian
try to
spectate.
build it out with something else?
Oh, masuk.
Vision
Oh, kita
Anderson
masuk sendiri.
has, in fact,
Eh,
been
satu
able
mangga
to
nih, Bang.
raise
Lanjut
the-
dong,
Lanjut
anjay.
anjay.
Bang, awas sampai lobby.
Laki ini. Darahnya masih banyak soalnya. Enggak, 67 sih. 67 masih oke lah.
Aman, aman, aman. Aman,
Masih
aman.
sisa 20 lah.
Terus pecah ya? Anjir. Tapi enggak sih harusnya.
Enggak lah, ya, kecuali
Iya, iya.
Lu kalau mau tahu, ada yang pernah drama TFT gara-gara kayak ginian. Jadi dia emang lagi qualifier kan, kalau kayak gini lu ikutan turnamennya yang NA tuh ada yang lu harus LP-nya berapa, dilihat dari LP paling besar, dia ikut turnamen gitu kan, masuk ke turnamennya. Jadi ada yang lagi di rank biasa gitu kan, lagi mau masuk ke turnamennya, nge-push dikit lagi, satu kali menang dia bisa masuk. Dia main hardstyle, cash out, apa di race terus, pas di akhir musuhnya FF tai, pas udah mau cash out dia langsung kalah game. Jadi drama. Sumpah jadi drama itu.
Incredible cash out. We also get to take stock of where the rest of the lobby is though in terms of their
Spectre
augment
Spencer,
choices.
nah iya itu.
Top bomb is taken to
Tapi
the
oke-okean
mid,
dong.
but it's the keepers that's gonna be the second augment choice there.
Dia harus menang nomor 1.
Iya, dia harus kayak at least ya top 4 lah gitu. Buat dia bisa
Nanti
lanjut.
musuhnya tuh ini ngejual boardnya gitu.
FF surrender tuh.
4 orang surrender gitu?
Enggak, satu orang yang dia ketemu slash surrender gitu.
Iya, jadi dia nggak jadi ini, nggak jadi gajian
Di surrenderin gitu sama orang aja.
Jadi dia menang ya, jadi kepotong ya.
Ini grand finals, enggak, ini yang qualifier final.
Nah, grand finalnya
Well, we saw
2 hari
that
lagi.
Apis was already on Raise the Stakes, but did it happen again?
I think he may have raised it again. Is what
Pengen
Wade is
lagi
looking
Iya,
at.
gue juga pernah pada lagi
No
WS.
way.
Gue udah 2 kali sih.
There's Apis, it's raised. Yeah,
Gue
there we
udah 2
go.
kali sih.
Ini kesantai mau diapain nih anjing?
Tahu, koleksian itu anjing.
We've got the wolves now.
Tabungan masa
though.
depan
Ini
santai anjing.
It's on, like,
Dia
maybe
ultimul.
make sure
Apa-apa, Bang,
that
sekalian
these
counter
losses
main
aren't gonna
gini.
hurt as much,
Oh iya
but
juga, bener.
wow,
Kalau menemuin dapat XP.
I would love to know just how high
Berak
they
gara-gara
can cap.
ngopi ya.
It is also
Abis ini dia pas lagi ngoceh-ngoceh.
Berak tinggal berak.
Juga ya.
Especially with other people playing it, where
Oh,
she
itu
would have
duit.
to completely sell board and take a
Weh?
decent amount of damage.
Wis,
And so she
Tetet,
tried to pivot and is
tetet,
starting to win streak. Looking at this though,
ada kain
Abby's
anjing.
just found a cane,
Tetet,
potential to try and go
tetet,
5 heart steal if he can find one more. There's potential consideration
Satu
to
lagi.
rolling down to find the 5th heart steal.
5 hearts
yeah, I wow.
Jadi masih mau nunggu
do you
gajian
think-
kayaknya.
Kalau sekali cari set gak sih?
Do you feel like that's gonna be enough? You do have the double Zac.
Iya,
duit 64 ya, banyak.
Iya.
Tinggal pencet
lagi menabung anjir mereka tuh.
Yeah, it's not
tinggal pencet D.
So it does look like this is gonna be another quick loss.
Yeah, and Rain playing around the
darah tinggal 40 juga pakai segala
very
ini.
Strong composition. Not fully
there. Kalah jelek lagi. Bonyok banget ini.
Really cool about
habis ketemu Wasiadi salah satu akan diungkap. Iya ya, itu mereka berdua raise the stake tapi nggak saling ketemu ya dari tadi.
Nah ini cewek cuy.
Rain cewek Rain.
Itu mereka nggak saling ketemu tuh.
Wah, gajian. Apa nih gajiannya nih? Jangan pindah nih OBS nih. Ini dari OBS nih si anjing taruh di sini.
No more stakes raising down at 25 and it's a big roll down.
Anjing reforger.
Apa itu?
Gold collector doang.
Iya kecil kan tadi.
I think that's good though, right? You just have to take what you can get, and you still have this double Zac. You're still able to sell off some champions here and try to hit something a little better. Okay, you got the Zed as well to get the EDM online. Kiana's super nice too to be able to get that true damage as well as the crowd diver. That's for crowd diver.
Yeah, I think Alice has put something together that's acceptable. It's not as bad, right?
Daripada nggak ada ya.
Because it's just a good headliner.
Masalahnya item sekarang.
But he doesn't find a 2-star carry to work with this, right? It's just the Z1. He's got a pair of them though. Kiana is a really nice pickup, however. If he can get, he does have the true damage line. So
Kiananya nggak mungkin.
Kalau nggak itu Kiananya itu 2 HOJ cok.
Continue to increase the cap of the board, but being down an actual 2-star
carry is
making it so Appy is a guaranteed win. And he runs
Mati
into this
Poppy.
Yasuo 3, and the fight is incredibly close here against Skywin.
Oh masih menang sih.
That Zed is putting in a ton of
Aduh, execute tuh.
Bloodthirster is healing up the
Satu lagi.
Aduh. Mid game anjing.
unable to get taken down there. So that's going to be
Rest tapi cuma 3 kurang oh ya. Tadi 3 HS doang.
Yeah, I love that he just sold his board immediately. He knew he had a bunch of junk, so now he's looking for what he can. But he didn't really find a lot of gold, and he needs to just.
Wah!
Maybe not quite as good, but he can keep.
Tinggal masukin doang tuh bang.
Gila langsung jadi tuh satu set.
Gold without buying a single unit, and he hasn't popped any of these items. This is a very, very rough transition, and he needs to start slamming now.
Yeah, it's gonna be
sabar bang, bentar pusing.
Nih Anvil nggak dipecahin nih. Darahnya tinggal 19 masalahnya.
Anjir statistiknya kenapa begitu ikonnya? Ada
red buff juga itu. Turunan juga kenapa begitu?
Ngebak. Anjing, dapat blue buff tadi dari itemnya.
Iya.
Wow, that win is so
Bang pagi oi raya. Udah kabut.
Udah penuh kan item ini.
Tapi dia masih ada itu.
Oh iya juga ya.
Panik Ji, darah tinggal dikit Ji. 19.
Itu ya kalau gue yang main Ji, gue ngomong diem lu Ji, berisik, darah gue tinggal dikit.
Darah gue tinggal 19 anjing.
Diem lu Ji.
Baru dulu masukin item.
To help just shore up some of that damage, but taking stock of the rest of the lobby. There's some really interesting compositions. I'm really looking at what Appy's can kind of continue to do from here.
Habis dijual muncul mulu tadi shop.
Another big upgrade onto this board.
Yeah, I mean the Z2 was massive that Appy was able to find it.
Aduh, gimana nih ini agak capek juga nih si Apais nih. Api nih.
Ya, seenggaknya dia Z2 lah.
Poppy in the front line and then a pretty strong 4 crowd around this set. So now Appy's needs to be able to try and find some econ back since he's sitting at 0 gold. Meanwhile, Rain picked up KL3, so we've got another strong board in the mix.
Wih, best of friend.
Looking at DK's board as well, this is another hard steel flavor. We have the Caitlyn as well as the Affiliates backline for the rapid fire. We've also got the Bard that's going to be helping out in that incredibly strong as it overwhelms that front line and deletes the back line. DK now is looking at elimination
tapi menurut gue sih nggak work lah, lu sengaja jual board kalau lu lagi win streak gede banget nih nih, win streak 5, win streak 6 ketemu cash stack lu jual box ya rugi aja. Udah ya lu gak bisa menang lagi.
Ada Kyle bro, Kyle reroll bro.
Ngeluarin tukar sama kos 1 sih lebih mending. Tukar sama apa ke bench dulu.
Ini hexagonnya juga bagus lagi.
Ini hexagon pentakillnya ya.
Pentakill itu lagi Oakman-nya.
Oh iya, Oakman pentakill ya.
Iya mental head ya, udah immune dong. Akalinya immune tuh, ntar akali bintang 2 sih.
Menang ini kayaknya.
Pentakill 7, 2 rage blade.
Menang ini kayaknya aja.
Ini kuat nih
modenya.
modenya.
Gak kelihatan musuhnya rata tiba-tiba.
Ini tadi Catherine Soju sempat main begini kan, abis itu jadi kartus 3 anjing.
Kalau yang Soju beda, dia nggak jadiin bintang 3.
Iya, Kayla nggak dijadiin bintang 3.
Dia cuma pegangan nyimpen duit, win streak 10, atau kartus 3 anjing. Kalau yang ini emang recall, ini main recall dia.
Yeah, so the one with no items still not gonna do too much, so needs to find
tadi dapat patula kan dia.
or find Zona 2, but Zona 2 is not gonna come for some time.
Mana coba tadi yang gajian banyak yang Ezreal dah. Anjing nih, si observer nih cok yang darah-darah
Wasian person.
Kita pengennya yang ngeliat yang jago bang.
Relatively stable, but ends up taking a loss, and it feels like just the one-star Kiana.
Dia kayaknya nggak tahu letak menariknya di lobby ini yang mana dah.
Ini juga lobby yang lagi di placement atas lagi.
Iya makanya nggak tahu yang lagi panas nih apa nih gitu. Bukan player TFT nih gue yakin nih.
Ini caster pun bingung deh anjing, orang bawah yang dikomentarin aja. Gak jauh-jauh nih komentarnya, aduh ini udah sulit.
Kalau gitu mah gue aja yang ini ya, yang observe nih kalau caster bisa ngomong.
Instead of for crowd diver, just feeling that the unit quality would be a little bit better to drop down to 2.
Sampai day 30, iya sampai day 30 ini subaton anjing turnamen
There's a lot of
itu.
improvements that have been made, but this board is still not convincing me that it can escape from getting a bot
Caster
4.
juga emosi tuh. Ini baru game 3 ya? Ini game 4 ya? Oh iya bener tuh game 4.
Bisa nih sampai game 6.
Kan udah
berarti
game kita itu
6 berarti.
tontonin.
But that damage is coming
Nah,
through
nggak nyampe jam
pretty
10 ini.
quickly.
Iya nggak nyampe jam 10
Kale
ini.
is now at full,
Iya, cuy, bentar
almost
lagi
full
nih.
stacks. Can she keep going?
Trouble dulu ini.
Lihat Kyle-nya tadi. Pak.
Tapi kenapa kalau main itu suka ngebug kayak Rage Blade-nya 2 nih. Yang nyala stack cuma 1 anjing, nggak nyala anjing.
Enggak, itu udah di fix. Itu visual doang
Udah di fix ya?
udah di fix.
Appy's needed a lot more than this. The next
Kalau yang Kyle tuh ngebugnya ini.
escape elimination from regionals.
Jadi kalau misalkan lu udah punya 2 race blade gitu, yang satu dari super fan, begitu lu masukin Yorick yang nggak sama itu stucknya reset.
Nah itu visual doang apa beneran?
Enggak,
ini,
itu beneran, tapi udah di fix. Jadi sekarang paling kalau ngebug pun visual doang.
Ngebug.
Iya, waktu itu gue udah nyobain aja, reset lagi stacknya anjir, gue kira visual doang.
Bikin ini nggak bikin Ionic
Nggak ada pedang lagi ya dia ya. Iya.
Karena 2 damage kali, jadi nggak butuh Ionic Spot.
Itu Kiananya harus dikasih item terus dapat pedang, cannonnya bisa dijual tuh.
Mana dapat
Jadi
Ezreal
9
tadi
TD.
bang? Itu masih hidup itu si Wasiani Person.
Goodbye.
Ini masih Winston kok yang dapat Ezreal tadi, yang pecah gede nih Winston.
Iya, masih itemnya banyak jadi red buff blue buff sekarang.
Iya makanya kan tadi gue bilang dia dapet ini soalnya.
This really strong Kale on the
Buset.
backside.
Itu Yorick.
Akigam
Satu
has
lagi
been
bintang
virtually
2.
untouched. Still sitting
Iya,
at
cuma
80
Lawi
HP, by
juga.
the way.
Gitu kan tinggal naik level.
Keepers submit to the pit. We don't even have to look. The augment told the story of what's happening over there. Pakigam, the items weren't looking
Antara
amazing, but he had some
Kenapa dia lebih
pieces to get
pengen
there before
ini
neutrals,
ya?
and it
Karena
feels like
nge-stun ya
everything
Crowd
came
Diver ya?
together, and hey, we'll take a little
Dia menyalahin
glance
Crowd
here,
Diver
and you can
dibanding
see
buat
this
dia.
Urgot even playing around a Morello because, you know, it works. It's attack
Terus
speed, it gives the
lempat
healing
anjing.
reduction all around.
Dia
And I mean,
ngejar
just
stun.
look at the
Berarti.
power. The Urgot 3 submit to the pit. That thing
Harus
just
steal
got
4 gara-gara
Ezreal
itu,
ulted
Han.
by the red buff, blue buff, infinity.
Oh, Ezreal steal ya.
Feel like it moved
Bukan bikin.
anything. If this wasn't
Si
a
Yoni
Ghost
cuma buat
Fort, I
Crowd
think
Diver
Wicked
doang.
might have gotten smashed. So we're gonna see if Pocky can continue to be even stronger.
Bisa diturunin sih Yoni kalau nemu yang kayak
Who did he lose to is my question.
Pocky lost, but there's a good odds that he is going to start pushing towards level 9 and continue to improve this board. He's got a lot of HP buffer over this that he's been able to save up towards.
Jangan alasan cuy, itu trik ninja itu.
Trik ninja berak nggak balik lagi ya? Hilang.
Tidur di WC gue anjing sambil ngeden tidur tuh gue anjing.
The Sterix for Pocky feels pretty good, I might say.
Ezreal next the best combo. Bosan anjing liat gila lu. Bagus sih, emang kuat. Bosan anjing.
Keras ini
kuat banget.
Dapat
monster keeper tadi.
Augment yang kalau ngumpul dapat defense anjing.
Iya, sama shield juga tuh anjing. Keeper tuh anjing. Ini OP anjing.
Which will pretty much ensure that Pocky hits considering he has a duplicator.
Yeah, that's a super great point. I
think
Pocky got set up for success from the very beginning. And still very impressive that he's played so
well. Jadi nggak bisa di salvage. Hah?
To be able to keep up these top 4 finishes.
Billy's board, he is snuck into the most fraudulent top 4, top 5 I've ever seen. There's no like this board, it looks like low rolled out of his
orang lagi nonton.
Nah, monster mati sama Yasuo lu anjir.
Emang gak sekuat itu anjir main monster.
Menang dapat defense itu tuh. Tapi gara-gara item Urgot sampah gak sih anjir?
Gue baru tahu kalau sampai
salah satu
harus
juga.
gitu. Itu sampai to the pit kayak bola disco ini anggapannya.
Gue udah pernah berapa kali gitu gue main monster sama Augment monster itu nggak sekuat itu aja.
I think that's going to be pretty good odds that he's able to get that upgrade as well.
Doing
some positioning changes in
kalau
preparation for
Yoriki
facing
bintang
off
3.
against Weishin Iverson's
Kalau
board.
siap, itu mah lu nggak pakai Augment monster juga kuat anjir.
Itu nggak pakai Augment juga nggak apa-apa itu.
So that'll help out a lot. But you're still missing some critical upgrades that Ezreal was firing off so many shots into that clump that
Dipindahin
Pocky
ke
has.
tapi beda lawan kan. Ih, lawannya Ezreal ini loh padahal.
Agak yang jadi masalah tuh tadi Poppy-nya belum upgrade, Yoriki juga masih bintang 1. Kalau Poppy-nya kan sekarang udah 2. Kalau Yoriki udah 2 juga udah kuat banget deh.
Pocky is so
sih?
Shield tebal banget modal Augment.
Karena kalau remember your roots itu dia aktifnya ke headliner doang apa ke non headliner jalan juga?
Kan sharing dia.
Sharing non headliner juga.
Iya, maksud gue misalnya headlinernya monster nih. Urgot kan ada country, nah ke country-nya jalan juga nggak?
Iya jalan.
How do you take it down at this point though?
Harusnya ya, seinget gue jalan.
Even when you look at the back
tapi
line,
gak tau deh,
most of
gue
the
ngantuk
back line
jangan diajak
units are
ngomong.
2-star. So how do you make improvements back there to actually contend with that?
Lucian 2 can help because the shred is just a lot of damage itself, but there's not even a single Lucian, and this is level 8, and you know, so Lucian 2 is really far away. Probably not gonna happen. These upgrades are relatively minor when it comes to the grand scheme of things.
Dijual ya Yoriknya ya?
And an extra item, the Ginsu, I mean, these are great if the Lucian can come online, but currently just having the misfortune, she's not really doing enough damage, even though Giant Slayer
siapa yang di tengah gitu ya, yang di buff. Pokoknya yang sebelahan kena buff. Kayak keeper.
Ini kalau Ezreal big shot mantep ini. Iya, kira-kira kapan udah bisa denger suara Alay Slan? Aku denger suara Mordo itu nanti gua streaming WR lagi. Halo Bang Hana, Solik.
Jadi gak terlalu suka big shot 4. Bagusan Jason. Lebih sakit sih kayak 4 big shot. Cuma kalau by the time lu masuk ke 3 Jazz, trade-nya banyak, sakitan 3 Jazz. Trade banyak.
You're looking for top 4. Top 4 you're pretty happy with. I think Kaiwing is pretty happy with how this game went. Finding the early Yasuo, converting it.
Ini yang menang Kailu.
Bintang 3 juga tuh hanya Morde.
Yang menang Kailu sih.
Ali pentakil anjing.
Ini pentakil 7. Yoriki bintang 2 juga.
So we kind of keep an eye on that Yasuo.
Kailu nih kalau paling kuat.
Kali juga, kali pakai emblem penta bintang 2.
There's a world where that fight can be a win, but Kaiwing likely is just going to take this 4th and get out of here.
Ya itu udah nggak ada alasan kalah sih.
You're okay with that based on your placements in the overall standings for now. Rain though on the
lanjut
other
yang tadi
side,
kalau yang Moser shieldnya tebel,
gara-gara
sama ini ya, gara-gara
skill tercarry sama Akali. Enggak dong.
All of these skins you so
Kailenya.
Kaile reroll itu paling kuat sekarang. Reroll paling kuat, paling gaib.
Rain actually has potential to contend with Polygon because the thing that happened is Rain actually hit Mordekaiser 3. So this is the way that you can fully cap out that comp. Is it gives enough time.
Anjir, Yanto ini masih hidup, coy.
Actually can take out the tankiness that
ini Yantonya main apa nih? Oh, true damage.
As well. So she's gonna shred, she's gonna attack so fast. And the time that is bought by having that Mordekaiser is immense, alongside having the Yorick upgrade. But there is now Yorick upgrade for Polygon. This could make all the difference. We'll see how these fights go. It's gonna be Kaiwing versus Rain first. I think Rain has a huge edge here, but let's see if he sneak to the backline and get onto the Kale. I don't think it's gonna happen. Looks like we already have lost all the defense.
Surama dia doang anjing kirinya, buset dah. Tapi sakit banget itu. Kayaknya bermati aja.
Udah berapa tuh Yesu? Udah lebih 100 kayaknya.
Mati yang menang Kyle udah pasti nyanyi metal head. Kenapa tuh tiba-tiba ada emblem pentakill dia tuh.
The fact that the Mordekaiser's there is great. This is the setup where Rain can maybe
nambah lagi tuh KDA tuh.
It took a little bit longer to get up to that.
KDA nggak masuk mana-mana.
Kale as well.
KDA-nya tadi belum nyala.
Ya KDA udah nyala, cuma nggak ada yang bisa dibuang tuh. Super fan paling cuma at this point nggak butuh dibuang super fan.
It's gonna be a Karthus too here, so Polygon is still making some improvements to his board. Now has that double executioner in the back
bisa dibuang sih Lilia
kalau mau kalau ada item. But Rain doing some positioning changes to make sure that she can get maximum value out of this.
Super fan-nya hilang soalnya itu Kyle masih main super fan.
Iya kalau ada itemnya.
Oh iya.
If they can multiple cycles against this Kale, that's gonna be a way to give Urgot enough time. And we see this position.
Masalah ini kurang dikit. Soalnya ada ini cuy, ada suara casternya.
Immediately, not getting a lot of value, but the Mordekaiser buys so much space. Look how tanky this unit is. He's slowly going down, and finally he's gone.
Ini shieldnya anjing cok, ngumpul begini.
The Yorick, the Alawi trying to push through, and it looks like the beef
is
too much at this point.
What the fuck?
And the Kale cannot continue to fight through it. But this is maybe a positioning dip. We'll see if
positioningnya
and still find a fight win because it's
Kyle-nya harus
positioningnya itu sih.
Itu mah sampah banget. Kalau kita lihat
dia nggak boleh ngumpul kalau lawan Summit to the Pit.
Tapi dia pakai augment ngumpul.
Ya, Summit to the Pit cuma moserannya doang yang harus nempel ke musuhnya udah kagak.
Kan udah diubah.
Augment 2-nya augment 2-nya tuh United itu loh yang.
Oh iya, sekarang dibikin monster kitanya yang ini numpuk ya, bukan musuh ya. Oh iya lupa.
With the Akali instead. A last second change though for that Kale to go into that back left corner. And it's looking pretty good, you think?
Yeah, the tentacles aren't going to do much, but I'm just looking at these two Yoricks. They're both incredibly tanky, and they're doing so much damage, especially on the side of Polygon. That Yorick is an absolute monster, and I think that's been the big difference overall. The Yorick doing way too much damage.
Bisa.
Sengit banget ini sih.
The
ini tinggal positioning nih.
is not quite there. The morale actually
ngeri gitu.
The optimization is not perfect for this Urgot. It's what Pocky had. It's what Pocky had.
Ini kenapa nickname tactician nggak sama nick pro playernya dah?
Di belakangnya itu Kur. Itu nama gue kayaknya LAB anjing.
Iya, itu gue.
Bukan, ini Pokigom namanya gacha kom anjir.
Oh iya juga bener.
Catur apa ya?
Dia pakai long distance. Anjing sama Yorick sekarang.
Oh my goodness. You would really love an item maneuver at this moment in time, maybe to even try to change some things around.
That would be great to swap.
Ada red buff tuh.
Just make the Urgot real quick.
Tapi mau dikasih siapa sama dia?
Yeah,
oh jadi ini buat tank.
No problem. I mean,
ayo Ren, let's go Ren. Wah, buang nggak sih? Tapi kayak nggak sempet sih.
No, I think it was just find a tank item for Fresh, and on the other side it was find a tank item for Mordekaiser. Even Shroud's a pretty bad one.
Oh, damage-nya buat dia kali kah?
Itu nggak digeser ininya. Zignya bang.
Zignya buat apa ini? Buat hyperpop doang kayak.
Pelengkap doang.
Hyperpop buat kartus. Biar cepet ulti kan.
Seenggaknya masuk ini nggak sih? Masuk X sih.
Enggak.
Kenapa nggak diselipin di tengah-tengah gitu ya? Di tengah-tengahnya kartus sama kill.
Zignya kayak
The Yorick this time around 4 pocket
hyperpop doang ya.
Bledar, Kylo anjing. Edan.
Gila menang range ya.
Hujan tuh.
Putting herself in a phenomenal position going into the back.
Lagi Celtic.
Bantai 7 cowok.
80 HP heading into some of these final stages of the game.
Itu emblem pentakill gue itu.
Able to get the job done.
Ini sekarang metanya lagi meta kertas banget kayaknya ya.
So
tough in those situations.
Ngomong berapa kali sih lu, Pit?
Jangan alasan cuy.
Kan belum berak-berak, ini baru beres. Dulu bos.
So impressive in terms of positioning difference.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean,
Semangat.
Incredibly high when you can find the
Selamat menikmati suara casternya, gue pengen berak. Main cowok BTW.
Ini adalah turnamen TFT sama Valo. Valo juga lah sedang.
Kalau memang lagi mulai, memang lagi turnamen.
Nggak ada ini ya, nggak ada duel sama Madrid dong ya.
Beautiful augment synergy.
Enggak harusnya, soalnya mereka ketemu
Ketemu di awal.
Ketemu di awal ya di playoff.
Siapa yang menang?
Belum hari ini.
Bukan yang duel Susanto itu.
Iya hari ini baru main.
I am so jazzed after that game to see where we can continue to push the envelope in terms of the meta because we saw
Ini berapa match? 8.
6 anjing.
Ah,
6 doang.
6 cowok.
Oh enggak 8 lagi ya. Dulu yang TFT Vegas 8 jadi kalau nggak salah.
6 ini tiap hari 6. Lain cowok itu cuman gemulai aja, pernah lihat pas event Vegas TFT yang bener lu alegori Joseph. Kita tertipu gak selama ini? Iya sih, bisa sih. Aja gondrong tapi cowok.
Iya emang ngerasa agak ada cowok cewek gitu, kayak bisa double gender dia.
Non binary dia berarti, Bro.
Jadi ketemu ini kan skill. Apa? Hah?
Yang game changer aja lu lihat kan, Valo kan.
Oh itu mah iya. Tapi ini kan emang kagak ada emang gendernya bebas kan? TFT nggak harus cowok-cowok semua. Kalau game changer memang nyampur aja itu aneh.
Iya dan itu kan DNA juga itu.
Iya. Ini Gomok gaming.
Nah sekarang VCT Amerika Kur.
City region.
Yang itu kapan rilisnya ya? Project L ya?
Oh iya pengen gua anjir. Bisa ini Kur. Bisa daftar buat beta test Kur.
Udah daftar lu.
Minta langsung bisa sih. Minta. Lu dapat bundle-bundle itu dari mana Kur?
Di kontak sama dikasih Jessica. Gue game-gamenya sebelumnya gue minta kan, terus sekarang tuh belum dikasih. Tapi masih belum dikasih sampai sekarang.
Wildcore.
Nah masih belum ada info.
Gue juga nanya sih itu tapi emang lagi dicek.
Yang versi Indo diputar cuy.
Apanya?
Remix ini remix Rumble.
Yang punya Jevin ya. Punya Jevin Julian. 4 juta cair 15 menit. Aktifkan GoPay pinjam. Angkat GoPay pinjam.
Gue juga capek aja sama notif GoPay itu dah. Congratulations.
Kok barengan sih gue juga dapet cuma butuh IKTP.
Sama kan dia
spesial kamu pengguna terpilih.
Iya kayak spesial biji lu spesial lagi.
Pinjam tunai jadi lu. Gue juga dapet notifnya anjing. Jadi bersamaan ya.
Tapi yang paling parah itu sih yang kampus ITB merekomendasiin pinjol buat bayar kuliah itu rusak sih anjing.
Anjing gue nggak tahu tuh.
Kamu nggak tahu ya. Jadi kalau lu nggak jadi emang sama kampus itu ngerekomendasiin pinjol, ada kan sama pinjol.
Nah bisa begitu anjir.
salah satu kampus terbaik kayak begitu aja gila.
Itu pinjolnya yang ngasih bunga gede nggak, Kur?
Iya, pinjol-pinjolannya itu apa ya waktu itu pinjolnya ya?
Itu kan pinjol bunganya gede banget.
Ada yang bunganya kecil tapi biaya adminnya nggak ngotak aja.
Sama aja layanan
beres. Ada Robinson nggak, Kor? Nggak ada, cuy.
Pivot away from this win streak, playing around the Vi, making a strong of a board, and instead just going to instantly raise the stakes, and then eventually doing this double raise the stakes into a level 8. I feel like that's something that a lot of players would not have considered in that early game. Can you kind of give me your thoughts?
Jadi ntar tuh mentala gimana mentala?
It's like a micro decision amongst many other decisions, but what I think separates the great from the masters, right? We talked about the big three ways of being part of that is how good they are at making sure
Lah iya anjir. Oh sama aja ternyata mentalnya tetap.
Oh mentalnya sama aja tapi melee goblok.
Look at it in the macro.
Kayak cocok gitu nggak sih tapi?
Impactful choices. A lot of players just cashed out and kept going that way, right? But
Olaf pakai ini mantep dong anjing.
Anjir ini berapa unit nih? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh dia ada ini satu ya.
Olaf enggak mastery aja. Mastery pakai gitu anjing cing. Ini juga runaan dimakan di melee. Iya mastery attack speed mukul-mukul anjing.
Itu Q-nya jadi 3 ya, tambah 3 ya.
Goblok ya kalau kayak begitu ya. Aneh-aneh aja gitu.
Berapa game lagi nih? 2.
Berarti kelar jam berapa ya paling? Jam 8 kali udah kelarannya, 8-an atau kelas 9. Kurus cuci muka duluan masih kelihatan kan? Iya tadi gue pikir kurus kan cuci muka dulu. Nah kan dia VTuber anjing ya juga. Lu jadi cowok Kur di VTuber 2.0 Kur.
Masih dirahasiakan cuy.
Ini bentuk-bentuknya bentuk cowok loh.
Suara lo aja voice changer gitu ya?
So you can kind of play the game more slowly. You don't have to roll as low. You don't have to be able to make sure.
Project L ganti nama jadi Twisteo Core.
You can slow roll. You can stay above 50. And I think that contributes to the fact that Rain.
Jadinya rilisnya ini ya PC, Xbox sama PS ya.
To level 9, you know, get York to get all these different.
Kurang tahu emang dirilis di konsol juga ya.
Kayaknya konsol juga deh. Soalnya itu pilihannya kalau misalkan nanti main pengen di mana.
Oh iya ada sih pilihannya.
Xbox PS5 sama.
Because
mantep sih kalau cross platformnya di situ buat main. Pasti kan pakai stick semua.
Kayaknya kalau emang gameplaynya bagus sih bisa rame sih itu game.
Karena
lo kan sih gue liatnya itu.
Karena kan lo gede banget kan di luar. Bisa lah bersaing sama Tekken gitu.
Bisa kali soalnya kayak Guild Tiger gitu nih grafiknya keren.
Yeah, even with the top 4 there, you see Weijin currently sitting on the outside.
Apakah kamu pernah bermain game fighting sebelumnya? Gue tulis pernah, masih bermain sampai sekarang. Karena gue gak pernah nyentuh aja. Naruto doang dulu.
Naruto ya. Tapi susah anjir buat masterin game fighting kayak modeling gitu, pasti kombonya susah.
Iya. Orang gue dulu pernah main Tekken yang di PS1 aja nggak ngerti combo, cepet-cepet doang.
Ini ngapalin kombonya.
Wih nomor 2 Rain
Tekken paling susah ya, Street Fighter sama Tekken sih susah sih.
Bentuk Naruto PS2. Iya cuy.
Itu mah kotak-kotak doang. Punya bulat mukul doang Naruto mainnya.
Baba bulat.
Ini kan harus pakai atas bawah kiri kanan anjing bikin pusing.
Belum main lagi Cok.
Yeah, this is a chance for
belum
those
kan dari tadi juga lama, Cok.
Their mark on the scene. So there's a reason that they are here and they should definitely be remembered. Now, don't go anywhere because we're going to be back after just a quick little break for game number 5.
Ini diambil berapa yang main sampai final? 24 ke 16, 16 ke 8. Ih. Break lagi, beli gorengan dulu nih gua.
3 menit cuy. Wah, gimana cara dapat itu cuy jadi highlight Twitter di sini cuy?
Enggak tahu Bang.
Oh itu tadi di bawah situ ya.
Enggak Twitter Bang.
Iya, ini emang kalau di luar tuh.
Indo Facebook
Friendster.
Friendster mau comeback tuh.
Iya, gue pernah lihat tuh ada postnya. Aneh-aneh aja anjir.
Sulit sih bersaing Friendster. Facebook aja udah mulai sulit, orang TikTok doang sekarang.
Iya. TikTok kayak semua ada gitu anjir GG.
Iya, TikTok itu terlalu apa sih? Cepet banget anjir inovasi Cok. Tiba-tiba ada fitur Stitch, tiba-tiba ada fitur ini. Kayak ngedukung support yang lagi rame gitu.
Mereka juga bisa lebih dari semenit juga kan, video-video bisa lebih lama sekarang.
Nah iya,
gue
mau upload short di YouTube ya, aduh harus 1 menit anjir, kurang banget 1 menit.
Ya IG aja udah 90 detik lu. Bikin semenit tuh kayak mepet banget gitu ya.
Iya.
Menit doang tuh susah nih. Kalau mau diupload 3 harus ngikutin YouTube yang paling kecil aja.
Halo di depan.
Ntar TFT ada event Ramadan KWR gak? Buset. Gak tahu bang.
TFT kayaknya enggak ada. Enggak tahu sih. Kalau WR kayaknya ada deh.
Bisa jadi. WR eventnya cuma setahun sekali ya, cuma pas Ramadan doang ya.
Iya, eventnya nih.
Tahun kemarin juga Ramadan doang aja.
Live di CFD Kur pagi amat. Enggak cuy. Emang CFD hari Sabtu ya?
Tahu.
Weekend ya?
Sabtu Minggu.
Pengen tidur nanggung ya, tinggal segame lagi yang nggak tidur.
Aduh, nanti TFT kita nggak ada musik coy.
Setel itu gue kebagian gue.
Iya, tapi gue juga nggak ada bagian gue sendiri sih.
Ini kenapa kayak Indo banget?
Ya kan ini emangnya hidup ya.
Hello everyone, it's Boop, and I got an extra person here.
Oh iya, ada suara kayak itunya ya.
Kejar target,
yo. It's a TriCast. So welcome.
Siapa tahu dapat CBR pakai jilbab goblok kan.
Feeling good, yeah. You know, game number 5 for a
Riven,
lot of
pakai
players. The
KSS
pressure is on, right? I mean, obviously in the back half
Bener,
of the
Riven pakai
day,
KSS ya.
Riven hijab aja.
All the more and looking at the lobby that we have
Item
before
wajib
us,
Riven apa
the thing
hijab?
that really stands out to me, first off, we've got a player like Pocky. I'm a huge Pocky fan. We got to talk to him at the pre-show. He's someone that said, you know,
ini semua orang pamer Vega semua profilnya anjir.
Kuro orang Ngawi, emang Kuro orang Ngawi. Nganjuk.
All right, let's see where these portals are going to go. So, Gangly, welcome to the cast. Of course, Sales here, and I'm a Boopasaurus here with Game 5 of North America's Regionals Day 1. And it looks like we're looking for some anvils, and we're going to one guy no more.
Main aman banget aja, gak pengen temen beruntung aja.
Oh, ini Soju sama Disop nih satu lobby nih.
First, actually, so the early game has been moderately slow for a lot of these lobbies so far. Will this kind of affect that at all?
I don't think too much, honestly.
Yuk, gocap pertama yuk.
Component anvils is like pretty low.
Bang, nggak baik bang, gamenya udah judi, nggak usah dijudiin lagi bang.
I will say though, if you have a high roll early game, it can be sometimes really strong because you can get really powerful components going. You know, like you have a higher chance of getting kind of miss items and so on and so forth.
Yasuo, ayo kamu main Yasuo
sometimes
aja.
kind of slingshot you, in towards the mid game.
Enggak lihat tadi Yasuo bisa nomor 3 tadi.
Tapi itu belum jelas nih.
Definitely not one of the crazy variance ones.
Dia harusnya lihat
I really
item
like to
dulu.
call out when you have something like
Dia mau hardstyle sih, orang udah dapat set
early
sih.
items in general is it allows you to do two things. The first is obviously it does increase the tempo at least a little bit, like Zale called out, maybe not an
masalahnya di sini
unless
nih.
you're high rolling.
Nggak dapat abis
I
itu
think
mereka.
more importantly for a lot of players is it does allow you to get a little bit more direction, right? If you're missing one or two components that would push you into a specific
Diskon nggak?
Dazzler namanya.
The anvils and allowing yourself to choose between them is often what will put you into your comfort zone in stage 2, and honestly puts you behind the wheel of something that you've piloted more than once or twice.
Ada punya
Right?
Olaf headliner nggak?
Exactly. So let's go ahead and see where these anvils are going to end up. So most of our players are probably going to wait until after
Too big for fail lah abis itu
item
dapet
round,
dia.
so they kind of know what they're
Nah
working
itu yang
with, so
membedakan
you can
dia
be more
sama lu, Ji.
specific. Some of them might wait even
Lu
longer
ngambil
to
dia
try to
enggak.
wait for the unit that they need, or a little bit of unit direction, so they can kind of pick and choose which items they want, so they don't have to think generally. But
Not
now,
today.
Giggly, we've
Wah,
got
iya,
some
gitu
gua
gua ambil yang semua tadi
It's
ya
been
tadi.
really popular today, a frequent flyer and tons of stats.
Oke,
Yeah,
gua
not
ngambil
today.
yang
Interesting
semua.
choice. I mean, you also have the edge of night on your
Bang,
bench
main
as
gue ada
well, right?
CBH
So
Asyoni
Ripple
sama
can
keadaan.
Makan
get
dong, Ahmad
immediate
Nur
value out of
Ferdi.
this, and having
Udah
something
lama
like
Asyoni.
Olaf, who's a great user of that in the early game. I believe even has an Olaf 2. Yeah, and
Ani ambil itu nggak jelek
edge of night
loh.
pick, the not
Tuh kan.
today. The question here is how
Tapi not
much
today,
more
Pak.
value can he get out of that? What other units is he going to find to
Berarti
be
nggak
able
hari
to
ini Ani.
play that
Nah, ini
edge
clear
of
main
night
nih.
line? Soju on the
Clear
other
main.
hand, though,
Itu clearman
does
kalau misalkan
play
masih ada
clear mine. I
anvil
think
begitu itu nggak ya?
alongside
Itu.
this
Iya.
Olaf headliner, it feels
Kayaknya
really
enggak
strong,
deh.
right?
Harus
Olaf is
dihilangin
one of
anvilnya.
those
Harus dihilangin.
headliners that
Harus dihilangin.
Kalau
allows
Caterman
you to
anvil
streak
nggak hitung
quite
kan?
freely.
Kehitung.
And this is exactly what I was talking about before. Right off the
Siapa
bat,
yang bilang ke
you
gue
see
kemarin
Soju
katanya nggak
able
hitung.
to get a lot of
Kehitung.
direction,
Gua
will slam
sering
that
soalnya.
open shroud, and then from there begin to build additional items that will allow him to streak all the more
Itu
easily.
yang ambil not
One thing that I
today
always,
itu
always still
nyesel
find
ngambil
really
Yasuo
interesting
aja.
about this portal is that because you're more likely to have those early item slams. Like if you don't slam any items, you know, and someone has 2.5 items completed, you're just gonna get pounded. So you kind of have to. Sometimes you'll very quickly realize.
Bener-bener kayak yang lu bilang, Bit.
Right? Like people
Apa juga ada item dimasukin aja anjing.
Makanya.
Some of these early items that they're
sering
putting down.
nontonin
You know, Soju is
mereka
basically
yang
screaming at everyone
jago-jago.
that he's gonna
Emang
be playing,
item
you know,
apapun
some sort of
masukin
like
aja
melee
dulu.
reroll type comp.
Masalah jadi apanya
Obviously
gimana
doesn't have to
nanti.
be, you know, it's not going to be Olaf.
Ini
Spoiler, because
dipas-pasin
he's
aja ya.
clear mind. But you know, with the Morellos plus the even Shroud, you know, that to me seems like okay, you want that.
Kayak
You know,
Ezreal
the
kan
Morellos could be
biasanya
on
red buff.
Diego or something
Cuma
along
aduh
those
adanya
lines.
Morello
Yes,
nih dari
Morello.
awal ya udah
We
Morello
also
udah.
know, looking over at Distop's board,
Nggak
those items
perlu
are
mikir
also saying you're
panjang-panjang
probably going to
deh.
be playing something similar.
Yang
We've
penting ada
seen this
attack
on
speed
like a
aja.
few different boards. The Edge of Night, guess what? He's going to be playing melee reroll as well. So like we already know from some of these players that they could be potentially heavily contesting each other, and it'll be kind of just interesting to see, you know, if they
Nggak ngaruh banyak sih
or if they
sebenarnya
try to
di
play some
sini,
of the less
cuma
popular
nggak ada
melee
lagi yang
lines
lebih
to not be
bagus.
as heavily contested.
Seenggaknya Bartnya 2 biji bisa
Okay,
ngeheal.
acknowledge for a second how horrifying this Disto board is, by the way. 3-item Olaf is exactly what Azael called out right off the top of the portal, though, right? You're able, if you get a strong headliner, if you're able to find some sort of high roll, you have 3-item itemized Olaf, although it does find
Tahan
the,
gila. Tapi masih
up
menang ya.
against the Vi, who will typically counter that, but despite that, has the backline
Toing,
to
toing,
fight
toing,
regardless.
toing,
But
toing,
toing.
Disto, if he can get a few additional
Kalau
pieces
aku mau
around
lihat
Olaf,
board
he's in a
Soju.
really good spot to win streak the entire stage.
Yeah, I mean, horrifying as what I see in the mirror every day, am I right? All right, let's go ahead and move on over to the next board. It's gonna be Noster's board that we're seeing right now. I think Aegon is just taking a little bit of a visit, and this is gonna be that KDA, another Olaf. And Olaf comps are notorious for streaking through the early game. That's why we have just a pentakill with nothing around it. We could potentially serve
Santai,
something
Pit. Gue juga udah mulai
like
ngantuk
that. This
nih.
is just a really good time, I think, to kind of go over the fact that the
Udah
early
mulai
game of
berat
this
mata.
set is much more impactful, in my opinion, than almost every other
Mata
set.
gue udah sesuai tuh sama ras.
Yeah. I mean, it can be really, really impactful. Obviously, you know, when you are playing with headliners, I think it makes a big difference because there's so much power, you know, in these headliners. If you hit the correct headliner, you can streak very powerfully. You're guaranteed if you get optimization to have a 2-star on your board immediately. Can really kind of set you up for success or failure pretty heavily. But you know, we do see a lot of players also, as long as you're actually like getting a streak, you know, as long as you're getting a streak and making gold, then losing isn't the end of the world, because you can still look for some of those like 3-cost comps that come pretty well out of this. When I look over at Aegon's board, that's the dream. When you have such a strong early board and you have Escort Quest, this is probably the strongest gold augment in the game, I would say, if you actually get it alongside a really strong board, because you're making 3 additional gold per round, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
Ujung-ujungnya
And he's in a
bagusan di
position
yang
where
lain.
he's set up pretty damn well. Like he has the headliner
Anti-kill
quirky, he
biasanya
has
di
the maps, we
red
know he
buff
has big
atau
shot,
Morello
he has an
jauh
upgraded
lebih
front line as
bagus.
well. So if he's able to get a big streak,
Buat
you
di early
can just
doang
get
Sunfire.
so disgustingly
Sunfire tuh
rich
cuma
with
buat
this
early,
augment
cuma kalau
that
kalian game late game
it's almost
bagusan
impossible to
di
contest you later
backline.
on.
Frontline lu mentok
All
event
right, now we're
shroud,
seeing
udahnya sisanya full item tank.
Where on the convergence right now, and I'm kind of
Ya kalau lu slam Sunfire iya di early-nya kuat, cuma di kayak round 3 round 4
except you know we're coming over here, so
backline musuh udah kuat-kuat, Sunfire lu langsung hilang aja.
Yeah, an interesting line. You know, when I think Gamblers played
Tapi buat ngejar win streak nggak apa sih?
Kalau lo mau ngejar win streak, disco or playing around the kale, the blue buff is something that doesn't really fit. I feel like there's a line here that I'm just not thinking of off the top of my head. The nice thing about Pokegam though is you have this flexibility of the Heartsteel headliner, right? You have this Visante, you have the
berapa game ini? 6 game per hari. Ini baru game kelima.
Heartsteel during stage 3, you're in a position where you can go for these, either raise the stakes with 5
kalau udah main gini sih nggak berasa sih, udah kelar lagi mainnya.
And just be extremely rich. But right now, he's kind of set up to probably play more of a traditional Heartsteel, has the blue buff and the
tapi ini turni TFT jalan terus ya anjir. Udah berapa turni ini?
Lagi
digembor-gemborin berarti ini emang budgetnya buat TFT.
Udah nggak keluarin budget lagi baru Runeterra. Jadi beban.
Iya, Runeterra udah kelar anjir.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like when you're playing Heartsteel early and you slam IE blue buff, you're basically hard committing to Ezreal, right? Like, I don't think
rest the stake.
Any other line, even Shroud,
Mumpung lemah
that you would really want to play. Maybe if you don't hit it at all, you can kind of consider doing some different stuff. Now he has to make the choice on if he wants to raise the stakes, because this is where, you know, it can get a lot more risky. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of players that are kind of playing super weak boards early.
Laki dong. Lagi mikir dia, lagi lihat boardnya.
Possibly win from here.
All right, let's see here. We saw a couple people have a little bit of a hard time raising the stakes, but we're doing it. We have a good amount of HP, but so far it's not gone well for, I think, the majority of people that we've seen this week.
Lumayan dia event serot, terus ada itemnya di Apelios, dapat menang ya. Clear 3 jam, ini dari jam setengah 4 bro.
Like, how are they going to be able to not replicate what Appies did in that last lot?
Lu startnya di setengah
4.
Dari setengah 4 tadi gua.
Understanding all the different
bareng ya Han kita ya.
Iya bareng sama Aji.
When you're going to be stable, you know, is it okay to just take that Viego if it shows up? Is it okay?
Jangan ke situ biar mereka-merekanya hilang. Oke, maaf.
And what are all your outs? And I think that's
maaf tadi merem dikit nggak ngaruh.
Emang dari sana gitu kalau Peter.
Peter mau ini cuy, mau nobar di joki cuy.
Itu gantian nama Kuro cuy.
Nobar di
gantian Jo Kuro biasanya. Nobar orangnya tidur anjing.
But if you can actually make that transition happen and you can stabilize without just going, you know, dead broke, you put yourself in a spot where you.
Gua kalau pagi gue semangat cuy. Kalau sore itu aduh udah saatnya tidur gua aja.
Enggak, gue lebih tepatnya tadi udah tidur anjing.
Tidurnya sejam doang anjir.
Yeah, I think TFT
lu full nih sampai 3 hari Kur. Peter juga.
Nah, itu belum tahu sih.
Insyaallah.
Kalau yang besok belum tahu, tapi final harusnya nobar sih.
The first good headliner he was offered. However, if you have an extra 10 or 15
sekarang lu live-in Kur.
Then all of a sudden
itu kan lagi live.
Like you're saying Azale, skip the headliner.
Bang ngopi dulu, udah anjing ini udah. Tadi gua udah minum gelas ketiga kopi gua ya. Enggak ngaruh, Cok.
Need to make sure that you're actually min-maxing as much as possible. I think I have to imagine too that
friendly reminder aja sih. Gua kan
that
waktu
is
itu pernah
the
kontrol
very
sama dokter
easy
ya. Jadi
access to 5 Heartsteel that he's probably
itu
expecting to see
maksimal 3 gelas per hari.
point in stage 3.
Apa?
Alright, stage 3
lebih dari 3 gelas sih nggak bagus.
Aman.
Aman soalnya baru 3 gelas.
Aman baru 3
ya. Tapi lu ngitung yang lain juga nggak kayak gula-gula yang lain anjir?
Oh, nggak aman.
Lu minum kopi maksimal 3 habis itu minum teh botol juga sama aja.
Oh enggak, gua enggak minum gituan. Gua sekarang jajan kopi udah. Oh, nyeduh kopi dong udah. Kopinya jangan diminum, disiram ke muka. Lu gua siram anjing.
Enggak main double kill, Bang.
Itu begitu.
Boleh, Kor. Boleh.
Itu begitu disuruh main Kyle gitu dipukul.
Bete sama Hawajin.
Bisa double ini cuy, double Yoni cuy.
Iya bisa buat Yoni ya.
Lu dicek sama siapa aja. Aji, Lihan, Peter.
Once he gets the value from that binary airdrop, which you're expecting to probably hit in that early part of stage 4. All of a sudden, he can slingshot himself into a very, very strong board. And I want to call out Wally on the right-hand side here. Pokegum opting to not take immediate strength. And if you look at everybody else apart from Aegon,
kapan main Bundle City? Belum dikirim gua sama Riot, cok. Ujung-ujungnya gue tani juga nih.
Gila, boleh ditemenin Yuki, cok.
That raise the stakes in order to lose through stage 3 and then be able to stabilize himself with a really strong roll down on level 8 with an extra spot on his team.
Halo Asdi.
Alright, looking at the prism.
Yang nonton di Kuro nonton di gua lah. Ini gua nobar sendirian anjing.
Nobar bertiga, cok. Ada gua, ada Kuro, ada Lihan tuh. Bertiga.
Kau ditemenin?
Iya.
Aman aja, bro. Ini gue juga buat main bola 2 nggak bisa ini.
Buat main bola apaan?
Kagak cukup ini penonton gue buat main bola juga. Aman aja, bro.
Gua sih buat main catur aja nggak bisa nih, 1 lawan 1.
Pak temenin Aji main catur, guys.
Requestnya temenin catur ya, 1 doang yang datang.
Anjing binary-nya bisa jadi itu gak tuh Quinzo?
Iya, Cih. Wah, makasih, Bang.
Gila, oke banget.
Tapi gue kemarin nyoba, gue kan main Serapin ya. Terus dapat binary, kondisi super fan gue aktif. Jadi gue naruh item Serapin gue 1 doang. Karena dapat dari super fan sama dapat dari binary.
Oh, terjadi lah, ya.
Itu
nah, kalau gue juga pernah kayak gitu. Tapi itemnya hilang anjir.
Ngebug.
Gue udah masukin berapa item ya? 2 item, 1 binary. Nah, super fan-nya nggak masuk ke situ.
Penuh bug.
ada yang udah punya Edger lah anjing. Agun.
Ayo main catur beneran. Yang datang 1 doang Hisham.
Lu masih main Parword, Gur?
Udah enggak lagi.
Udah tamat nih.
Gue udah ngerasa gue udah tamat sih.
ya?
Belum tamat sih gue sebenarnya, cuman goals gue kayak udah selesai gitu, jadi udah males gue.
Yang ini juga udah hype-nya udah turun ya?
Susah sih kalau game kayak gitu nahan hype-nya, soalnya pasti ada tamatnya kan.
Tergantung improve apa lagi.
Nah tapi nanti kalau ada update gue yakin bakal naik lagi sih player.
Update PvP tuh nanti tuh main lagi.
The Ezreal, even be
Tapi PvP sih, gue nggak yakin sih PvP bakal rame kalau di non server ya. Kayaknya PvP buat server doang.
Nah kalau servernya global sih PvP mantep ya, bisa nyamperin base orang anjir kayak gitu.
Kalau sampai
iya, masalah mereka server aja, servernya buat circle anjing.
Kalau udah sampai bisa ngerit itu udah pasti banyak lagi yang main, soalnya diserang mulu anjing base orang.
Iya, jadi ada tujuannya. Jadi misalkan lu bangun base nih, diserang kan bangun lagi.
Belum tidur, udah tadi cuy.
Kalau nggak bisa ngeret mah ngapain anjir main Harvest Moon aja.
Itu kayaknya item pegangan doang itu guys, bukan mau dijadi. Itu Bloodthirster pengganti ini, pengganti Gunblade.
Does hurt because Pocky's going to be in a spot where there's a lot of pressure for him to be able to actually
main apa tapi ini orangnya?
Rabadon ya itu.
Roll down, etc.
Bener aja.
And every time you take a bad loss in these spots, it basically means you have to do that one round, right? So if you really are praying from these spots that you either have really good win a couple rounds.
Si HOJ sama Bloodthirster bisa buat akal itu.
Tinggal 57 darahnya level 6. Level 7 kayaknya bisa dia.
Tanggal 29.
Dapat 7 harusnya dia abis ini nih, jual kill.
And I really want to talk about that for a second because it's something that we've seen all day long from Soju.
Anjing jual kill enggak?
Kos 2 dapat ya anjir, what the fuck?
Dapat 7 kos 2 ya.
Weaver
lagi itu
alongside Penta is not going to be as high, but if you play it from tempo, it does allow you to make a really easy top 4 and worst case scenario bleed out.
Disco dulu bang biar ngantuk soalnya.
Kalau di sini mah pada nggak maksa ya, di 41 masih level 7 ya nyarinya. Kalau di ranked anjing di level 8 orang-orang bangsat.
Masalahnya tuh yang nyebelin kalau di ranked dia level 8 pencet D sekali kayak lu naik levelnya juga maksa gitu loh.
Iya kayak gitu, tapi kadang-kadang kalau misalkan ngehit jadinya ya menang anjir game dia.
Iya.
Nggak kebegal soalnya.
Orang-orang tuh sukanya judi aja di server kita nih. Babi emang
itu main catur tuh.
Not entirely convinced by this spot, to be honest with you. Lulu reroll
tinggal nyari ini ya Guinso kalau nggak nasor itu ya.
Really comes online when you're playing alongside something like hologram or
iya bener juga.
The trickster's glass where you can have 2 Lulus online. It's a little bit more niche and usually not as strong entirely by itself. On the other side though, we are seeing Soju.
Kalau di lobby kita tuh biasa orangnya gacha 20 gold doang, pencet D sekali dapat menang game goblok kan.
Iya Jo, bener dah. Soalnya kalau misalkan level 8 di apa namanya di 41 pasti saya antara 30 atau 20 gold doang anjir.
Nah kalau yang lu nontonin ginian tuh enaknya apa mereka main ada hitungannya sendiri gitu loh.
Masalahnya nih semuanya juga gitu Ter kalau di sini Ter. Kalau di ranked kita kan gitu aja
ngebak
level 8.
Enggak itu ngerol kayak kemarin begitu nih. Duitnya naik turun nih.
Jadi semua itu sama anjir.
Rekombulator ini.
Oh ini rekombulator.
Itu mana? Oh terakhir sama Tinius Titan ya.
Tadi gue lagi lihat yang Lulu kan dia ngambil bulk anjir ketimbang ini. Ketimbang apa blistering.
Kenapa 29 karena angkanya jarang kah? Iya sih, biasa sekali 4 tahun ulang tahun. Kalau nggak salah Dev Power nggak mau bikin PvP karena nggak mau fanbase-nya jadi toxic.
Tetap ada loh.
Bakal dibikin ya, udah dibikin ini.
Ini level 8 dia.
Oh, 42 ya, 42 emang ada. Normalnya 4/2 sih. Kalau emang lu kaya banget. Soju kan dari tadi menang-menang mulu juga, kaya deh. Clear main lagi.
Because these augments are kind of at odds with each other. When you're playing escort quests, you generally want to play strongest possible board, maintain your streak. You know, because you're getting so much.
Hello Anissa.
Woi,
hilang Anissa member.
Diambil tuh.
Lula Bubi.
Masa nggak diambil ya?
Masa nggak diambil?
Ya kali nggak diambil.
Itu normal Han 36 yang aneh ya kalau misalkan pakai ikon mah. Oh ini Ezreal Jo.
Ini itu item skin-nya copot tuh.
Nah.
Cakep ini udah tinggal nyari.
Tinggal cash out udah.
Mantep ini cash out juga.
Tinggal cash out dapat blue buff kelar.
Dia menang di sini kan fight-nya.
Enggak sih.
Oh iya Caitlyn mana Zane juga ya.
Itu Viego begitu kan.
Tas. Nah, cash out diliatin dong.
Cash out enggak sih ini? Cash out ya?
Belum.
Kali.
Cuman Carousel dulu.
Cash out nih 300.
Yo langsung malah ngomong.
Bang habisin si game dulu enggak ada.
Ada spot.
Tapi orang pada nggak maksa ambil spot dah. Kalau nggak butuh banget.
Udah bukan metanya yang TD spot menang game-nya.
Preston just got a spat and he is playing
Pagiko, Ralo Jano. Jeno.
Main apa dia tadi?
Kalau nggak ada Kuro pasti udah turun dari tadi.
Bang bukan sih. Apa?
Kalau nggak ada out. Kalau Kuro nggak ikut nobar lagi nih. Jam 4 tadi udahan gua tiduran.
Radiant Death Blade, Red Buff.
Udahnya anjing.
Ada magnetic juga. 2 lagi Bang, ambil Bang.
Itu update sama red buffet Ken itu.
Waduh.
Dia jual kayaknya.
Itu 2 lagi tuh. Barang lu bang.
Sabar bang, katanya bentar kan.
Sabar bang ya. Oh DTG bang.
Pusing ayo lo.
Belum sekarang sih agak jelek anjing.
Pusing sendiri anjing. Dia pusing sendiri bang.
Masukin item bang.
Itemnya ketinggalan tuh di sebelah tuh. Waduh.
Itemnya ketinggalan di portal dia. Di arena dia.
Pusing.
Itu dia dapatnya kayak banyak champion yang nggak keambil tadi.
Aman gitu. Bentar ya.
Aman.
Pusing dia.
Aman
Apa sih itu? Wih. Ya, Sunfire ya.
Sunfire Radiant ya?
Udah.
does take that loss and now
Sunlight,
you
sunlight
down
namanya,
to
sunlight
probably just 2 HP. I think you do. I
Ada
think
pakai
you
gold mancer itu, ekonya
you
anjing.
already have the red buff. You're not getting
Aduh, ini udah agak bahaya nih Poki. Gimana nih Poki?
Radiant AP item. Yeah, it's a little spooky, but
Gimana?
I will say Deathcap Caitlyn, it's not that bad.
Selamat pagi, Pita.
Caitlynnya mana Zanet nih anjing.
He doesn't
Bentar.
have a Caitlyn. I'm just saying, maybe there's a war. Just saying.
Kok dia nggak ada item ininya? Apa sih namanya? Dead gambler
Di reverse. Itu jadi item eco.
Oh iya dari force ya.
That's so funny. So I actually want to bring some attention to this Nanazane because this Nanazane
Seramo,
on the Caitlyn was the difference between
Era
winning and losing
emo.
a lobby in Heartsteel Cup. I forget exactly who was playing it, but there was two
Sampai besok tuh.
immediately and were able to get a lot of that back line. For some reason their front line was split, so they're able to land a lot of
Terus Caitlyn juga sekarang bagus ya, kalau targetnya mati dia pindah target kan ultinya.
Especially with something like Red Buff IE, that Caitlyn's going to be pushing a lot of damage daily as we move into this next round. Chickens.
Yeah,
Bang, lihat yang lain bang, ngapain gua ngelihat si
di shop main apa
paling
jadinya
bawah
ya?
ini nih cok.
Gue penasaran cuy, di shop cuy jadi 5 win streak tadi perasaan dia rungkat banget anjing.
It did allow him to deal a lot of damage both to
Berubah jadi apa ya? Tadi kan dia kan main Kayla Blood Tester.
It really just came down to whether or not you have enough
Paling jadi Caitlyn,
to kill this
Kan jadi Caitlyn bintang 2 itu deh. Main apa itu sih di shop? Nggak diliatin kocak.
Ngapain dah ngeliat Pokegom nge-kill monster ini?
Itu sonanya goyang-goyang gede banget teh.
Emang katanya
di saat monster ini saatnya kita nge-Q bang.
All of a sudden,
coba Kak Jessica ya kalau nonton Kak Jessica ini observer kalau kurang orang berkabar Kak Jessica.
6th and 5th, these 3 players on the bottom all have
udah 5 win streak nih di shop nih. Kasih lihat dong kenapa dia 5 win streak anjing.
And look at Pocky's points. He's at
Ya 5 win
20
streak
points.
dia belum di
He's in a
notice
pretty
aja.
decent
Tadi
spot
12
right now.
win
But if
streak
you
aja
can
Catherine Soju belum di
you can fall
notice aja.
Iya,
so
Toto.
far off of that.
Kertas
So
3 baru.
it
Oh
is
iya ya, kertas
incredibly
3 dari
important for
mana
him
ya?
to at least stay alive. A couple
Iya,
Kita nggak
of
dapat
here.
adrenalin
He's gonna
dia
be
lagi
going up
ngerol
triple
kartus
overdrive.
3-nya
Just
tau
have
nggak
a
lu?
Z2, but no upgrade on the York or
Pasti
the
kalau
other
sama
heroes
Casternya
yet.
itu kan enak juga hype-nya anjir.
You don't want that 8 because that means
Ini jadi banyak yang dibahas juga lah kalau ngeliatin board lain. Ini board ini doang diliatin mau ngapain anjing.
Bahasanya pasti gini-gini doang. Ya ini lagi sekarat nih bisa bertahan. Ah masih bisa bertahan. Gitu-gitu doang.
Siapa observernya kagak ngerti game ini?
Ini ngapa pada ngumpul di sini nih?
Poppy is pretty popular.
Nontonin fight beres. Menang siapa?
Going into that last PV phase,
Udah jadiin emo tadi spatulanya, sepatnya dijadiin emo.
He is playing a little bit of a weird setup because he obviously has like a monster headliner with the Poppy, but
kalah tuh di set barusan.
KDA Spellslinger backline.
9 no strike Agon. Soju tiba-tiba di atas aja tuh anjir. Tadi duitnya 81 anjing duitnya. What the hell.
Emang kesepian anjing.
Duit kagak ada.
Aduh, Agon ini udah lagi 9 no streak. Ada Yorick bintang 2 semua
duit. Gon ini buatnya ini.
Sial Gon. Gogon.
Buatnya Gon.
Gon. Ini penolong nih Ezreal nih. Enak mati mas enak.
Bang kunci nggak sih bang?
Selamat gara-gara itu. Gila,
Banyak juga duitnya. Oh iya escort ya.
Ezreal Challenger coy.
I think it was an accident. I think he meant to be on someone or maybe maneuver, and I think he accidentally reforged his blue during the transition.
Oke main GS sih.
not only loses the reforge for the
Nyimpen tuh buat yang mati dulu baru roll si Soju.
You can get unlucky,
Mau
but
naikin level lagi
a
ya.
really good item. If that's like a melee item for the Yorick, that would be enormous.
Tapi enggak juga sih, tiba-tiba tadi dia kartus mau dikira mau level 9-nya tiba kartus bintang 3 di level 8.
Suka-suka dia ada bang apa?
He needs a first.
Soju tuh nggak tahu hitungannya, Cok.
Yeah, and I think that play kind of represents maybe the pressure that we're feeling right now. That's just one of those mistakes that happens when you're
Coba analisis skor. Anal aja lah, baru ngerti gue.
Tuh kan duitnya habis, Soju tiba-tiba tinggal 7. Kan gua nggak tahu dia ngapain, Cok. 80 gold buat apa? Buat apa 80 gold itu?
Then this won't happen, unfortunately. Aegon
too strong anjing.
Pretty unnecessarily large mistake on that is going to
tinggal 7 duitnya Soju, Cok.
Set it up earlier, right? We said Heartsteel is played
Tadi
on
80 dia.
and when I said that, to be honest, I was not talking about mistakes like that. That is a pretty unforgivable mistake from Aegon that made his board infinitely weaker. But the reality is
Agun mati, Agun mati juga, Agun. Yorick bintang 2-nya nggak nolong.
These are the mistakes that are easier to make than it actually seems when you watch it.
Soju bingung mau ngambil apa.
Because there's so much that these players have to process, and especially when you're trying to play for a really big slingshot. Aegon, unfortunate misclick, but that kind of mistake is what is going to send you.
Bang, liatin yang lain apa? Ya ampun, Bang.
Om lagi ya. Bang, ini lagi ya. Dari tadi di sini dulu nih nggak pindah-pindah kita.
Bang mau lihat yang lain boleh gak Bang? Bang.
Nggak pindah-pindah nih Bang.
Bang ayo lah Bang. Dikit aja.
Kan dia disuruh nunggu chat 40 detik dulu.
Wasn't able to make the exact choice they would have wanted. Whether or not it would have made the difference, it's hard to know. Obviously, it's huge variance.
Jangan Bang, itu bait Bang.
Reforge that Sunfire into a Death Cap, or if you reforge that Sunfire into like a Radiant Hodge or a Radiant BT for your Yorick or whatever, can completely change the game. But either way, unfortunately, going to be out and very likely mathematically eliminated. I think after this game.
Pokigom terus Bang, tahu.
One from this going into game number 6.
Udah melihat itunya Sona kali. Goyang-goyang.
Halo Lubi, welcome to si paling keren.
So as we go to get this poppy
Ambil
into the
si
back,
bro
let's see if it's
lu,
now. That is almost
Ya udah mati, gua mau lihat yang lain.
Sampai playernya juga emosi nih. Weh, lihat gue itu nyamperin ke sini kan dia. Dia streaming juga sih gue rasa. Sampai mereka tuh nyamperin, Cok.
Ini terus lihat yang paling bawah mulu. Weh, naikin satu. Indonesia, pakai gua lihat yang lain.
Itu kayak tinggal 8 HP loh. Kita nggak tahu nih Soju main apa dari tadi. Di shop juga penasaran gua. Di shop tuh tadi.
Nah,
udah bener-bener kesimpulan banget dan dia nggak tahu nih yang main siapa gitu, yang populer, yang emang player to watch.
Itu apaan dijual sama dia jadi begitu?
Makasih ya lu lalu Budi.
Oh, unitnya hilang satu, Cok.
Di shop main apa? Mana sih di shop, Cok?
Wah, itu dia kalinya, Cok. Ganggu nih kali ini.
And Soju didn't even have enough gold to put in his 9th unit, so he's
Kali
level 8
damage.
units, I do believe.
Oh, dia pakai ambil pick
I don't think he's gonna have enough to
Friday.
punch through this Poppy that it just seems immune to damage at this point.
Itu dia.
Those kinds of situations
It's
can be a
gold.
little
He
bit
actually
Lihat tuh.
so far.
Ezreal beneran itemnya seadanya anjing.
No, but Prestevant is going to fall. They know each other quite well, so I'm sure that doesn't maybe feel
Oh, di shop tiba-tiba main trash anjing.
Tiba-tiba Jin 2 anjing, ha?
Tiba-tiba Jin 2. Tadi kan oh iya BT-nya dikasih ke Yorick. Tapi ini aneh aja.
Nah, ini board kayak gini bisa menang, Cok.
Ih, makanya board kayak gini, Cok.
Even though it took him a long time to get through the Poppy, he was able to kill off
aneh
the
dari tadi tuh board itu kalau misalkan dari itemnya juga itu random banget sih orang-orang.
Including the Seraphine, so the Poppy kind of had no support.
Apa ke global bisa di lu enggak Bang? Bisa.
You know, down very low. Does have a
global
lot of
Brazil
damage, but we'll see, you know, what he can kind of get in that front line. Poppy 2 would be a big upgrade, so that's a nice hit.
Obviously
udah rilis kok global.
The gold to really roll for the
Udah
Yorick, but sell the rest. Oh my
Bukan
god.
global
rilis
sih
tuh.
ke Turki ya kemana gitu. Gue lupa deh.
And he can get an additional
belum di Asia
item
tapi ya.
as well, 'cause he can pop that on his MF, so he gets another binary value, gets Illusion
Jadi
2,
dia buang
Poppy
Caitlyn
2.
sih, masukin Jess.
He has some
Jadi itu
potential to
item
make something happen.
ininya
Here.
Blood
We'll see what he
Tester.
get done.
Cuman Caitlyn bintang
I think this is
2.
something that you have to look at the binary value in terms of how he got there, because I felt like until he hit that Lucian 2, even with the Jin 2, it was not a board that
Gue udah komplain di Discord-nya ini. Aji lagi ngetik GGTech-nya.
Nanti Mas Sena tuh anjir, Sena Hirana, Cok.
Apaan lu ngetik apaan?
Gue komplain kenapa observernya itu hanya nge-observe orang yang top nomor 7, nomor 8. Hampir nggak pernah ngeliatin yang top 4 di general.
PS3 enggak. Everywhere I go I see Jess. Gua tuh reroll.
When it comes to his play. So
again, ini nggak Jess.
I think a lot of people's expectations of
Benar reroll bagus juga ya kalau misalkan mainnya di lobby. Nggak tahu deh, gua ngerti dah. Dari tadi emang ngeliat orang, dari tadi ngeliat orang reroll dapat mulu. Masalahnya kalau gue yang reroll nggak gitu.
Nah iya,
dapet, Cok.
Nah itu.
Itu nggak dapet masalahnya. Maksudnya bagus mah bagus aja, cuman kalau di stage 3 lu nggak dapet mau ngapain anjing?
Tuh, katanya kita disuruh nge-apply TR account, Ji. Apply nggak sih, Ji? Di mana apply-nya ya?
Coba kur.
Harus dulu klien lagi kan?
Kasih paham, kalau nggak lu aja sendiri ntar lu ini.
Iya lu aja kur, nanti kita
Discord-nya lu.
Nah nanti kita mau streamin lu aja kur.
Besok tapi gue nggak nobar kayaknya.
Ya, kur. Nobar nggak sih?
Mau dong.
Servernya bagus. Servernya lu kur, gas kur.
General.
Masa nanti kita rame-rame masuk lobbynya berempat kan konyol ya, lu aja kur. Kita nebeng aja.
Solo frontlining is Mordekaiser, forcing Degree to wrap around that Mord, and all of a sudden it exposes the backline, right? So if Zed can force his way into the backline early, even if he doesn't catch the setup, there's a world where he kills the Ahri early and then makes his way and ladders through the Kennen and the Lulu into the setup, but is going to be able to get there correctly.
Gila.
And that was actually crazy positioning though. You moved them more to left.
Anjir, is the officer do know who's anjing galak banget, Cok.
But that was really narrow margins.
Asik, besok mau stream Aji tuh.
Aduh, kita pernah kenal gak sih guys? Pernah kenal gak sih guys?
Udah gak ada yang nonton. Dik banget. Justru kan gak ada yang nonton gitu master.
Dia udah ngomong ini katanya biar ada story-nya bro, ya kan? Tapi nggak gitu. Ini terus-terusan di situ soalnya.
It is insanely hard, right? Like again, I've said.
Kok nggak ada Mordok ya? Mordok yang bikin gamenya tuh.
And there's so much debating how you
Mager dia katanya anjing udah bikin gamenya, turnamennya dia juga, kalau males
just by nature of it, when you raise the stakes, you're coming out really low HP. You have to do a 1-round transition, otherwise you're losing another round, and that might put you on 1 life.
Siapa tadi yang menang anjing? Gak liat gue jadinya, gara-gara ngeliat chat Aji.
You have to evaluate your opponent's board strength to realize how far you have to roll. You know, can I stop? Is this poppy gonna stabilize me? Is Via gonna stabilize me?
To apply for TR account, coba bentar deh.
Gimana caranya? You have to be able to make all these decisions and all these things instantaneously. So it's easy for us to sit here as a caster, and we don't have to make any oh, he should have done this, or like, oh, he could have put that. But doing it when you were in the game and you have to think about all these things at once is so damn hard. And that's why you can sometimes come out
hyperpop true damage 1, 2, 3, 4 true damage doang. 4 berapa true damage ini?
Dylan Pros tadi menang bang, main edgelord yang bener.
4 doang ini rapid fire sananya ini.
Bang tolong bentar aja biru si Gejet tai.
Kayaknya itu tuh damage 4 doang dah, soalnya Sena rapid fire ya.
Line, you have to have the confidence to be able to
play correctly.
Unfortunately, there is no room for the silly mistakes like we saw in that last game, and because when they do happen, they hurt you really hard.
Game terakhir guys, habis ini guys.
Komrero top 1 terus.
Sampai berapa game ini bang? Game 6 ya?
Apa tuh? Ada yang baru subscribe, halo, welcome, maaf ya, aku ngantuk.
Welcome, jangan lupa subscribe channel Air Liur.
Welcome, maaf gak banyak interaksi, ngantuk.
Air Liur.
Orang gila mana gak tidur nonton turnamen TFT jam 8 pagi, anjing.
Jam 4 tadi mulai.
Udah jam 8 anjing.
Ini tuh karena dedikasi kita terhadap game catur satu ini bro. Lalu gue lebih sering live Wild Rift lah.
Ini jam 8 pagi tuh.
Mana sih link pendaftaran TR-nya itu cuy?
Iya makanya.
Di itunya nggak sih di form yang pertama kali lu submit? Ingat gua.
Enggak. Nih regional final turnamen real. Oh nih ada nih di regional final turnamen. RAM 5 sama RAM 2 tuh.
Di apa namanya sih?
Oh ini 2004 turnamen real must be clean install the perform TR masih update dulu.
Ya gitu.
Oh iya RAM 2. Tapi ini cara install gimana? TR RAM. Oh abis itu tinggal bikin account ya?
Nah, the question is, emangnya dia nungguin kita masuk ke roomnya dulu, baru di play gitu?
Harus cepat.
Loh, ada alasan kenapa ini bacot-bacotnya lama kan, Ji?
Iya benar.
Nah itu.
Kalau kayak cuma 2-3 menit ini pasti kan cuma nungguin player aja sih, bukan maksudnya kita si
enggak dong. Ya, intinya antara dia game udah mau beres bikin room lu masuk atau enggak ya pas lagi bacot-bacot ini lu pada masuk semua gitu.
Betul.
Kanan bawah nyawanya udah berapa persen? 1 anjing udah tinung-tinung streamernya bangsat ngantuk anjing.
Tinung.
Banyak banget sih nonton turnamen TFT sampai kurang tidur disuruh riot kah? Dikasih kesempatan cuy, kapan lagi?
Udah enggak sih bang, kasihan. Tanggung anjing, masalahnya gue juga pengen nonton cuma ini kalau gue nggak stream nih di HP kebahan nonton juga gue anjing. Tanggung cuma ngantuk anjing.
Sampai tidur ya Pit ya?
Iya, maksudnya kalau
pengantar tidur.
Gue off stream juga gue di kasur tuh nonton lagi udah tanggung anjing, pengen lihat tanggung anjing.
Oh kita harus check in juga kalau mau ini.
Dibalas gak di general chat kasih kayaknya.
Tahu gue aja udah nggak ngeliatin.
Emang itu pending ya? Cek.
Apa?
Emang itu menyerang banget itu?
Sih, gue liat juga.
Lumayan sih.
TFT NA regional finals, which means we only have one game left.
Iya kah?
Casanova and I are back to break down what happened in that 5th game to get us ready to go for the final game.
Makanya si Lian tadi bilang pura-pura nggak kenal aja.
We're gonna start with the heartbreak of that last game.
Oh, gue ngerti sekarang lu pada mulai pada nggak respon gue tuh biar kalau ditanya nggak kenal gitu ya. Baik.
Enggak lah bercanda ya.
Lah,
Tapi itu enggak, tapi offending itu menyerang itu.
Had some really strong upgraded units.
Kayak kalau kasarin itu kan kayak apa nggak tahu nih. Apa harus dilihat gitu.
Coming through.
Gimana caranya kita enjoy yang nonton nih?
Discordnya public itu kakur atau private?
Private nih. Ntar lagi ada yang keluar tuh dari Discordnya namanya Aji tuh ditendang.
Aji ngeri dapat email dong.
Ditendang anjing.
Baik guys, emang tempat saya Free Fire aja dah. Free Fire.
Ini bocah siapa dah katanya. Kasar banget anjing.
Katanya masa caster di sono nggak ini sih apa namanya nggak sulit sih buat nge-caster kayak begini pasti susah dong.
3 or 4 players.
But
5, I feel like that's
gue yakin gue bukan the only one lah yang mikir kayak gitu. Pasti caster sono juga
even though he had perfect items for
Aji jangan kopium Aji.
Knowing just how other units work, can you upgrade that front line? Can you actually get everything else on the board that you would need to? Those 580 flex players.
Iyalah susah kalau ngebahas cuma satu doang yang dikasih lihat.
Dish soap and Ripple Overdrive.
Yota aja tuh gatel kan pas di ini TFT streamer.
Oh iya.
Iya, Yotanya kan pas coba pindahin dulu gitu kan. Karena dia dekat depan-depanan langsung kan sama si observernya. Jadi dipindah-pindahin gitu.
Bang, foto thumbnail dari awal YouTube sampai sekarang pakai jaket dulu. Kan tadi pakai jaketnya waktu di
Biar tepar coy udah ngantuk banget ini gua.
Lagi bang ini lagi bikin room nih, lu pada bisa masuk tuh.
Udah install belum?
Gua mau install tapi foldernya Riot Games juga lagi.
Ji, Gas Ji.
You look at it, and even
Apa
with
tuh?
5 people
Insta.
contesting, it does feel like 80 Flex is still completely open to go for.
Gua
Due
besok
to the
soalnya
fact
nggak
that,
stream
you know,
lagi
you
juga
can play
kayaknya.
around this
Nggak usah.
Ezreal. You see Pokégon with Caitlyn. You see
Ini
multiple
gue
Zeds
kayak
as the
yakin
main
banget
build
kalau
around,
memang
right? So there's a
itu
couple different forecasts
actually
that you
dia
can
offended,
use, but
terus
when you
langsung
end up on
siapa
a
sih ini
weaker
orang
one
pas
like
dilihat
Caitlyn,
ya
you
yang
might
nonton
find
nggak
yourself
ada.
in 7th, like we saw with Pokégon.
Yang baca
It's
yang
tough
nonton
because
nggak ada
only
tau gak lu.
so many
Jadi
people
emang
have that
dari
Yes.
bitternya
as
gue aja.
headliners. So you kind of have to make the most of what you are able to get, and
Cat
in this
Katri
kind of
Soju
situations,
bang
it just
Mayan.
might not be enough. But
Ada
he
Discordnya
does
gue cok
finish
bisa gue
out
PM
from
halo
the
bang
first
aja.
place
Keren
with
gak?
that center reroll, and we have seen
Pro
a
player
lot of
ini
cross rerolls
Discord
be able
bisa
to
gue DM
take
halo
the
bang
stage.
anjing.
I mean, we have to
Iya.
even back at range
P
first
punten
place in that
nih.
game number 4 with the KO reroll, and it might just be
Jadi tolong teman-teman doain gue supaya nggak di apa di WA sama Kak Jessica aneh-aneh.
Karena nanti kalau live, iya gue udah lama nggak live
But
kayaknya,
you
Fis.
can't force your way into the
Kan
best
udah lama
version,
nggak
which is
live.
playing off of Heartsteel
Waktu
and
yang
then
pas
going in that
kapan tuh
direction, right? And you need
sistem
to be
error
off for
tuh
Heartsteel at
yang
a reasonable point
gara-gara
in the game. Either
klien
playing it
mental gitu
all
kan
the way
gue
from the early game
ngamuk-ngamuk
and
tuh
using
di
it,
story tuh
trying to
terus
win
di
streak and then
DM
converting
kiten
to a
gue.
loss streak, or hitting it exactly when
Aji,
necessary
lu kan
to
baru
start that
aja
loss
announce
streak
mau
maybe
giveaway,
in
kenapa
stage
story lu
4 when
marah-marah?
you've already saved a lot of HP early. So while you can go
Ini
into 80
qualify
Flex
to
even
Worlds
without
kan iya.
Heartsteel, the way that we're
Soju
seeing
dari
the most success
Tasik
is when you
bukan.
found that
Yang
early
dari
on.
Tasik
So
mah
when we
Yuki.
have games where a lot of people find the Heartsteel
Dari
option,
Sumedang
we get a
apa
lot
biasa
of 80
jualan
Flex.
tahu
And when we
katanya.
find games where not so many people
Lagi
find
sebelum
it,
nonton
we
VCT
end
lihan
up
ya
more
gaya
with
iya gue
the
nonton.
reroll
Ah,
games,
makan tahu
honestly,
Sumedang
with
tuh.
the amount of reroll that has come through with how
Pengen
many of
makan
those
tahu
compositions
anjing.
are very strong.
Yeah, we have seen a
Tahu
lot
susu
of
enak, tahu
players
susu.
get even
Apaan tuh,
really
anjing?
strong just
Ada,
really
tahu
good
susu
starts.
enak, coy, tahu
Taking
susu, coy.
Olaf
Tahu.
headliner, for example,
Nggak
that
tahu
was
susu
Lembut banget,
gimana?
lembut.
really strong
Dia kayak
game.
kayak Sumedang, kayak tahu
Tackle a
Sumedang,
lot
cuman
of
dalamnya
these
tuh
players towards some
Susu.
lembut gitu.
more open
Enggak, tahunya
80
putih biasa.
options, even if it doesn't involve the
Taunya,
hard
oh, taunya
skill.
nggak
We saw
kuning
that in this
luarnya.
previous
Tahunya
game
tahu
where,
kayak tahu Sumedang.
I want to say like it
Tapi
wasn't
kan
even
tahu
like
sebenarnya juga lembut
a
dalamnya.
Heartsteel
Putih
Nah,
gitu
tapi
kan.
ini
version.
kayak
We
lebih tebel
actually
gitu
ended up
dalamnya.
just getting like a good
Oh,
strong
kalau Sumedang
AD
dia
units
agak
coming out
kopong
from
ya?
Dish,
Iya,
so
agak
who had
kopong,
Dish
betul
Kayak
Soap
gue
sekali.
kur
and
dalamnya lembut.
Yeah, dish soap's kind of
Waduh.
the best example.
Dalamnya
of that, just a really
lembut.
flexible board.
Ya.
Kayak Aji ya, dalamnya kasar ya.
Playing around good items and then
Kayak
getting
anjing.
good units on the board with binary value, and that was just the way that he played around.
Iya,
it, right?
ngapa
He
emang?
had a lot of extra items from his augments, and then he just used that to get binary value. We're gonna take a look at the standings now. Weijin in that bottom 8 right now, but with the score of 22, certainly can escape this. A really rough day for Kandrew there.
Lihat nih kan,
Bottom tables taking quite a few
749 Koro
eighth
ngechat,
places, but
751 dibalas.
Necro, I mean,
752 aja
I'm
ngechat,
looking
nggak
at this
dibalas,
bubble,
Cok.
right? There's 22, 21 points, and I'm wondering how many players are at this like.
Lagi diinvestigasi. Ini sokap sih.
Gue langsung di profiling, gue langsung di profiling nih gue yakin.
Nih, saran gue sih ya, lu perhatiin analitik live lu. Ntar kalau nambah satu tiba-tiba terus hilang lagi, lu udah tahu siapa berarti.
Honestly, like we could still
Maybe
see.
degree.
Okay, maybe degree, yeah, but like Triple and Kaiwing are not necessarily considered safe.
Ya udah lah ya,
If they
ini
go
channel
8th in this
YouTube
final
juga
game,
nggak ada
that's
AdSense
going to
juga.
be a problem and could really shake up the standings.
Yalah, dia
On the
inilah
flip side of
apa
things,
feel
though,
free lah
Replay
buat
is
di
having the
inilah
day of
buat dia apa
his
namanya?
career,
Kalau ada
it
ruang
feels
buat
like.
evaluasi
Soju
lah
as
kalau dia mau
well,
main
Evaluasi,
not too far
evaluasi.
behind.
Dia datang
All
dari
of these
negara maju
players
kalau kayak
are
gitu
just
aja offended
top
pak ya.
What are we in set
Lu
7?
meleset
We
lu.
got Rain
Yeah.
and Soju.
Kalau
at the
offended
top of
Indonesia
regionals.
berarti.
Ini ada yang komen juga nih, si Morgan nih.
Section, and
At-
honestly,
bukan
Rain
Morgan,
maybe
mana tuh?
should have been in that section
Yeah,
as
they
well.
never
You know, she
barely showed
had
top
her
4
kind of
this
one
game
set
katanya.
wonder moment in
Mana?
set 7. We've been a little
Ada di live
disappointed with
chat
her
nih.
performances
Oh, di
since
live
we
chat.
know she
Apa
has
di
it in her.
YouTube?
And in set 10,
Oh, lu
in
sekarang
the
udah di
regional
YouTube
final,
nih,
Rain is
bro.
really showing up.
Oke.
Oh, di YouTube juga pada
Really is,
protes,
and
bro.
I wish we had more time.
Haji juga mau protes di YouTube ini.
Jangan bro, jangan bro.
Anything
Udah bro,
even
di
at the
Discord
Team
aja, bro.
Vegas
Ini gue jadi
Open,
penasaran,
that's
padahal
at
live
the,
chat-nya anjing.
last chance tournament.
Ini live
So, like,
chat di live
there's
chat ada
so
tuh.
many
They
good
barely showed the top
results that
4
Raid has
this
been able to
game.
put up time and time again.
Oh,
Just so
iya
consistent
dong.
over
Hit
the
buat
course
di
of
show
the
post
set.
one
I
X.
Eh, ada
have to
Hiko
say,
Hiko
they've been
anjing.
able to kind of
Aji yang
control
disalahin
that
yang disalahin
and
casternya,
get
bro.
Iyalah pasti caster kan disalahin kalau netizen kan mana tahu. Kayak kita aja kan kalau misalkan game yang nggak mulai-mulai.
Caster gimana sih? Lama nih caster.
Gitu cok, pasti cok.
Only have one game left for these players to be able to turn it around, and We're gonna have to find out whether or not that is the case to bring us through this next
Mana ada yang komen lagi di atas, gue cek nih, first time watching TFT Tournament, I hope I to learn something. Apa yang lu pelajari dari orang yang di bottom frag anjing?
Tuh, lu pelajari caranya kedapan dengan cepat tuh.
Iya, latihan manual.
Nomor 8 tapi gimana caranya lu kelihatan keren nomor 8 nih.
Circle TFT kayak ini bang. Enggak. Kenal gue siapa aja gue nggak tahu.
Ini lu thumbnailnya dapat dari mana? Weh dikasih thumbnailnya?
Siapa?
Email gue.
Isi formnya emang.
Kan ada gue sih formnya.
Ada di email lah
sih. Cuma Kur kenapa pakai thumbnail lu sendiri juga? View lu rame Kur.
Yeah, it is really interesting because
in thumbnail tuh nggak penting Kur.
Thumbnail gue juga udah sesuai sama format, tapi yang nonton.
Oh, itu aja.
Ibaratnya kayak lu ibaratnya kayak komeng Kur.
Aji kan besok udah nggak stream lagi, lu pakai aja thumbnail.
Nggak gitu.
Wah, lu
gimana?
Parah gua si Peter cowok.
I think they're high enough up there. They should get through. So I think we're going to see people playing really high tempo, especially those people that are kind of middle of the pack. Are really going to play as high tempo as they can. Keep their health up.
The game has been really buggy lately. I didn't see what happened, but I will be surprised if the blue buff genuinely.
Ji, lu dibalas Ji.
So it's going to be a nice average one.
Udah monitor gua mati, Cok.
Sama aja balasannya, Cok. Ini otomatis apa?
Bot bangsat.
Yang balas bot, Cok.
Gold, right, is where we ended up. And
Halo Raffi.
Right, because it requires you to make it into the late game in order to feel the effects of the augment. I think it's fitting that it was someone like Setsuko that chooses that, and I do wonder that if it's a question of Setsuko wanting to play that, or if Setsuko believes that it would make others uncomfortable. But historically, Setsuko is probably the best player in North America at being able to play strongest board at any given time in the game. Right? He's a player that sees lines that others aren't willing to play. He's someone that can build very cheap but effective boards, and I think going into this we even see the effects of his study group players like K3 Soju and Prestivant doing well. In addition to Setsuko, it's pretty evident that this study group as a whole
TFT toksiknya gimana?
Toksiknya self blaming dong. Anjing tadi harusnya sih nggak gua ini sih gitu. Harusnya tadi gua
Vivi pung. Bang. Nah. Tinju bang.
I don't know. This is one of the ones that more than anything else feels like a non-portal portal.
Jam 4 lagi bang kalau jadi. Iya tuh.
It's not till
3 harian ini jam 4 pagi.
Betul. And then it's gold split amongst.
Terus kalau gua tidurnya nanti abis ini tidur nih, bangunnya udah pasti malam, ya udah pasti lanjut lagi besok anjing.
So, you know, in a lot of cases the game is like pretty decided by that point.
Clear main, Cok. Otak kosong, pikiran kosong, board kosong gitu.
Also, you know, players that are already in a good spot, you know,
clear main menarik ini, tapi dia
submit to the pit V.
Jelek sih aja tetap aja anjir.
Pasti
diambil sih. Wah bener dong dia. Vitinju Cok. Dia nonton channel Kurohiko ini, V1 Punch Man Cok.
Gua nge-lag ya, gua nge-lag.
Ngalir ini emang ada Cok. Suara air ngalir nih background ini.
Kerja gini amat kan gitu.
Suara air emang.
Ini gua dikasih izin nobar sama nggak nobar, gua tetep nonton nanya. Gabut gue soalnya.
Tapi bisa kena strike tahu kalau nggak masuk quiz.
Oh iya, maksudnya kalau gua nggak dapet izinnya, gua nonton sambil kebahan. Enggak, gue stream.
Iya benar. Ini kan benefit buat kita kan ini biar kalau nobar nggak kena strike kan.
Iya. Bersyukur Ji, nobar lu ditemenin ya.
Wah, bersyukur banget gua. Kalau nggak bersyukur sih udah gua dari tadi anjir gua main bola anjir nih. Agenda main bola ada.
Dari tadi Peter kayaknya personal aja malu.
real other option for him to slam. We don't want
Itu
Archangel.
tuh udah nunggu momen ini lama tau gak? Gue udah tau banget.
You to like jacks or something like that. So, you know, the way I'm looking at it is this is the only item he could
Atau
slam.
ini emang effort Peter aja biar nggak ngantuk tau gak? Biar nggak boring.
Nah itu, gue jadi seger anjing.
Bangsat gue sih masih ngantuk banget ya, anjir.
Gue jadi lumayan seger nih gara anjing.
That is crazy. So, you know, has the belt that's like half of Morello's. So, you know, that's the only item that he really has for that Seraphine.
Ini meta sih ya gini-gini doang. Reroll, Ezreal udah.
I think he's almost 100% going to be playing Seraphine reroll.
Yeah, I totally agree, but the unfortunate situation is so.
Ini Kuro kenapa kalau masuk kenapa H gini ya? Ha? Itu saudara dari mana sih anjing? Saudara dari mana sih anjing? Kaget gue.
Tadi lu nge-lag kok, tapi lu nge-lag.
Ini anjir gue mau kan monitor gue mati, mau gue cabut. Ternyata yang kecabut PSU-nya anjing.
Mati dong PC lu tadi.
Iya.
SSD anjay.
That's gonna be a 3-unit loss game.
Ngantuk lu deh.
I love seeing the.
Iya sih belum tidur cuy.
Nah, belum
tidur apa? Belum tidur siang loh anjing.
Belum tidur lebih lama.
Apa balas aja tadi? Gua ragu lihat itu.
Sama aja, balasannya sama aja kayak lu tadi.
Bot anjir balasannya.
Ini sama aja, kliennya udah gue install sama aja, kur tinggal masukin username sama password anjing.
Bentar, ini copy paste anjing.
Iya, copy paste kocak.
Bot aja.
Dibilang bot.
Lebih bosenin Arisenti atau Reroll Ezreal? Arisenti sama Jax. Arisenti Jax waktu itu sih bosenin sih.
Oh iya, sepakat gue.
Yang ini mending lah, cuma ya kira udah kayak 2 minggu 3 minggu begini bosen juga lama-lama.
Soalnya sebelumnya juga disebut kayak gini anjir, sebelumnya kan juga Ezreal mulu.
Tapi sekarang jadi lebih bervariasi lah.
Iya, yang ini variasinya rerollnya dia banyak.
Oh dulu kalau nggak main Ahri ya main Ezreal aja.
Lah kemarin pas disco semua anjir.
Selobi bisa main Ahri 4 orang gitu.
Oh iya itu tai sih emang pas Ahri Sentinel.
Terus sekarang Z-nya tuh lebih kelihatan perannya gitu, Cok. Enggak di crowddiver doang Z-nya.
Sekarang Z jadi ada maknanya. Tadinya kalau Z round 4 doang bagus, kalau bintang 2, bintang round 5 udah dibuang anjing.
Benar.
Dulu Z dipakai cuma main DM doang aja.
Lo aja bro.
Nama
Master gua.
Bang kiri atas gak ngantuk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does kind of take the pressure off a
jam
little bit,
12
so to
siang,
speak,
jadi
right? You
sekarang
know,
sih belum
being able to say, "Hey, I actually finally did it." People can't really hold this over me anymore. I think is a big deal, and you can kind of build some confidence with that. It's interesting to see Billy can carry here. So it does have two defeaters as that first augment. Obviously, just looking for velocity on 30
Restream lu
gold,
kadang
trying to get as
patah-patah, Kur.
much econ as he possibly can.
Apa yang patah-patah
And we'll have to
guanya?
see where he wants to go from here. It looks like he has much more on the kind of like AP itemization
Itu
side.
baru lu kapan
So
Kur?
I'm expecting probably playing like center reroll,
Tanggal
or Seraphine
29.
reroll, something like that from this spot. What do you think, Bard? Yeah.
Pasti collab sama Kobo nih
I mean,
Gesta.
obviously, the reality is if you're gonna play a lost streak
Rencana sih kayak lah.
champion duplicator augment, it does mean that you have to stabilize extremely hard on 6. I will say Bard is probably one of the
Lagunya lagu disco gedein lah
rerolls
suaranya.
at 2 costs. Most people saying Senna being number 1 and then kind of up for debate beyond that. I know a lot of people
Kur, Kayla tuh yang dulu pernah ada di Wild Rift kan?
now
Lu tau
unless
gak?
you're looking for something, unless you have something like that's Jazz alongside it.
Nggak tahu gue.
But I do think there's a world where if he hits extremely
Peter kenal sih
hard, his
harusnya.
itemization looks good to be able to play
Gak tahu.
Iya kan,
and then have a bow and
Gak tahu,
open
Bang.
for either playing.
Ntar doxing lagi kesana gue.
Iya makanya.
Nggak boleh doxing.
Lagi jangan.
Gue nggak ada satupun yang gue tahu VTuber muka aslinya cuy.
Bard reroll.
Lu nggak tahu VTuber Kurohiko mukanya Kur.
With the racist stakes
That
that
would've
we've
been
seen.
Tahu gue
Gue
ya.
jarang nonton dia sih.
Set it 2 though, yeah. Set it 2.
Send it to Jinx
Sunfire.
2.
Oh gue dulu kan ini gue sekelas sama dia.
Raise the stakes.
Kur.
Sekelas caster.
I wanted to go including the Heartsteel.
Apa sih?
Itu VTuber Kurohiko hidungnya dijidat ya? Kayak Squidward ya?
Kenapa anjir?
Hidungnya dijidat ya? Kayak Squidward gitu ya?
Kenapa?
Aslinya.
Nggak ngerti tuh gue konteksnya.
Wah, lu nggak pernah nonton SpongeBob nih, Miss Joke nih.
Gue tahu yang SpongeBob yang Squidward itu dia hidungnya dipasang di jidat kan?
Iya.
Tapi
Iya
gua
kan
nggak
tadi
ingat,
lagi
gua cuma
ngomongin.
ingat.
Iya. Never mind. Itu Miss the Joke sih udah.
Gue ingat scene-nya doang tapi nggak ingat kejadian.
Yep, exactly. And it's also really important to note Setsuko. So he got his 5 streak. I'm not sure if it was him that
Bobo
beat
Pace, Gor.
Kaiweng or not.
Iya,
But
cuy.
Kaiweng lost his 5 streak.
Hah?
So
Pace
he's on
maksud
the
Anda
1
apa?
loss now after that 4 win.
Itu
So
Pace
really
yang di
carry
orang
the 5
timur.
loss,
Itu
and
kan
Setsuko
Pace
is on
maksudnya
that
itu
5
fast
win.
gitu.
Setsuko slammed the early item.
Karena Kobo udah ke doxing, jadi dibilang Pace.
But Billy can carry 50 gold here, potentially going to make some more from
Ngantuk
Protest
semua
as
ya,
well.
Coy. Ini pembicaraan jam
Kan
3
udah
pagi.
rame tuh
Jamnya
si
digeser.
Kobo di TikTok, di Facebook aja. Sampai akun-akun tantenya juga.
Oh itu yang di Facebook gue tau tuh yang akun tantenya si Alan.
Wah,
Ada lewat di teman.
Ya digeser itu tadi ada yang dapat jas bar anjing.
Wah, ayo Peter komen coba di Discord.
Sekarang yang
Komen
dilihat
dong.
nomor 1 Ji. Wah, langsung kena marah di observer, Cok. Wait, Tot, ini ada yang marahin gue, Jing.
Wah digeser Cok ke gila Aji. Keren lu Ji.
Wah, lu coba komen dulu dong.
Jadi digeser-geser mulu Ji. Gila.
Terus sama dia dilihat. Ini orang Indo semua nih. Gue matiin TFT di Indo Jing ini.
Jadi digeser-geser Cok. Keren.
Kelas bang.
Jasamu tidak akan dilupakan Aji. Sampai jumpa.
Pasti nama buah bang. Apaan tuh aja?
Apa tuh kali? Level berapa dia? 5 kali.
Because you don't really want to go Nashers, you don't really want to go like Shiv first item.
Spoil of War gold. Berapa persen sih spoil of war gold tuh? 30 ya?
Oh, saya 30 atau 35 ya?
30% ya, 35%.
30.
Duit gak sih?
Kayak Pandora nggak sih?
No your enemy nih mau main jas nih. Nah kan, Bartriro.
Gas.
Keren.
Tapi emang ini apa namanya worth banget ya buat ngambil no your enemy ya?
Kalau lu main
karena
jas,
Jess ya?
iya.
Karena Jess ya? Kalau misalkan Jess aja itu juga ngaruh ya?
Soalnya Jess-nya aja.
Jess kan pasti mainin semua nih.
Iya.
Kalau satu maksudnya kayak trade yang samanya cuma satu juga tuh udah ngaruh banget.
Itu
udah bakal aktif ya?
udah aktif.
Oh gitu. Toh. Ya pasti aktif dong ya Jess.
Iya. Pasti ada Bruiser, Guardian, Big Shot, semuanya aja.
Jadi persyaratannya cuma satu trade aja yang sama ya?
Iya.
Seperti itu. Gue kira harus kayak whole itu mirip gitu.
Ini emang udah niat reroll anjir, udah ngambil itu juga tadi ya, apa? Duplikator.
Ini yang tadi gue bilang gue mau lihat dia dapat Jess bar. Harusnya ngambil loh ini. Diambil dulu.
Ini tinggal ngambil blue buff ya si Bar
Iya,
ya.
tinggal blue buff. Dan dia paling bawah jadi harus sudah apa?
Iya udah duplikator. Tinggal butuh satu bar lagi ya bintang 3.
Kudu. Kudu tuh Pace.
Satu bar lagi.
Tinggal di augment terakhirnya Dead Jess Babi, nah udah menang.
Baik.
Ngarep
Gua ada
banget
si
namanya.
Bonnie emang tadi? Enggak kan?
Nanti di
Oh,
Gua ada si Bonnie kan?
Augment Jess terakhirnya apa? Augment terakhirnya Dead Jess Baby. Ya udah berarti nunggu Jess-nya di situ dia fokus nahan gold aja dong.
Enggak dong.
Bukan, tapi ini bukan
Ya,
Golden
tapi
si
kan belum
Bonnie
tentu
kan?
dapet
Iya,
coy.
belum tentu.
Itu kan chance lebih kecil aja.
Kalau dapat menang deh tuh.
Iya sih.
Kalau dapet.
Ini nih si tonjok.
Tinggal nunggu aja nih.
Jadiin lah ini Morello.
Tapi kemungkinan besar emang bakal gol sih antara gol sama prismatic.
Coba pilih mana yang mau lu lihat, coba komen dulu itu di Discord.
Gila, digeser-geser mulu sekarang dia.
Mantap coy, digeser mulu coy.
Banget anjing.
was Kane Drew, I believe, with the Yasuo 3. So pretty early Yasuo 3 has the Edge Augment, which is really good.
Gila nih.
For the Yasuo. I didn't
Nggak ini Riot nih instant feedback, Cok.
True damage headliner variant though.
Biar enjoy bro nonton.
Dia wing grip nggak seperti ini cuy.
Wing grip nggak gitu.
Looks like he has know your roots.
Ini juga dikasih lihat mulu nih sekarang.
A lot of the true damage units around that, and I'm gonna kind of assume that that's what he has based on his secondary augment. So he's in a pretty damn
Wing grip
good
kenapa
spot
wing
with
grip?
that.
Nggak
It is
gini,
a comp that
obstacle
can get
dibilangin
forced.
ya
Like, this is
udah,
a comp that I
lanjut
actually
lagi.
like a fair bit. It's not something I think you should ever force, but if you just keep getting
Kadang stream layarnya
Yasuos in your
kuning.
shop, this comp can
Waduh,
really get
layar
strong.
kuning
Because
tuh
you get
kenapa
the early
penyakit
Yasuo
itu
3,
sakit
you get so
kuning.
many
Nah
stacks,
itu dia.
of his passive, it can
Jadi
become
zaman-zaman
pretty
one up
powerful
sih
later
dulu
on.
aja.
And he can push towards those high levels to really be able to try to get something going. So here's the cash out now from
Mereka nggak ini sih itu waktu itu yang gue tahu nggak pakai apa? Nggak pakai device kalau nggak salah.
Iya pakai emulator kayaknya.
Pakai emulator. Makanya nggak smooth.
Padahal iPhone berapa sih 15 juta doang, nggak semahal VTuber yang dibeli one up.
Wow.
Wah, ini orang lupa naik level kayaknya. Lupa naik ke 6.
Nah iya itu dia, gue bingung dia nyari apa sih.
Iya.
Lupa dia kayaknya misklik.
Kemarin gua waktu stream gini juga tuh kelupaan anjing. Oh iya ya belum naik level.
Tapi ada kemungkinan dia mau nyari ini, mau nyari Sena mungkin gitu.
Nah iya, tapi kan bisa dapat juga di 6. Kemarin gua gitu juga soalnya tuh waktu stream. Waktu udah oleng kan lupa. Oh iya ya naik level.
Berarti udah bintang 3 tuh.
Emang bisa dapat di 6 sih, tapi lebih gampang dapat di 5, Bet.
Wah iya Cok, itu Jesse udah bintang 3 ya kan.
Udah anjir. Woi, duplikatornya juga kepake 1 doang tuh. Woi, aman
Nonton
banget buat
Valo
MP1
juga
lagi.
Bang sekalian. Maaf aku tidak menyentuh Valo. Maaf.
Ini masih keluar ya tadi Jess Bartanya di dia.
Emang masih bisa. Bisa 2 orang sebenarnya kalau lu post 2 recall tuh yang bintang 3 bisa 2 orang.
Patah-patah Bang.
Susah.
Patah-patah aja.
Yeah.
Lu bitrate lu berapa?
Especially when you go to 6 the same round anyway.
Buset, banyak banget ya.
Kayaknya YouTube maksimal 8.000 deh Kur.
Enggak anjir 12.000 Cok.
Masa 8.000 maksimal?
Coba lo ketik deh live stream YouTube bitrate recommended, itu langsung dari Google nih.
Dulu kan 8.000 doang.
Ini gue 3.500 doang, Pit.
Lu kan pakai kuota anjir.
Anjir pakai kuota ya.
Sorry dah.
PR nanti kalau dikasih 10.000.
Iya nangis gue anjir. Live streaming mau 5 jam gini sih, kuota gue 100 GB habis langsung.
Oh iya ya, 12 Mbps, tapi kalau misalkan pakai H264
Satu Sena.
Wah iya coy.
Pencet D nggak sih?
Itu kalau gue tonton nih guys.
Naga-naga sih. Mumpung belum 4 ya. Di 4 sih orang udah pada.
Bisa 12.000 dong sekarang. 1080 tuh kalau 30 fps, 60 fps, 12 mbps, 12.000.
Feels
gue
like
nggak
a
ngerti
weird
sih.
spot to tunnel as well, right? Because just with
Iya.
general
Dapetin
AP,
Sena,
Magic Shred, and
Sena,
burn on
Sena.
the- it actually does feel like
Sena.
Iya,
much wider.
agak
He had
patah
the
satu
ability to
frame
play
gitu ya
much
guys ya.
wider than he actually ended
Sena.
up. So I'm not exactly
Kegedean
sure
berarti
what
bitrate
Roman is
bitrate
thinking.
lu
Maybe
turunin aja coba.
Sena,
Bitrate sih aman sih, ini malah 13.000 nih.
be able to play
Jadinya
something
di
like Sena
OBS ya
because
kelihatannya
then
di bawahnya itu loh.
Tapi ini rungkat ter. Masa stage 4 baru Sena 3.
12.000.
Mati sih dia anjing.
Ya.
Coba 11.000.
4 baru Sena, Robi Van Kenop.
Iya,
Robi Van Kenop.
Ini mentok nyari kayak top 4 lah mentok aja.
Gak bisa 4 juga kayaknya, nyawanya 52. Orang-orang di stage
Oh
ini udah
dapat
level
juga sih
78.
anjir akhirnya Sena.
Dapet tuh.
Tapi di stage 4 anjir, gol tinggal 15.
Udah terlalu miskin.
Sulit ini.
Dan Sena pun menurut gua juga bukan yang dapat lu win, gak gitu anjir.
Iya, Sena belum yang gitu.
Coba Kiana 3.
Oh tapi dia ini rapid fire ramping rhythm ya? Tahu deh.
Gak tahu
Oh
itu.
iya dia ada rapid rhythm ya.
Ramping itu gua nggak pernah kayak ngeliat itu bagus.
Tapi Sena juga Sena rapid fire ini.
Oh enggak anjing, enggak true
Bukan Sena true damage.
Justru
Dia nggak main true damage.
Yep, Biri did have that cat headliner.
Gak tau sih kalau gua biasanya malah dijadiin TD-nya banyakin, Senanya cukup sebiji doang ya. Pakai
Rapid
fire
Fire
dua.
jadi saya. Enggak sih level 8 ya.
Agak beda juga nih.
Don't love the itemization on it.
Exact.
It is blinged out. I feel
Keren
like
nih.
it's really nice to have some.
Yang enak ada flex cuy, keren. Coba aku Ezreal next.
Every time you cast your Q or whatever it is,
Set dapat set ya.
You do get some healing, but
bingung tuh dia, aduh kenapa harus set sih, jadi 4 dong bruiser gue katanya.
Spot here, you know, wanting to play around this true damage line.
Jadi
bentar, Akali carry solo anjir.
Halo Veronica.
Oh dia blink out.
Dia mau nyari Sena tadinya, terus kayak ngeliat orang udah Sena 3 dulu lagi gitu. Enggak juga sih, level 8 sih enggak sih.
Awal udah nge-itemin Akali.
Berarti nyari Akali ini kali dia.
Oh iya, dia yang Akali double E tadi ya?
Iya, Akali dari level 5.
Level 5 dapat Akali.
Kamu dapat lagi,
Pagi Idris. Pagi Idris. Set ya semuanya bingung kan, anjing
anjing di geng cok,
anjing digocek-gocek gue bangsat.
Pit lo mau jadi VTuber juga nggak? Gue bisa gak? Enggak usah. Gue
enak cuy, bisa rokok.
Apa poinnya gue jadi VTuber? Gue udah face reveal dari
pikir-pikir ya. Jadi VTuber ini nggak kelihatan mukanya tuh enak
rokok.
Selalu muda gitu, lu tuh nggak bakal tua gitu.
Ya nanti kalau suara gue udah tua juga nih. Ini upgrade VTuber jadi Kureko 3.0 ya.
Jadi masih bisa masuk ke segala kalangan gitu kan kalau udah tua.
Mandi nggak mandi, baju pakai atau enggak, dekil apa enggak, gas aja.
So if he hits a headliner Urgot, then he's basically just
so challenger.
But you know, based on his start,
Asaki anjing.
Daman ya.
Clearly though, I think
Ini Urgot
soalnya lawan satu orang naik damage aja.
He obviously just like didn't hit, but he's 2 off of Gnar. He's 4 I guess.
Bang, bisa bang jadi kayak Keson cakep, cok, ada nilai jualnya anjing kalau lu nonton Keson tuh cakep, so imah.
Dia
Jepang,
nilai jualnya
anjing.
ada di bot scap-nya juga guys.
Iya. Lu liat gua.
Kadang ngeliatin dada, kadang ngeliatin sempak.
Kayak bisa deh gua kayak gitu. Paling kena report.
Peter sih mau jadi sneaky kah?
Determine whether or not you beat out through stage 4 and 5, or if you're able to actually cap out like we saw with Pocky in his second place finish.
Nanti kena lampu gimana Pak? Kayak gitu dah, terangan.
Gue dari tadi penasaran namanya orang nih, Wasian Iverson.
Was Ian Iverson. Was, kayaknya tuh was ini deh.
Oh iya Was ya. Asian bukan Asian muka.
Was Ian Iverson.
Apakah aku bocil anniversary?
Awak pusing gua.
Entegor.
Bang udah bang, gua udah ngantuk bang, udah bang.
Sebelumnya aku Ian Iverson gitu.
Just not hitting on these.
Bang udah ngantuk bang, jangan bang.
And similarly set to go close to Urgot, close to Gnar as well. And it looks like this is likely to be a loss here. We'll see if any polymorph comes through. It's not gonna be a loss.
Gila ramping itemnya cok. Itu ntar kalau Caitlyn bintang 2 gimana?
But he's dead, bro.
Kan ramping rhythmnya mantep juga itu. Sena
di Jing juga mantap banget ramping rhythm cuy.
Kalau ini emang klakson, klakson anjing. Goblok, klakson anjing. Sorry dah anjing. Monyet. Bang, orang ngantuk diajak ngomong kayak gini, Bang. Klakson anjing.
Item ZK tadi sendirian anjir di tengah, Cok.
Itu pusing deh kur. Maaf dah katanya.
ZK ya sendirian, temennya jauh di ujung sih.
Oh ini nih.
Nah, baru
itu Aji kan sepi Bang, sebenarnya jadi VTuber. Di
gitu anjir, lucu banget.
Ke tepi gua aja
gitu loh, orang ngantuk.
Belum ada kan VTuber caster cuy.
Iya, Cok.
Iya dong, tapi kan gua udah
marketing nih, personal branding ya.
Iya. Kalau dari awal VTuber adalah solusi, dari awal aja gue.
Mati nih anak orang pas strip 6
Anjir 4
Ini yang main apa nih tadi
dia? Biri-biri. Main apa dia?
Itu gua banget.
Lucu, Jo.
Itu kayak di streamer invitational kemarin ya Pit ya. Anjing itu kalau ada whisking pun kayaknya gue stack 8 Pit.
Right? It's gonna have the, you know, someone, their destiny is not in her own hands, unfortunately. So replay also
dapat
still
lulu
in
nih dia di
a spot, but now look how close this has become even
Abang belum
amongst the
tidur,
top
udah
6.
tadi.
Sekarang nahan-nahan Rivennya si Dylan
Pagi sama
tadi.
Jepang.
Kagak ngaruh anjing nahan-nahan.
So we're getting a little repeat of that first lobby.
Gue gak ngerti dah kalau Dylan main Riven selalu jadi, gue yang pakai selalu min 1 anjing.
Sama anjing, kalau min 1 gue juga main Riven.
Aneh banget anjing. Makanya gue paling kesel tuh kalau ada yang donate Riven anjing. Wah gitu, udah gak akan beres anjing.
Gak pernah dapet lu Riven bintang 3 gue.
Iya anjing.
Sekalinya dapet udah mau mati anjir.
Bisa sih beres, hashtag 8 anjing.
See, he wants to keep the scrappy inventions open, but it's just probably gonna be Morello and then
Dia mau apa nih? Oh ya Morello ya.
open cloak or something.
Gue catet tenang, gue mahalin anjing khusus Riven, spesifik Riven gue mahalin anjing. Request aneh deh. Nggak bisa nge-hit anjing.
I am very nervous about this spot. This is
Gue carry.
He has a Serapine 3, but he has
Serawat.
no items, right? Like,
Oh,
it's not a
idealism
real
juga
thing.
dia anjir.
And that's even with like he
Wih,
has high
oh,
roll
double
that time because it's an open
itu tuh.
belt. There's only
Buat
two things
blinker.
you can get that are useful off top of my
Itu
mind.
bertata
Terus
jadi
dia
G sama BA, terobosan baru tuh VTuber caster.
So
Iya
it's
cuy.
like most rounds.
Karena
you'll have
Dylan
one
adalah
item
edgelord,
Serapine
edgelord
that's
adalah
very
Dylan.
good
Iya sih,
for
dedikasinya
first
udah
Ego super fan
tinggi.
itemnya apa
Top
ge?
slot definitely
Apa?
needs this
Apa?
Lulu to be able to try to turn things
Pego
around.
edgelord itemnya
But his
apa?
item
AOG
economy
bukan
is
sih?
really, really poor.
Oh,
Also
super
kind of
fan.
weird that he doesn't just slam
Iya,
those
itu
down.
super
So it's
fan-nya
Dragon
Viego.
Spot open
Oh.
belt on the Echo.
Kalau nggak HOJ, Titan
Some
Sterak.
sneakiness.
Gue lupa yang mana.
Iya,
And he
Sterak.
does do that, but
Titan
yeah,
antara
he's
Titan
just-
sama
he's
Sterak
just
tahu
really
juga.
good, unfortunately for him, and
Nggak pernah
he
pakai
definitely
Viego gue.
bleeding out 'cause he's
Sama.
still
Tapi
kayaknya
really
Viego
gold.
Titan dah,
And
gue
he is
pernah
down to
coba.
30 HP at this point.
Kayaknya ya.
Lobby health still
Coba aja
incredibly close to be
Musim yang
Oh,
ngehit lagi
bentar,
bintang 3-nya saya rapin dulu.
turn things around.
TFT.
Mari kita buka meta TFT.
That'll be enough, to be honest. I feel like Weijin's got a long way to go. Some of these boards are so strong, but if he can get a
Headliner.
third item on the Seraphine, and maybe if he can stop rolling even
Super fan
Charlotte
item.
every single
Iya,
fight,
Viego.
there's a world where maybe he can
Nah, iya.
squeak out a
Si
fifth, and
itu.
there's a world
Titan.
where that is enough. But
Titan.
man, there are some really strong
Titan
boards on the other
Rift.
side. Replay still rocking the
Ini
double
Spoil of War nih.
as well, but there's
Kalau
just
drop
so
item
much damage. It's
suka
hard to
mantep
go
dah
for
anjing.
anything.
Kadang-kadang top of trade lah. Tolol.
Wah kalinya kuat banget.
Iya aja bagus banget. Apalagi prismatik. Wah, udah warak
Iya
aja.
itu prismatik gila spoil of war tuh drop itemnya GG anjir.
Champion duplikator anjir yang orange tuh.
He just
Mantap.
took 17, right?
Ya min 1 lulu.
Main satu dulu ini saya rapin dulu yang bintang 3.
Sedih, cuy.
Carousel ada bang, tenang.
Anjing mana gol tinggal 0 level 7 kata dia. Lulu
Level
min
7.
1.
Lilia nggak bisa dijual juga. Nggak ada yang bisa
Udah
dijual.
pusing, gue pusing katanya. Nih item juga begini.
Ini terjadi kalau gue main Riven jing.
Min 1 coy game gacha anjing.
Iya Satria kalau mati championnya balik lagi ke poolnya.
Dylan dikasih masuk edgelord sampai ke masuk. Ngeri anjing dikasih ya tuh. Masih nggak bisa. Gue disco aja cukup dah. Game keberapa ini? Ini game ke-6, game terakhir. Abis ini tidur.
Habis ini Peter mau subaton.
Lagi sonen, bang aku nggak ngerti tapi pengen nonton, aku juga nggak ngerti. Kenapa nih?
Anjir masih menang dia.
Lagi-lagi mau share ngumpul anjir itemnya.
Cuy.
Enggak, masalahnya kalau
Tapi game catur ada turninya ada.
Moser yang itu dia main Moser emang counter naturalnya Serapin.
Yeah, I mean, Death
Dia kan
Gap.
nempel-nempel kena Serapin meletus
I
semua.
don't know. I think you probably.
Main
Nggak ada lulu cuy. Siapa yang bilang ada lulu cok?
Oh iya maaf. Sona dah.
You hope.
Sonanya di rekombo jadi lebih kecil jadi dulu.
If you get the Lulu, maybe.
Gimana nih, Pak?
If the wrong person gets a bad
Sedih
matchup,
banget.
you kind of like at least steal one more placement.
Nggak ada lulu lagi karosel, iya. Lulunya di mana tahu?
Lagi itu bang, nemenin
Itu orang nggak ada
ADC.
yang main lulu cok. Sumpah orang nggak ada yang main lulu lihat deh tadi deh. Nggak ada lulu di orang-orang coy.
Lulunya lagi, oh itu tuh ya.
Mana di karosel ternyata cuy.
Bang aku ente.
Akal cuy.
We'll see. Now we'll have to find out.
Tapi kayak percuma dia nggak nolong deh. Lu bintang 3 juga.
Iya, kurang depan ya.
Iya, depannya kurang.
Jadi banget.
Udah pada OTW.
Kenapa dia nggak mau relo aja itu dulu ya? Kenapa di sebar gitu aja anjir? Oh, udah scrappy. Iya, scrappy.
Kok udah sarapan? Belum. Kalau nggak twin terror masih war nggak? Masih lah.
Bisa manual
twin terror dulu doang yang kurang.
Bisa manual. Jangan lupa aku.
Permen
kalau lu manual terus bisa dapat 2 atau 3 sedap.
B1 tuh dulu sama Sena. Wih deh. Gila itu.
Itemnya apa tuh scrappy-nya?
So crazy.
Gak inget.
Like so Warmogs probably was not what you wanted regardless.
Warmogs actually made the
Tuh Billy masih bocah.
Aji juga live. Peter juga live, Moja juga live.
Moja.
Kayla live enggak?
Moja live Moja.
Kalau Kayla Senin cuy.
Senin.
And sometimes
iya.
edgelords just cheat sometimes. So this is still incredibly scary. You know,
kayak kenal tuh jadi 3 pos
live OR
can carry 1 health and a dream going up against Setsuko, who still never actually hit his Urgot 3, but he does have
lemparan 3
units.
Ininya Bartes.
Lagi Erlangga.
This round could tell us which. It's all about that Bard. How much can that Bard push through? So far, it's not been very good because Setsuko's line is in that Bard's face. So Billy can carry will unfortunately finish in 7.
Bye.
POV kalau gue main Jazz tuh.
Masih dulu bintang 3.
Getting here is awesome. Only in the second try on a cup.
Ketiga anjir mana tadi?
Ada di saat monster gini nih bang, bisa nggak sih kita ke atas gitu? Kan toh juga UAS seni version ini kan nggak ngapa-ngapain gitu. Apa story behind it apa?
Nah, coba lagi buruan di Discord. Makan.
Dikasih akses bang. Masih nanti nggak dikasih akses bang.
Jatuh di Discord ya. Beda bro.
Pakai akun Discord lu lah Ji, gue komplain nih.
Enggak, kalau gini Gur. Lu ganti foto dulu ya, foto aja.
Warak duit, Cok.
Foto of gold, Cok.
He's gonna be rolling
oh,
it.
Yeah,
I'm not
gold.
really sure what he's looking for because he's not particularly close to anything.
Pot of
Like,
gold.
like super fans unless they all just died. So I thought he would have just gone. So.
Oh, dia Neko 3.
Main warak duit kita ya.
Oh, itu dia Cok.
Itu Neko. Enggak ada duit banget deh.
Kalau nggak crown guard, lupa nggak sih?
Crown guard nggak sih? Siapa yang butuh? Defend depan.
Apa aja deh.
Si Eko lu itu crown guard nggak sih?
Jadi masih kopium ke backline anjir.
Dia ambil blue buff
Jana 2, Cok.
Lah,
Yasuonya nge-troll dai.
Mati, Yasuo mati.
Yasuonya nge-troll aja.
Lompat ke kanan dia. Bang, kenapa Z? Kenapa Nilah anjing? Ntar dulu gua streaming WR ntar dulu ya. Berisik lu.
Yang main Jazz zona KDA-nya jelek. Bagusnya yang kayak gimana ini? Lucius Azazel siapa namanya lupa gua.
It may be a bottom third cutoff, so maybe
Aji.
enough, but
namanya
Aji.
If you are Wage and
Aji, oke.
really praying that you
get hidup loh yang pakai Sena. Tadi stage 4 baru jadi.
Gila Caitlyn Runan nih, good. I approve. Gue pernah dari yang ke-8 jadi ke-1 gara-gara Caitlyn Runan. Bagus.
Oh iya, Ewin nih.
Yasuo kayak bugnya.
Gak ada yang main pang kah? Gak ada anjing.
Gak ada dari tadi dari game 1 gak ada main pang.
Wajing.
Kalau mungkin dapat portal spatula mungkin ada yang consider mungkin ya.
Tadi ada portal spatula tapi gak ada yang mau ambil.
Takut aja.
Ya siapa?
Tiba-tiba 10 pentakil.
Iya males banget main spatula 10 pentakil lah apa lah ini.
Bukan pentakil 10 KDA.
That is actually so crazy. So someone
kalinya kalau dua nih.
Ngerti itu kata anjing. Ngantuk banget, Cok. Warna, Cok.
Lobbynya reroll semua gini dibilang metanya tuh kalau nggak reroll it's real next.
Itu apa ya? Augment tengahnya ya? Aman kanan
From
juga
the
apa
Fallen
tuh?
kayaknya. Apa?
Oh, nambah stat ya?
Apa Ton of Time? Bukan kayak gitu Gift from the Fallen dah.
Kalau yang kanan?
Yang kanan tuh
yang timing item support sama cost 4.
Oh.
Stationary support.
Gila, akhirnya urgotnya naik cuy, jadi kuat.
Oh, hasil 3 juga urgotnya.
Itu Setsuko aslinya Raiforsi ya bang? Iya kali. Raiforsi versi kurus.
Karena apa pakai jaket kuning?
Guardian, Jig, Penta, Heartsteel, nggak ada hyper. Ini yang wasian butuh banget hyper pop emblem.
Guardian.
Ya
Kenapa dia
Guardian buat apa ya? Guardian
Dia punya unit lebih, dia punya unit lebih mau jadiin 4 Guardian.
Guardian.
Oh iya dia ada Ilawi ya. Tapi nggak dapat Guardian yang satu lagi nih.
Jual pak.
Tuh dapat.
Enggak. Nah.
Anjing gara-gara nyari Neko bintang 3 doang itu rungkat ya.
Bukan, gara-gara dia lulunya telat banget.
Oh iya lulu telat banget.
Lulus Serapinnya min 1 lama banget itu.
Tapi Serapin bintang 3 duluan.
Iya gue sadar aja Serapin bintang 3 ya.
Ini bintang 3 duluan tuh sebelum lulu.
Wah enak nih Serapin ini. Itemnya juga bagus tuh. Set dulu juga oke tuh.
Musuhnya terlalu gila.
Trap Invention nggak ngasih recommended kan? Ini bagus aja dua-dua Cok.
Di daerah recommended.
Enggak ini cuman kalau itu bener Gift from the Fallen jadi tambah kuat anjing setiap ada yang mati kan mereka nempel semua tuh Nires alay.
Bener.
Oh, tapi Augmentnya juga mendukung banget sih itu.
Kayak gini coba
Bulwark mana ya?
Trash.
Iya mana sama
Trash over itu sih. Trash over Mumu. Ya.
Nobar sama siapa? Aji, Lihan, sama Peter.
Lah.
Ya malah dia buang anjing.
Lah.
Dia nggak yakin lagi cuy.
Udah pusing.
Udah nggak jadi soalnya Neko bintang 3-nya.
Ini nih.
Kok posisi monster 6-nya gitu? Gara-gara augment itu.
Tapi dia nggak pakai augment. Ini ya, augment ini ya, namanya augment monster ya.
Enggak. Tapi dia nggak dapat augment apa-apa buat ngedukung posisinya.
Kayak Lulu kalau lu mau menang harus banget hyper pop. Kalau pakai yang spell weaver catur.
Kalau spell levernya 7 gimana, Bet?
Tetap enggak.
Wah, tapi bisa ya.
Ente ini.
Iya, cuy. Enggak bakal bisa dia nge-kill Eko itu. Wah, ente banget.
Udah kepalanya. Beres. Yang menang apa ini? Replay lagi, Cok. Yaksan lagi menang, Cok.
Ini orang tapi emang jago sih.
DJ for the win, Cok.
Tidur, Cok.
Nah, ini moral of the story-nya tolong ya, Papi Riot itu muasabah dulu observer ya. Tolong.
Really exciting day. Gotta give a shout out to
Observer
him.
harus dikasih kelas TFT 101 sama Papi Mordok.
43 points I guess he would have, right? So
Sama
average,
Kuro,
kalau
more than 6
gitu ya.
points per game, right? Like that is an
Tutor di
insane
Kurohiko.
average placement. Best you can do is
Dot
go
lol.
all
Tonton
ones,
tutor di
averaging 8
Kurohiko.
points per game.
Tonton
So,
tutor di Kurohiko,
pretty
Mario
performance from
TFT
him. Came
sama
in,
si
off heart
Sunhide
soaked
tuh,
up,
tonton.
played really well there. Obviously on fire again here today.
Siapa itu lagi?
Sunhide, dia orang gila juga tuh yang sering
Indo juga.
Orang luar.
Oh.
Dia YouTuber kecil gitu tapi build-buildnya lawak-lawak gitu.
Oh, build meme.
Ya kayak dia bikin world record gitu lah, kayak hardstyle banyak gitu. Supaya unit pas mahal bintang 3.
Ini kenapa live chat gue suruh gue main orang-orang gila? Enggak, anjing besok lagi gue mau tidur.
Ayo teman-teman donate Twitter, request main revenge.
Enggak, anjing mau tidur.
Request main revenge.
Request main revenge ayo guys. 500.000 ntar bisa lo.
Enggak,